He started testifying yesterday for roughly about an hour and a half. And it's been quite interesting approach by the defense so far. He got into the details about how the affair began between him and the 22-year-old au pair while his wife and daughter were out of town. And quite honestly, it seems like a lot of the blame is placed on the 22-year-old. Oh, poor Brendan Banfield, like she was coming up on him, she was advancing, but he did say that he didn't push her off. And it seemed like to him, Juliana was hitting on him because there were guys that she was matching up with that had similar names to him. Brandon, Brendan, maybe. And he took that as a sign as, oh, maybe she's into me. And not only that, Juliana was complaining about, oh, how men in the dating apps are not the greatest, I guess. She was hoping for someone that was like older, more mature. And then Brendan's like, oh, she must have been talking about me. Never mind that I've known my wife for, more than 18 years. I think they were like, high school sweethearts or something like that. Never mind that. I got this au pair in my kitchen who's hitting on me, and I have a kid. So quite interesting. I'm actually kind of surprised they went into the details about how the affair started. Like I mentioned yesterday, I thought they were just gonna kind of just brush over it. Like, you know what? Yeah, the affair started back in August 2022, and I regretted it. I regretted it. But things were hard between me and my wife that time. And I thought that's all he was going to say. But then they were like going to the details. The defense attorney was asking for more, like, how did it start? Oh, and then what happened afterwards? And then what did you guys do that night? It's like, oh man, we're really going to get into that. All right. Now, it is quite early. We stopped at the point when it was the day of the murders. Remember, guys, there are two victims in this case. There's Joe Ryan. Joe Ryan thought he was coming in for consensual sex. He had met up with someone he was talking to someone on this dating, is it called a dating app really? It's like a fetish app. And he thought he was coming in for consensual sex. The other victim is Christine Banfield, and she didn't know that her husband had put her on this dating fetish app. And she didn't know that this stranger was going to come into her bedroom while she was probably sleeping to assault her. Now, this is all alleged. This is the state's theory. Brendan Banfield, he's going to give his side of the story. I don't know if he's going to completely and fully blame the au pair. I don't know if he's going to, it seems like they've already been blaming the wife, saying that, like, oh, she was the one that made this fetish life account. She was the one that was stepping out and having, she was already having affairs before. She's the one that's stepping out and trying to have an affair right now, I guess. But let's just see how his story goes. So far, his testimony in the stand has been quite interesting. There's some parts of the story where I thought that he was going to roll with, but he did not. For example, when the attorney asked him if he thought that his wife knew about his affair with the au pair, he was like, no. I thought he was going to say that, like, oh, I did know about the affair. She did know about the affair between me and the au pair, and that's the reason why she probably made this FetLife account and decided to do her own thing. And maybe it was something that they agreed upon. I don't know. All right, y'all, let's jump into his testimony. We're not too far behind, but I hope you guys are doing well. Good morning. Good morning. I did post a video, by the way, yesterday, just kind of like recapping some of the interesting parts of the defense's case so far. It was quite disastrous, I would say, for the first few days for them. Very disorganized. You can clearly tell Judge Penny's trying to move things along. They had a snowstorm that was coming. And quite honestly, on the day before the big snowstorm, it just felt like the slowest day ever. Just very frustrating. So we made a video about that. Check it out. I also read some of the detectives' text messages amongst each other. And yeah. And bits and parts of the body cam footage. But we did react to the full body cam footage. That is, like I said, this weekend I'll probably have time to organize and then like put them out as like videos. But they are up as my live streams. We have the body cam footage. We have the reaction to the opening statement, the au pair's testimony. All right, y'all, let's just jump right into it. I hope you guys are doing well. Good morning. Good morning. And oh boy, let's do this. I still got my pimple patches on my face, and like we just rolled out of bed. I was so tired, y'all. Hi, Pandora's. How are you doing today? Hello, Yoked. Hello, Aaron. Hello, Amanda. Sarah, what's going? How's it going? How are you? Remember, y'all, according to the defense. Oh, yeah, the Tough Mudder thing. Yeah, that's quite interesting. Tough Mudder. I mean, it is a pretty tough, you know, what do you call it? It's like an obstacle course type of thing, right? I mean, it is pretty tough, but just because you have like, maybe like sort of some sort of like disease or ailments, it doesn't mean you're just gonna like not do anything fun, She can still be very careful while running on the Tough Mudder. I believe you can run at your own pace. All right, y'all. Brendan Banfield. Hi, Midnight Grave. How are you doing today? Hi, Mufasa. Good to see you again. Today is day 9, and I think I had day 8 on Twitch. I'll update that afterwards. All right, guys, let's get right into it. Where are they? They're probably somewhere right around over here.
Yesterday, we were approached by a witness who indicated that they had specific.
What? You're approached by who now? What happened? Let me get the captions on. She said she was approached by a witness.
It's 10 and 16 because the Commonwealth indicated that it was more than the 2 pages that were there.
Okay,
so
all right.
We found those.
We're taking care of that.
We're in
So,
agreement, yes.
so 10 and 16 are admitted into evidence. Okay.
And I have the updated versions, Judge, which we can put on the
Okay. That's fine.
exhibits at the
If
end
you
of the
just
day.
get those to me at close of business today, we'll have 10 and 16 in evidence.
Thank
Okay.
you. And that would be you.
Okay, Your Honor, we are requesting permission to add an individual to our witness list for rebuttal. Given the defendant's testimony yesterday, we were approached by a witness who indicated that they had specific information that was contrary to something the defendant testified to. This is a surprise to the Commonwealth. We were not obviously aware of what the defendant was going to
Oh, who is this witness? Oh, what did he testify to that you think that other people could be involved in?
say yesterday, and this witness.
Oh, the cheating thing, maybe? Because he did say that, I mean, he admitted on the stand quite casually, yeah, I've had affairs before. You know what? Affairs like this are nothing. That's what I told Juliana. Like, affairs are just affairs. I don't really care. It's like, oh, damn. Okay, after we went through your family photos, after you're talking about how much you love your wife, your child, you're just like, yeah, I had affairs. So what? And then he's like, oh, but, the victim, she also had affairs too. It's like, oh, okay, well. Anyways, I wonder who this new witness is.
Witness was not one who we had this information from in the past, so we are asking to add T. Patrick Smith to our witness list for rebuttal.
Steve Patrick Smith?
Letter T, Patrick Smith.
Gotcha. All right, yes, sir.
I haven't seen anything about this, Judge, so I would like to see if there's any sort of investigatory report as to who this person was or
Who is this person?
what the basis of it is.
Okay. I mean, you can talk to Ms. Sands at a break. You can, I
Sure.
assume you
I
don't.
can tell the court now. I can tell Mr. Carroll later, however the court would prefer.
What would you like?
But we can have a break and talk about it.
Okay,
It's gonna be
that's
said.
fine. It's a rebuttal witness, so I'm not going to have an objection to it. But you can get the information that you need.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Anything further?
No, ma'am.
All
Thank
right,
you.
Mr. Banfield, if you want to go ahead and take the stand.
Yes, Discord works very good. I get notifications. YouTube notifications don't working at all. Yeah, get your Discord notifications on. Hi, Joe. Good morning. Hello. My guest and the surprise witness. It's a McDonald's worker.
All right, just kidding.
Your Honor, what I was asking was if he could have a bottle of water, but it looks as though the deputy's already taken care of that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yo, that's like a dinky little. If I was testifying in the stand, please get me one of these, okay? Get me like a big thing. A tiny little water bottle. Sorry, I forgot that the state prosecutor, she does talk fast. I will slow her down. She's like, "Brrrt," and then the defense attorney's like really, really slow. It's like, it's interesting to see the difference between the two of them. Good morning, Go Lucky. How are you doing today? All right, y'all. Who do you think the surprise witness is? Let's have some guesses. All right, let's wait until the jury comes in. I'll speed up a little bit. Patrick Smith. I had to review his testimony. From his testimony, all we heard about was his affairs, how him and Juliana started the affair. Lots of photos of him and his wife and child. Objection relevancies.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. All right. Your next question, sir?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Banfield, we left off, and I had asked you the question on February 24th, 2023, had you touched anyone's devices other than yours?
No, I had not.
And Had you, had you specifically touched the laptop that you know was Christine's laptop that she used for work?
No, I did not.
Or her phone?
No, I didn't touch either the laptop or her phone.
Now, we were,
Ooh, is he going to say Juliana did, though? I didn't touch it, but you know who did? Psh, the au pair. She was messing with it.
speaking about February 24th, 2023, at the time that we broke for the night last night. One of the things that I wanted to get into, and it will require us to go back, Juliana Perez Magalhaes was your au pair, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
And, she worked through a company, correct?
Yes.
And what were the limitations in terms of what she could do in terms of work, and how long could she stay?
40 hours.
In general, she could work, I believe, 45 hours a week. Her term for how long she could stay, she had a contract with us for a year.
Okay, and at the time that you told the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you and she started a relationship, had she wanted to extend at that point?
She
Nah, man, she wanted that green card. She probably wanted that citizenship. Like, he was the pathway to that. Okay, let's be real.
Had she wanted to extend at that point?
She had already extended her visa for a second year. So I believe it was October of 21 that she came for her first year, and then she extended for a second year, which would have gone to October of 23. But no, she had not indicated anything about extending further,
Okay.
and she couldn't be extended further as an au pair at that point, is my understanding.
But when she first came, she was, how long was she supposed to be staying?
1 year.
Okay, and there came a time where she requested to extend. When did that happen in terms of the time frame we're talking about?
Maybe that summer, that summer prior to 22.
22, okay. Would that have been prior to the two of you, your relationship change?
Oh, what if it's one of his coworkers? Because he did say that the morning that his wife was murdered, there was a very important meeting that he had at work, and that meeting would have led to the promotion for the following week. So I wonder if it's like a coworker who was like, no, that's a bullshit fucking meeting. He wasn't gonna get promoted. I don't know. I'm just guessing here.
Changing?
I believe it had been discussed prior to that, but I don't know that decisions were made.
Okay. Now, as part of her cultural care obligations or your obligations, what did you have to do on your side to assist her?
I didn't do anything to assist her. Christine was the one that handled all the cultural care forms, payments.
Okay.
Whether or not to extend her. I didn't do anything with that process really.
Okay. And so that was pretty much mainly Christine, is that correct?
Yeah, I believe that she had all the contact with, I don't know the exact title, but the person that manages the au pairs.
Okay. Well, then, if she had done that, then I won't ask you any further questions about that. Now, we were previously talking.
Yeah, I'm confused. I think the defense attorney was trying to make a point there. That's why he's like kind of like revisiting it, because we were pretty much in the middle of, in the beginning of the morning of when the two murders happened. And now he's kind of like going back a little bit and talking about, I don't know, his interaction with the au pair. We're kind of like all over the place. It's like, oh, let's talk about February 24th. Did you touch the laptop or the phone? You did it? Okay. Wait, what's your interaction that you had with the au pair? Okay, like did you like handle like the, what's it called again? Care Life or whatever, the agency that Juliana was hired through. I don't know. I think he was trying to make a point there, and then it's not really landing with the defendant. So it's kind of like, what's happening here?
About February 24th, 2023.
Okay, we're back to February 24th.
And I think you had described for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you had come back from the McDonald's, correct?
Yes.
And when you arrived back from the McDonald's, who did you see there?
Valerie and Juliana were at my white Ford Fusion vehicle. They were parked in the cul-de-sac, kind of in front of my neighbor's house, just outside my driveway.
And do you recall, was the car running? Were they in the car? Were they out of the car?
So this is after the call that he gets from the au pair while he's at McDonald's. Now, they went in and talked about the QR code and the McDonald's and how it works. Or maybe it's a McDonald's employee who's going to testify and talk about, no, that's not how the QR code works. I don't know. But this is after he gets a call from the au pair saying like, oh my God, there's a strange man walking inside your house. I called your wife. No one's answering. And then he tries calling the wife. She doesn't answer. And so he rushes back, and his daughter and the au pair are still parked at the cul-de-sac, which is right by the house. So I think that's like the timeline that we're in right now.
They were in the car at that point. I don't recall if it was running. It's a hybrid, so you don't necessarily hear the engine when it's kind of in idle.
Okay. And when you approached Juliana, what, if anything, did you do?
I asked her if the person just went into the house, as that was a question from previously, and she had indicated yes.
Okay. And was there a specific, at that point, did you know how
I don't know. And then also, if your wife wasn't answering and the only person that you were able to get communications with, wouldn't you just stay on the phone with them? Like, just stay on the phone with, either keep calling your wife consistently while you're driving 6 minutes back from McDonald's to your house, or stay on the line with the au pair, be like, okay, well, like, what's happening now? Do you hear anything? Do you see anything? Can you call a neighbor? Can you call someone for help? I don't know. Like,
person got into the house?
I knew that they got into the house through the front door, but I didn't know more than that. It sounded to me at that point that they just went into the house without delay, I guess.
Okay. In terms of what you were told by others?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what did you do at that point?
I told Juliana to stay at the car.
Okay. And what about?
also, mind you, it's like it's a pretty safe neighborhood. I don't know, maybe there was like I don't know if there's any recent break-ins or anything like that, but it's generally a pretty safe neighborhood, quiet suburbs area. He could have also technically just been like, oh, well, if you didn't think it was a big deal, then, you would just leave the kid in the car really quick and have Juliana go in and check, right? That's one. Or if it was a big deal, then you call the neighbors for help, or you call 911. I don't know. It's interesting.
Regard
I can't wait for cross-examination.
to Valerie?
I didn't address Valerie specifically, but they were in the car, and I had just told Juliana specifically to stay at the car.
In doing that, was it your intent that she would stay with Valerie?
Yes.
Okay. At that point, after you told her that, what did you do?
I walked partially down my driveway. My driveway is kind of a little bit long because it splits between me and my neighbor's driveway. And this was so that I could see a little bit better of what was going on. And this is when I saw a silver Jeep in the driveway, and that my front door was closed.
Now, so at this point, knowing what you know at the point that you saw the silver Jeep, how did that make you feel, and what were you concerned about at that point?
I guess it made me very anxious. I didn't know what was going on.
Did you call your wife again?
I had concerns that this was going to be an affair, but I didn't know.
Oh, it all ties together now. All right. So you think that your wife was trying to have an affair at 7:30 in the morning on the day of your birthday, the day that you had asked her to take the day off? Because remember yesterday, he said that he had affairs, and so did his wife. So I feel like it's all like kind of like tying back together. Did she really have an affair, or were you just making that up to kind of make this story make more sense?
Really, I didn't really know what was going on at that point.
Okay. Did you think to call 911 at that point?
Yeah.
I didn't think that, it wasn't on my mind at this point that this was some type of violent or threatening encounter.
Okay. So what, if anything, did you do at that point?
Okay, fair enough.
I didn't continue going down the driveway. I basically made a right, which would be over the grass of my property, and headed towards my back fence.
Yeah, why go through the back door? Why not just go to the front door? Okay, so he doesn't think it was a danger, doesn't think that it was a break-in. Why not just go to the front door then?
Okay. Now, but you were closer to the front door, is that correct?
Yes, I was closer to the front door at that point.
Okay, why didn't you go through the front door?
Want to sneak in?
My front door has a electronic door lock. You would enter a code in order to gain access to the door, and every button that you push makes a beeping noise, and then the deadbolt makes a mechanical noise as it unlocks. It makes quite a bit of noise.
I don't know if it really makes quite a bit of a noise unless his was like janky. I'm assuming because he had the ring thing, right? You could just unlock it on your phone, which is what he purportedly did that morning. Just pull up on your phone and unlock it on your app. That way you don't have to press each individual button. Hear the beep, 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 beep.
And I didn't want all of that noise.
And what was your concern if there was going to be noise in the front area of your house?
I didn't know what was going on, if there was an affair going on. I didn't want to alert it at that point. I also thought about just getting the lunches for Valerie and Juliana that they were missing and leaving. That was also a thought.
Okay. Now, you're talking about the lunches. Why do you say that?
Juliana had informed me that she did not bring the lunches that she was going to take to the zoo for her and Valerie.
Okay. And moving forward, did you ultimately find those lunches in the refrigerator?
Yes, they were in I believe, the upper left of the refrigerator.
Okay. So if you can, for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Oh gosh, is that the explanation? They were watching YouTube? Is that the explanation as to why the au pair and the daughter came to the house with him through the basement so they can grab the lunches? Someone's watching YouTube.
Give them an idea of, from the front door, and I think it shows in some of the body-worn camera, but if you could explain it, the front door and the noise from the front door was a concern to you. Why, based on the layout of the house?
So the front door kind of leads to the foyer. The foyer is 2 levels and goes to, basically it echoes right to the top of the stairs. The stairs are immediately to the right of the front door, and if you were to go up the stairs, the hallway is open to the foyer.
And is it easy to hear what happens at the front door?
Basically, everywhere on the main level can hear when the front door beeps and unlocks.
Okay, so we left off where you were going around the back to the backyard.
Yes.
What, if anything, did you do at that point?
I unlocked my back gate. There's a carabiner latch on there to make sure that the dog does not unlatch it. So I unlatched that carabiner and reclosed the gate, and then headed around back to my back basement door.
Okay, and did you access the house?
Yes, I unlocked the door, and while I was unlocking the door, my dog was in the basement.
I wonder if his the door lock that he has, the electronic one, is it like a Ring camera? Is there a camera there? Right? If someone were to walk through the front door, would that trigger the camera that's on there? I wonder if that his model had a camera. Because then if it did, then wouldn't Christine tell Joe to... I don't know. It's just so much of this is like, we could just pick out so many things that just doesn't make sense. Because wouldn't she tell Joe to meet out in the back? Also, if Christine was awake and she was the one that texted Joe and all that, wouldn't Christine make sure that no one was home and that the au pair and her daughter for sure left the neighborhood before having the stranger come in? It just seems so unorganized. I guess you could just blame it on like, oh, Christine was just unorganized. But I just felt like if she was being so careful and making this FetLife account, making another email address, using telegrams so her messages couldn't be tracked. It's like, oh, so in the morning of, she just like didn't make sure that everyone like for sure left. I don't know. And then also like having the time frame of when the stranger arrives to your house, being so close to when your husband left the house and when your nanny and your daughter were leaving. it just doesn't seem very believable.
which is unusual as
Oh, thank you, Pandora's. Yes, hit the like button, guys, if you guys enjoyed. Thank you so much. I wouldn't bring my kid into the house if I was expecting my wife of having an active affair. I mean, there's that too, right? So, like, if you didn't think that it was like an emergency or anything crazy, yeah, why have the au pair and then your daughter come back into the house? That's kind of weird.
in the basement, which is
All right.
unlocking the door. My dog was in the basement, which is unusual as the basement has a door that's pretty much always closed. So my dog Lily doesn't have access to the basement normally, and she was jumping up and down at the back door when I was going down there.
Now, let's just talk about the locked door from the back where you came in. How did you access that?
With my key.
Okay, and in general, were your doors locked when you left the house?
Yes.
Okay, was that something that you took care to make sure of?
I mean, the basement door wasn't used. The basement door wasn't used too frequently, so it remained locked almost all the time. Sometimes the back door by the deck. Sometimes that would be forgotten to be unlocked because that's the door that we let the dog in and out of 20 times a day.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I interrupted you. So you were in the basement and you were there with your dog. What's your dog's name?
Lily.
And what, if anything, did you notice about Lily's behavior when you went into the basement?
Lily was kind of frantic, is how I would describe it. She's normally pretty calm when members of the family come home. She'll just normally greet you and go about her business. She's not a young dog, but she was jumping up and down, and as I went in, she was spinning in circles and whining and I guess kind of chattering. She doesn't really bark. She kind of howls and moans and growls in terms of her communication.
Okay, and was she doing those things?
Yes.
And I think you indicated that there was a gate between the basement and the upstairs. Is that correct?
Well, when I had mentioned the gate, I meant the gate to the backyard.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But when I entered the basement, there was also I guess a baby gate, but we used the gate for the dog, but not really all the time. The gate was blocking the stairs to go upstairs. The gate is, sometimes we would use it outside at the back deck to prevent the dog from going downstairs if it was particularly muddy out, or sometimes when some of the older members of our family were at the house, we would block the stairs going upstairs so that Lily would.
I think this is to address people's concern that, well, why didn't you lock the gate behind you? Why did you leave it unlocked if you thought intruders were coming into the house? So I think they are really getting into some of the, I think there is someone on the team that's definitely either watching the news reporting or reading chat or something like that, because I feel like they are really touching on all the holes that people are pointing out.
Would not bump into some of the older members of our family that aren't as stable. But the gate wasn't generally in use. The gate was usually in my garage where Lily would have access to the main floor of the house and the upstairs of the house generally.
And there's a dog bed in your bedroom, is that correct?
Yes.
Would Lily have access to that part of the house?
Yes, Lily would have access to my bedroom generally at all points. She would generally sleep in my room.
Okay. Now, and likewise, would she have access to what was Juliana's room and Valerie's room and all the other rooms?
Why does this part matter? Why are we asking this?
She didn't normally have access to Juliana's room because Juliana kept her door closed all the time. She did have access to Valerie's room, but she didn't tend to go into Valerie's room unless someone else was also in Valerie's room.
Okay. Now,
You see, if I didn't believe the au pair, like if I found her completely like not credible at all, and I was, listening to him and then like, entertaining, like, okay, like maybe his wife did have an affair. Maybe she did set this up. I feel like if I was to go to that course, I would want to see proof that she had previous affairs before. Proof that she was into this fetish kink thing, prior search histories and stuff like that.
so you're in the basement, and what happened next?
As I was opening the basement door, I kind of, I guess, shooed Lily inside. She was kind of in the way of me going inside. But I saw that Juliana and Valerie were coming down the brick path maybe 20, 30 feet away after I had opened the door, and Juliana was carrying Valerie and had followed me.
And after your last discussion with Juliana, had you
I mean, I guess the good thing about trying to completely discredit a witness testimony, for example, discrediting Juliana's testimony, is that his story doesn't have to track with hers at all, because he's essentially saying that everything that she said is a lie. So he can deviate from whatever story that she gave on the testimony stand.
communicated with her in any way to come down to the house?
I never told her to come down to the house.
That's not what she
So
said.
your previous statement of stay in the car was still standing, I guess?
I believe that it was. That was how I ended my conversation with her, was for her to stay in the car.
Okay, so when they got to the basement, what, if anything, did you do?
I allowed them access to the basement. I had the door, I guess, partially open for them. And then as they came in, I closed the door behind them.
Okay, and did you indicate to Juliana and Valerie anything relating to where they should stay?
We had a conversation in the basement. Again, I had searched the basement a little bit. There's mainly one large room in the basement. There's also a bedroom, but in the large room where the couches are and the TV is, and there was workout equipment in there at that point. I looked around that room for a little bit and didn't see anybody. Very short time. But
And why were you looking around the basement?
well, I thought that there was somebody in the house, but I didn't know where that person was.
Okay, and so in terms of your search of the basement, did you do it like a law enforcement officer?
I would say that it was a quick search. The lights were off in the basement when I arrived, and I didn't hear any people or movement in the basement other than ourselves and the dog. So
Okay.
I wouldn't say, I didn't go into like the bedroom closet in the basement or check behind the shower curtain. I didn't do things like that in terms of a search. So, but I did, I guess, walk the main room. There wasn't anyone by the couches. There wasn't anyone by my desk, things like that.
Okay, and were those all in the open area?
Yes.
And did you look into any of the other areas? I mean, other
I
than
did.
the lawn?
I did open the bedroom door that's in the basement, and I also didn't observe anyone there.
Okay, so whatever concern that caused you to do that, you didn't have that any further, correct?
I did not have further concern that there was someone else in the basement that shouldn't be there.
Okay, so what, if anything, did you do next? And frankly, what instructions did you have for Juliana and
Hey, Aaron.
Valerie?
So I instructed Juliana, well, actually, Valerie looked nervous. She was kind of wide-eyed looking at me, and I knelt down to her, and I told her to stay there with Juliana, and she said, "Okay, Daddy."
And so at that point, when you were in the basement, was there anything that caused your concern level to change from when you previously testified that you were outside?
It bothered me that the dog was in the basement, as she's not normally there. But I guess I was glad that she was in the basement at that point with Juliana and Valerie. Valerie loves Lily a lot and spends quite a lot of time with her. But it was also weird that, going back to Lily, it was also weird that Lily's food bowl was in the basement and it was spilled all over the floor. I think that also shows that Lily was.
I think there's a picture of the basement with the food bowl. I don't know if I remember seeing it spilled. Let me see if I can pull it up.
A bit of a frantic state.
And
But
so where would Lily normally eat her food?
her dog bowl is always in the living room. Her dog bowl is always in the dining room, where there's placemats for the dog on the floor, and that's where her water and food bowl are.
So the basement level is the lower level, correct?
Yes.
Where would
But you see that the reason why the food bowl was downstairs is because whoever was texting, pretending to be Christine or is Christine, whoever was texting Joe Ryan was like, "Oh, just come in. Don't worry. My dog is very friendly. I gave her some treats and snacks." So maybe that's why the food bowl was set up in the basement.
that level that you're saying where Lily normally eats food?
That would be on the main level of the house, where the living room, kitchen, dining room is.
Okay, and as you walk up the stairs from the basement, can you give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury some indication as to what direction you would go to find that?
So if you go up the basement stairs, there's a door that would need to be opened. Facing away from the basement stairs to the left would be the stairs to go up. Kind of directly in front of you would be a half bathroom. Slightly to the right would be a very, very short hallway, only a couple feet. To the right would lead to the living room. To the left, so walking down that very, very short hallway, to the right would be the living room. To the left would be.
Yeah, here's the food bowl here. It's not spilled. There's not food everywhere. Are you telling me someone like cleaned it up really quick? Like that was a priority? After Christine gets stabbed? It's a food bowl right there. There's that gate. That's the basement that he's talking about.
The kitchen and through the hallway, not the hallway, through the doorway of the kitchen would be, through the doorway of the kitchen would be the dining room where Lily's food bowl would be.
At some
Oh.
point,
Again, here's a photo of the kitchen, and it's super sad because it's completely lived in. You know, there's toys everywhere. Like a family lives here. There's photo frames. It's a child, family, artwork, food. There's a box that says spread love. Really sad.
did you leave the basement?
Yes, after I spoke to Juliana and Valerie, I stepped over the dog gate and climbed the stairs.
Okay, so the dog gate was still in place?
Yes.
Did Lily attempt to follow?
No,
Okay, so
she
tell
can't
me-
jump. She can't jump over the gate.
So explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, to go up to the next level, you just up, was it 1 flight of stairs, 2 flights of stairs?
You don't believe either of them, him or the au pair? We'll never know the absolute truth. They are both terrible people. Liars. I do believe that the au pair is trying to save her skin. So that's why we're getting versions of the truth of the planning that went down behind the scenes.
I mean, I would call it 1 flight of stairs, but it's, I don't know, 7, 8, 9 stairs, and then a small landing, and then 7 or 8 stairs again to the door.
Okay, and the door would be the door to the basement?
Yes,
Okay, so did you go up that basement stairs?
yes, I did.
And what, if anything, were you intending on doing when you went up there?
Finding out what was going on in my house.
When you got to that level, who was there?
When I went up the stairs, I closed the basement door behind me. I did not immediately see anybody on the main floor of my house. And I walked down that very short hallway past the half bathroom so that I could see into the living room and the kitchen area, of which I did not see anybody.
Okay, and was that a full search or just in the moment?
I guess I walked past the kitchen table, and I walked past the countertop, and also looked in the dining room. So I would say that I looked on the main floor of the house.
So you didn't see anyone on the main floor of the house?
No.
Did you hear anyone?
While I was looking on the main floor of the house, I heard sounds from upstairs.
Okay, and what, if anything, did you do at that point?
I moved closer to the upstairs. I moved closer to the upstairs stairs, to the stairs heading upstairs, but still on the main floor of the house.
Okay, and was that a better position to hear or know what's going on?
That's where the sound seemed to be coming from. There's regular ceiling over the kitchen and living room area, but in the foyer area that leads to upstairs, which is where I heard the sounds coming from.
Okay, and what, if anything, did you hear?
I heard the sounds of, I would say, moaning, as well as sound of skin-on-skin contact,
And what did you think was going on at that point?
sex.
Okay, why didn't you call 911 at that point?
Well, I believe that it was an affair that was going on at that point. That doesn't seem like an emergency for the police to be involved in, was my thought at that moment.
Okay, now,
Yeah, this is where I'm hanging on to every word, because is he going to say that there's 2 different types of stories that he can go into? Either 1, his wife was the one that created his FetLife account and was trying to have an affair, or 2, it was the au pair that set the wife up. So I think we're going with the route of the wife. Sounds like it.
The police to be involved in was my thought at that moment.
okay, now, what were you thinking at that point when you decided what that was?
I guess I was emotional at that point. While Christine and I had affairs, we had never seen each other with anyone. No one was ever caught in the act or anything like that.
Oh, but is this good for his defense, though? So is he saying that I don't know if this is good for him, because wouldn't it be better to blame the au pair, and she was the one that wanted him, so set up the wife to have her murdered, and when he walked in, he genuinely thought that she was being attacked, and that's why he shot the intruder. Because if you're going to go with the other story that the wife made the accounts, the wife set up the affair, and he went up there to shoot the guy in in the heat of passion, isn't that still really bad? I feel like that's worse. It's like, oh, well, my wife was having an affair, so fuck him. So that's why I shot him. And then the jury could be like, well, then you must have been so angry that you shot the guy, and that's why you murdered your wife. Oh, goodness. I don't know. I feel like this is like such a mess. I feel like we're stepping into very messy territory. Do you guys, I don't know. What do you guys think?
Hearing what I thought was sex was upsetting.
So what were you thinking to do? What was your thought process at that point?
Oh, gosh.
I thought about just getting the lunches and giving them to Valerie and Juliana and having them leave. I thought about just ignoring the situation and going to work and dealing with this after work, hopefully when no one else is there. I thought about how Christine had just taken off the day before because she was originally supposed to be working on the 24th, and I thought about, well, this seems to be why. I thought about, well, maybe this is why she took off on the 24th.
Okay.
Because I didn't know that she took off on the 24th until.
Did he say he shot him? Sorry, I made him out of this version of the incident. No worries. I believe it was on the 911 call that he said that he shot the guy. I believe he said on the 911 call.
The night of the 23rd.
So what made you stop from your initial thought of leaving and getting the lunches and letting Juliana and Valerie go to the zoo?
I guess as my mind was kind of racing in this moment, the sound, I guess, sounded like it changed to me. Instead of what I thought was the sounds of sex, I thought that the impact sounded forceful, and that Christine's moaning sounded painful and not pleasurable, and that the distance between the sound of the skin-on-skin contact sounded too far apart for sex, and I thought that maybe she was being hurt.
So what
Okay, so we're pivoting back to, never mind, I really did think my wife was being attacked, so that's why I killed the guy. Okay.
did you do?
I started to go up the stairs.
Okay. Did you draw your weapon at any point?
While I was walking up the stairs, I did unholster my weapon, and I angled my body going up the stairs so that I was facing the bedroom door, which once you go up several of the stairs, I can see, because I'm taller, but I could see the bedroom door was partially open, maybe 8 to 12 inches, something like that, but I couldn't really see in the door.
But you could.
It's kind of interesting that he didn't say that he heard his wife yelling like, stop, help me, or something like that.
Were you able to determine whether that was the area where these sounds were coming from?
That is, I could tell that was the direction of the sound. It was coming from the master bedroom area. That's the only door towards the left once you go upstairs.
Okay. When you, from the main landing by the front door to get to the top level,
I think that's his mom, by the way. I think they were in court yesterday. I wonder what his parents think about this testimony.
describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the level that you're talking about where the sounds were coming from.
So once again, you would go up several stairs, and then there would be a small landing, and then you would go up one step to another small landing, in which then you would kind of U-turn or switch back and go up another 8 or 9 stairs to the top floor. I don't know exactly how many stairs, maybe 16 or 18 total, but like 8 at the bottom, and then the landing, and then 8 at the top, and then you're at the upstairs hallway.
Okay. Given what you'd heard, did you go right into the room?
Actually, I heard the door open on the main floor.
What?
When I was by the landing. When I heard the door open on the main floor, I saw Juliana come up partially at the basement door.
Okay, and so you were both.
What? Your wife is being attacked. She's probably yelling and screaming. It's probably really loud and crazy, and you're probably focused on what the fuck is happening, but you heard the door open on the main floor? And you were already like on the landing of the staircase?
both on the same level at that point?
No, I was on the stairs, heading up the stairs, and I kind of only did a quick glance, seeing that Juliana was there, and then I continued up the stairs.
And did you give her any instructions as to whether they go back to the basement?
I didn't say anything to her.
Okay, so you continued on,
Yes,
but you realized she was there.
I did.
You did. You didn't tell. Okay.
If anything, did you do next?
I continued up the stairs and made a left towards the master bedroom.
Okay, and in terms of,
Yeah, I would be like, take my daughter and get out of here. Call 911. What the fuck?
the landing where the master bedroom is located, describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what way you had to go from the top of the stairs.
I went to the left, as that's the way towards the master bedroom. There's double doors to the master bedroom. To the right would be a bathroom, the guest room, Valerie's bedroom, and Juliana's bedroom.
Now, so you went left at this point?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you do at that point outside the room?
Outside the room, I headed towards the door, and I pushed the right of the double doors open with my foot.
With your foot.
And did you otherwise have something in your hands?
Yes, I had my firearm in my hands.
Okay. And when you pushed with your
He's hearing noises throughout the house and being alert of everything. The problem is that he is terrible at storytelling. The issue is that he has to explain away all the weird stuff in his story as to like why Juliana left the child, why they were even in the house with him in the first place. That's why it's like, I don't know. I think like if the story was more truthful, it'd just be like, oh, I don't know how she came upstairs. I have no idea. I didn't realize she came upstairs. I was too focused on, my wife possibly being attacked.
foot, which foot was it?
My right foot.
Okay. And were you able to see or hear any more when you did that?
Pushing the door open with my right foot revealed Christine and who I now know is Joseph Ryan. They were on the floor near the bottom left of my bed, kind of in front of the master bathroom door, just past the bed, in between the bed and the tall dresser.
Okay. So you just described it as the bottom left. Describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, how do you come to bottom left? What position are you in order to describe it that way? If you're in the bed.
Yes, if you were in bed or
You're facing the bed.
TV that's in there, the left would be the bottom left corner. That would be the part that's closest to the master bathroom.
Okay, thank you. And so you indicated you saw Joseph.
So if you're facing the bed, it's the bottom right. Okay, because that's where all the mess was happening in the crime scene.
Ryan and Christine.
Yes.
Had you ever seen Joseph Ryan before?
I had never seen Joseph Ryan before.
Had you ever had any communications with him before?
On February 24th is the only time I had communications with him in that room.
Okay.
Sure
so
about that?
when you observed this, and please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury exactly what you observed with regard to his contact with Christine.
Christine was, I would describe as nude and on all fours, on her hands and knees, and Joe Ryan was behind her, like angled slightly behind her, and from my position at the door, slightly to the left of her. He was clothed, and he was looking directly at me as I opened the door.
And when you first caught eye contact with him, where exactly were you in relation to the bed, and where?
Wait, when you hear that someone's on all fours, does that mean like they're on their hands and on their knees? Because that would be kind of like a weird position to be in if you were being attacked. That seems like, it sounds like more consensual. So now I'm wondering, is he going to go back to the consensual? Like maybe it was consensual sex? All right, but he was so close.
Where were they?
No, I was maybe one step into the room.
Okay. Now, when you observed him, what, if anything, did you observe about the situation prior to anything being said?
I observed, basically, as soon as I went in the room, it appeared that Christine tried to get up, but I guess I'm unsure if it's that Christine tried to get up or if Joe Ryan pulled her up. It's hard, I can't really tell, but Christine went from being on all fours, hands and knees, to more like being on her knees.
Now, had you said anything to them or to him specifically?
Almost immediately, I said police.
Okay, and what was your intention in doing that?
I thought he was gonna say that he walked in on Joe Ryan stabbing his wife, and that's why he shot. What is this? What is this story? What is this happening? Wouldn't it just be cleaner just to say that I walked in on Joe attacking my wife? Because now it sounds like, okay, we're back to consensual sex and Christine just got caught? What the?
Immediately, I said police,
Okay, and what was your intention in doing that?
alerting the room that I was there.
Okay.
Why would you say
at the
police
time that
with
you
your
said
wife?
police, was your gun in plain sight?
Yes, I was holding my gun forward.
And your badge, was that in plain sight?
My badge is on my belt, so that could, I don't know if he could see it, but it is a gold badge that is attached to my belt.
And so, if you think of it as a clock around you, where would, at what point can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where your badge would be?
Like 11 o'clock, so just to kind of in front of my left pants pocket.
Okay. And were you wearing a jacket over that area?
I was wearing a jacket that day.
Do you know if it was covering it or not?
No, I don't know if it was covering. I don't know if it was covering it at that moment. I don't remember if my jacket was zipped or not. And it's February, so
Okay.
I'm not sure if my jacket is zipped or not.
In terms of seeing the badge, you didn't pull it out and show it or anything?
I did not.
Okay. You just said police?
Yes.
And what happened from there?
I don't know.
Christine responded first. Christine said, Brendan, he has a knife.
Now, before she said that, could you tell, did you see any weapons at that point?
I didn't see a weapon. I didn't see a weapon at my initial viewing of the scene in that first couple seconds.
And after Christine said that to you, were you able to identify it?
I observed that there was something silver in Joe Ryan's right hand, but it was still difficult to see, as part of it would be in his grip and part of it seemed to be inside of Christine's hair.
Okay, and I think you said previously, did Christine have long hair?
Christine had pretty long hair that goes down past the middle of her back. It's a curly, thick brown. She had a lot of hair.
Okay. Now, just so we're clear, when, at the time that you said police, what was the position of Joe Ryan and what was the position of Christine?
Joe Ryan was
Ask and
also
answer.
on the floor. I would say that he was in a kneeling position. On the floor, partially behind Christine, partially behind the bed.
Okay, and the bed high?
The bed is, I would say the bed is very high for a lot of people. It has storage dressers underneath the bed, and there was a foundation under it, and then the mattress itself is a thick mattress too.
Okay, so from your vantage, have you changed your vantage point? I think you'd said one step into the room.
Yeah, I had only basically gone one, maybe two steps into the room, and I didn't go further. I didn't go further at that point.
Now, when you said police, what, if anything, did Joe Ryan say to you?
Joe Ryan didn't say something until after I told him to drop the knife.
Okay, and what was his response?
He told me to drop my gun.
What?
At that point, was there, well, let me ask you this. You saw a knife there. What were you thinking in terms of Joe Ryan with a knife to Christine's neck?
I was extremely terrified. I don't know that I've ever been more panicked in my life.
And so what were you thinking that you needed to do?
I was hoping to de-escalate the situation. I did not want to shoot him. I wanted him to let her go.
And so after he said you dropped the gun, what did you say?
I repeated to drop the knife and to let her go.
And did he say anything to you?
He did. He told
That makes no sense. And then he just decided to just attack her, stab her in the neck while the gun was still kind of within his vicinity of where he dropped it. What?
told me that she was hers, that she was hers and that she gave herself to me. And Christine kind of yelled, moaned at this point also.
Okay, I'm sorry, you
Why?
said she was hers?
She was his, sorry.
Why was she
was
moan?
his.
Can you say the whole statement? What you-
He said that she was his and that she gave herself to him, to me, she gave herself to me is what he said.
Okay, I'm sorry, I interrupted. What happened then?
Christine kind of yelled or moaned, and or both, and it seems that she went to her left, my right, a little bit.
Okay. Now, when she yelled or moaned, what did that indicate to you?
I thought that she was being injured, being stabbed.
Did you see him stab her?
It appeared that he was putting forward movement towards, or it seemed that he was putting forward movement towards with the knife, but I couldn't see Christine's neck or face really at that point. Her hair was in the way.
Okay, so if you can, explain for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why it was you couldn't see Christine's face or her neck.
The hair is in the way.
Christine's hair was, I would describe as kind of wild at this point. Not normally it's brushed and straight, or well, not really. I mean, it's still curly, but you know.
Hi, Dino. How are you doing today? Oh my goodness, what is happening here?
It's more kept. It was kind of large and frizzy at this point, and I couldn't really see very well.
Okay, and so I interrupted you. So well, go ahead and tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you were following.
Blame the
up with.
frizzy hair.
I'm sorry, I don't.
So you indicated in your previous answer that you couldn't see whether or not he had stabbed her in the neck or made contact with the neck.
Correct.
Okay, and that she had made some sort of a sound and pulled away.
Yes. So she kind of moved to her left and to my right, but my best guess is that he had a grip on maybe the back of her neck, maybe the back of her hair. I can't see his left hand at this point, and so she did not really go anywhere.
Did she appear to be injured greater than what you thought?
Hi,
when you saw
Richie.
her?
It appeared that she had some amount of, I believe that she had some amount of blood in her hair at this point.
From where you could see it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let me just ask you this. Other than your training, had you ever shot a person before?
I had never used my firearm outside of a range situation.
And just to clarify my question, it sounds like you had shot somebody in training. You just did training, correct?
I did not shoot anybody in training. I have not used my weapon in duty at any point, or the only time I had used my firearm was at a gun range or at training.
Okay. Was that a concern for you while you were in the moment?
There wasn't a lot of space between Joe and Christine. I was very fearful of hitting Christine.
And so what if anything, when the time came, well, were you considering using your firearm?
Yes.
At what point did that start?
I mean, very quickly in the situation, but you know, there's only,
How long does he have? Forever.
you know, his head isn't far from Christine's head. I guess his part of his body is partially behind Christine's body. Part of his body is behind the bed. It's a very tight situation.
Okay. And so you delayed from your first instinct?
Judge, objection is to leading.
What, if anything, did you do
That
then?
was sustained objection.
I mean, I know that I told him to let her go at least one more time, and
Pandora. I also have it sped up too.
then I know that I told him that he was going to be under arrest.
Okay.
I missed that. At some point, he asked for me to leave, and at a different point, he asked for himself to leave.
And what did you say to those requests?
At that,
So while this was all happening, Juliana wasn't doing shit. I mean, he did say that he heard Juliana come through the door as he was going up the staircase. Juliana was just like, she was just standing there. And how's he going to explain that first 911 call?
At that point, that was when I told him that he was under arrest.
Okay. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what, if anything, took place that caused you to discharge your firearm?
It appeared that he did a very forceful stab towards Christine, and Christine kind of spun away from him. So she was facing towards me, and I guess she like rotated as she spun away from him and landed on her stomach on the ground.
Okay, there's some spinning happening, some plies.
Away from him. So she was facing towards him, and Christine kind of spun away from him. So she was facing, did a very forceful stab towards Christine,
Okay.
and Christine kind of spun away from him. So she was facing towards me, and I guess she like rotated as she spun away from him and landed on her stomach on the ground. This kind of had Joe now like on his knees, kind of facing Christine, of which I saw him do a downward stabbing stroke, and that's when I fired at him.
And when you fired, were you able to determine whether or not you made contact?
I didn't know where I made contact, but I believed that I made contact as he moved.
Okay.
He moved backwards, He moved backwards a little bit away from Christine. At that point,
And what did you do?
I immediately hurried towards Christine, and I actually stepped over her.
Huh?
And I told her to stay down as I stepped over her. I did this so that I could look at Joe Ryan and see if he was still a threat.
Where was
What
O'Hare?
did you see when you went over there?
I saw the knife on the floor.
Okay, was that the first time you saw the knife in its full?
That was the first time I could fully see the knife. The other times, it was in his grip and obscured by Christine's.
How is he going to explain away the 15-minute gap of when the first 911 was called and then the successful 911 call? Because the 911 call happened at 7:47, I think, a.m. And that was like the one where like you kind of hear someone groaning in the background, possibly. And then 15 minutes after that was when the real 911 was called. And that's when, you could hear the au pair and then him. They were talking to the dispatcher. Lots of questions. How's he going to explain away that?
Hair.
And the knife that you saw is the same knife that you've seen in the Commonwealth photos?
Yes.
Okay. Before, at some point, did you help Christine?
At that moment, I did not help Christine yet. I used my foot and dragged the knife towards me with my toe to move the knife away from Joe.
Okay, so if you can, so that there's an image in their minds, can you
Also, like, if Joe was stabbing Christine, wouldn't it have been like wildly? Like, why would he only attack her in the neck? And why would Joe want to stab Christine if the gun was still there? Unless he's saying that like Joe just went there to just fucking die. He went there to kill someone and he went there to just die. I don't know. It's pretty wild. Hey, Caitlin, how are you doing today? Hi, Bob. The stuff he says Joe does doesn't make sense. Yeah, he was like, Christine was on her all fours. Joe was behind him. And then like Christine was like twisting and plying and turning her body. And then Joe was, I don't know. It's I'm trying to grapple around this, in my mind. And I can't imagine it being very easy for the jury to understand like how this all went down. Lots of details and lots of twists and turns. And it's just like, man, would you really remember all of this?
explain from stepping over Christine to doing what you just said with the knife?
I probably need to take another step or two to get closer to Joe. The knife was still very close to Joe. It's like I reached my right foot forward. I still had my gun pointed at him. So I reached my right foot forward, and I guess it stuck my toe out and dragged it back towards me so that it was not next to him.
Okay, and what would you say the distance was where the knife was when you first touched it with your foot? I'm sorry, the distance from Joe Ryan when you first touched it with your foot?
Not more than a foot and a half.
Okay, and when you removed it from the area around him, how far was it from Joe Ryan?
Maybe 5 or 6 feet, but immediately next to me.
Okay, so what did you do then next?
I didn't notice that Joe was moving. And
Well, let me ask you this. Did you ever touch Joe?
I never touched Joe at any point during this encounter.
Okay. And when you,
Wait, but wouldn't you want to check his pulse to make sure he was dead? That way you can render aid to your wife without having worried about getting attacked again. And again, where's the au pair and all this?
moved the knife, what did you then, what happened next?
I turned around and faced Christine, and I kneeled down next to her.
Okay. And what was her position at the time that you kneeled down next to her?
At that point, she was on her stomach. She was kind of writhing back and forth, kind of rolling back and forth. And I guess at some point, pretty quickly, she rolled over onto her back.
Was that with your assistance?
At that point, she was doing that on herself. I don't think that I helped her roll onto her back.
Okay. What, if anything, were you doing to assist her at that point?
So she was holding her neck, and she told me that she couldn't see. And I asked her to let me see, indicating that her hand was covering her neck.
Yeah, I think he was like, oh wait, I forgot to be emotional while on the stand while describing my wife getting stabbed. I think he was focusing on getting all the details in the story correct. Hold on, I'm going to go back just a little bit. Hello. Hi, Daria. How are you doing today? I love your name.
I think that I helped her roll onto her back.
Okay. What, if anything, were you doing to assist her at that point?
So she was holding her neck, and she told me that she couldn't see. And I asked her to let me see, indicating that her hand was covering.
I feel like he's trying to eke out some emotions, but it's just not coming out.
Indicating that her hand was covering her neck. And she very shakily removed her hand from her neck, and I could see the wound on the right side of her neck.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you do at that point?
She told me to put my hand there, and she had put her hand back on her neck, and then I put my left hand on top of her hand, but she pulled her hand from underneath mine and put her hand back on top of my hand and put pressure on my hand, I think indicating that she wanted more pressure on the wound.
And did you do that?
Yes, I had my hands on hers trying to apply pressure.
And she was helping you?
Yes.
And so
And he hasn't called 911 yet.
at that point, had you asked Juliana to call 911?
At that point, I noticed that Juliana was in the room, and I told Juliana to both call 911, and I told her to watch him, indicating to Joe.
So the position that you were in when you were attending to Christine, where was it in relation to Joe at the last time you saw him?
Joe was behind me. I wasn't facing Joe. I was kneeling down with Christine in front of me. I guess my body orientation would be towards the master bathroom.
Okay. And what if anything happened next?
Juliana she looked like she was stunned, but after I told her to call 911 and watch him, she seemed to dart forward and went into the master bathroom.
Okay. And did you ask her to do that?
No.
Do you know what she was doing?
I mean, I know what she was doing now, but I don't think I was thinking about what she was doing at that second.
That's what I'm asking, is did you know what she was doing at that time?
I don't think that's what I was thinking about
Okay.
I don't think I was thinking about what she was doing at that time.
Now, what happened next?
Christine told me that she was bleeding out, and that she was sorry and that she loved me.
What?
And what did you tell her?
It was at this point that
Those were her last moments? Sorry, loved me. I feel like the focus would be on the daughter. Like, hey, tell Valerie I love her. Tell Valerie blah, 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 blah. Like, take care of her. I don't know if the focus would be on him and be like, oh, I'm sorry. It would be like, oh, about your daughter, no?
there was another shot. And I looked up and I saw that Juliana had my other firearm. And
How's he going to explain the safe? So when did Juliana go to the safe then? When did you tell her the code to go to the safe? Also, I'm making big assumptions here, but I'm assuming this is a shoes on house type of deal, because when they took off Juliana's shoes and exposed her socks, she had, I think, Christine's blood on her socks. I don't know. I'm just making assumptions here, but I'm assuming that if this is a shoes on house, then maybe Juliana took off her shoes. That way her shoe footprint wouldn't be like showing her moving around the house the way that she did. But then they forgot to think about, oh, well, isn't it kind of weird that there's blood on the socks? I don't know. Making assumptions.
I was stunned that Juliana had shot.
Okay. Did you, where was she in relation to where you were?
She was in front of the she was in front of the master bathroom door. This is kind of a double door.
And so, how far do you think she was from you when you shot?
Not very
Where
far.
she shot?
Not very far at all. Maybe 4 or 5 feet.
Was there any indication as to why she shot prior to shooting?
I didn't hear her say anything prior to. I didn't hear her say anything prior to her shooting.
Now, at any point, do you recall Joe Ryan touching you?
So this was at roughly the same time as the shot. I don't exactly know if I would assume maybe almost simultaneously. Joe Ryan struck me in my shoulder.
Huh?
Like the back part of my shoulder blade.
And did you see him do that?
I did not see him do that.
How did you know it was him?
Well, he's the only person behind me. There's no one else behind me.
And after you felt that, was that when Juliana shot?
To me, those all seem to be within the same second. It's hard to say exactly.
Okay. Now, when you were
Okay.
you were tending to Christine prior to Juliana shooting, correct?
Yes.
Were you able to maintain whatever it was you were doing for Christine?
I don't know exactly why, but my reaction to being hit and Juliana shooting was to stand up, and I stood up and turned around and looked at Joe.
Okay.
So if Christine was the one that engaged in this FetLife account and got the stranger to fulfill this fantasy of hers, and I just don't see from, like, let's say we take his perspective, right? Like his story as truth, that Christine was the one that did everything. She was the one that set this up. Why would Juliana say that she was involved in it then? Like, why say that, like, oh yeah, I was the one who created the account, if she wasn't the one who created the account, if it was really Christine, right? And why would she say that he was the one that stabbed Christine in the neck if that wasn't true? If it was the dead man who did that, right?
Joe was then further back, closer to the wall, and partially on the dog bed.
Now, did
Like, I know the defense is trying to say that, like, oh, law enforcement forced her to do it, but it's just like a wild story to just admit to. I feel like the story would be way more simpler than that. And I mean, again, remember, law enforcement, they were split on the catfishing theory. So it's like, would they really be pressing on her to admit the catfishing theory if they didn't even believe it to begin with? It seems like after she admitted to her and Brennan taking Christine's phone, doing the account and all that, that's when they were like, oh shit, we got to go back and look at the digital forensic stuff. And in light of new information, we've got to, take that into account. Oh man, I'm trying to think, if I was in his position and it went down exactly the way the au pair said, I feel like I would have just been like, hey, I walked in and my wife was being stabbed in the neck. I shot. That's it. Instead of like explaining like all the different body positions and the twists and turns, because I think the jury might take note that, hey, while he was explaining that his wife is getting murdered and stabbed in the neck and he's reliving the story again, he's not crying on the stand. There's like not really a lot of emotion there, or at all, I would say. It's pretty stone cold, in my opinion.
did you make sure that he was not getting up again?
I looked at him. He did not appear to be moving at that point.
Okay. What did you then do?
I yelled for Juliana to call 911 again, and I turned back around and went back to Christine.
Now, do you know what Juliana did with the gun that she used to shoot Joe Ryan?
At some point, I know she put it on the bed.
Did you observe that?
I don't think I observed her putting it on the bed.
Okay. And the gun that Juliana shot Joe Ryan with wasn't the gun that you have, correct?
No, the gun that I shot Joe Ryan with was my duty weapon, a Glock 19M, and the gun that Juliana took out of the safe, was a Glock 43X.
Now, the gun that you used to shoot Joe, was that put back in the holster?
I did not put my gun back in the holster. I put it on the ground next to me, basically just right at my side, kind of where I was kneeling.
So where, in terms of position, when you were tending to Christine, what position were you facing?
I was facing Christine towards the master bathroom door, and yeah.
And so when you put your gun down in order to aid her, to what direction did you put the gun down?
I put it to my right, so it was in between me and the bed.
And to the best of your recollection, do you know where it was in terms of in relation to the corner of the bed?
It's pretty close to the back left corner of the bed. There wasn't too much space between me, and there wasn't too much space between me.
He's delulu about his testimony. I think he'll get some sympathy. I think he was just so laser focused on trying to get the details correct that he forgot that, oh, wait, I'm reliving a very traumatic event. I forgot that I need to show emotion as well. Her story checks out. They verified a lot of what they said. I get a bad vibe from him. Is he charged with both murders? Yeah, double homicide.
In bed at this point.
And can you just tell the lady?
I think those are his parents right there. Now, apparently, Joe Ryan's mother is unable to make it into the courtroom. She's got like a medical condition. But Joe Ryan's aunt is in there. I don't know what she looks like, though. But I do see someone here with a notepad shaking their head. Maybe that's a news reporter. Not sure.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
That's what I was thinking, too. Like, she took off her shoes and tiptoed to the safe to make it seem like she had to go to the safe to get the gun. But she already had the gun with her.
In terms of time that morning, after you put that gun down, what did you do?
Well, when I put the gun down, that's when I had originally started aid to Christine, and that was when I asked her to show me the wound, and then we had kind of both put our hands on the wound.
Okay. Now, did there come a time when you instructed Juliana to call 911?
I had instructed Juliana to call 911 at least twice.
Okay. And did there come a time where you realized that when you were wondering what was going on with 911?
She seemed to be, after she shot, she seemed to be stunned and just standing there, not doing anything.
Really?
And I yelled at her.
So you're telling me that she didn't have the balls to do anything the entire time, but she had the balls to take one shot, and then afterwards she went back to not having the balls to do anything? It's like she didn't take any action whatsoever, but she shot and killed someone. Now, the aftermath, I expect her to be maybe like a little bit traumatized, like, oh shit, I just killed someone, like, what the fuck? But like before that, it's like there's no action on her part whatsoever.
Her to call 911 again.
And do you know if she followed your?
At that point, she seemed to come out of her trance, and I know that she started working on her phone.
Now, why didn't you call 911?
I had significant blood on my hands, and I was trying to help Christine. And also, we're trained that if there's others around, if you can have them call 911 or assist you, that is something that you would instruct them to do.
So, from inside the room, please describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how that 911 came, how you came to be talking on the 911 call.
Juliana seemed to be pacing, kind of in front of the TV area of the bedroom and kind of moving towards the master bedroom door. She called 911, but when she called, she really wasn't saying anything. She was kind of stumbling over her words.
And so, what, if anything, did you do?
I heard that she was on the call with 911, and I could hear the 911 operator asking questions, and so I answered the questions, of my home location and I guess briefly what had happened.
And what did you say?
I believe I said that there was a man that had stabbed my wife, and then I had shot him, and I identified myself as an officer. gave my address. Yeah.
Okay. And at that point, were you still rendering aid to Christine?
Yes, we had spoke slightly more also during that time. She was coughing, and blood had come out of her mouth, and so I knew that that's possible for people to choke on blood, and so I told her I was going to roll her on her side, and and so we did, and so I did that, and she seemed to know that that was also the right thing to do.
Okay. And so she was able to help you roll her over?
Yeah, so I rolled, so I guess it would be kind of slightly away from me, slightly more towards the master bathroom door, and further away from the bed.
Now, in the time frame that we've just talked about, did you ever get a point where you had a better idea of the wounds that were on Christine's neck?
After Juliana shot, and I went back to Christine. Once again, I put my hand on her hand, but she slid her hand from underneath mine and put it on top of mine, and actually my finger went inside of her neck, and that made me realize how badly she was hurt.
Now, with regard to when the hands were removed off of the neck, was there any indication as to how badly she was hurt in terms of anything?
I'm sorry, could you say it again?
In terms of, once you took your hands off of her neck, did that give you any indication of the extent of the wounds?
Yeah, I could see I saw the length of the wound, and the fact that my part of my finger actually went inside of hers before I quickly moved my hand out.
Were you able to, and so were you able to continue compression?
I did try. I would say that both of us continued to try compression. Probably also just before she rolled over, I realized that she was holding her hand on the other side of her neck too. I didn't notice that previously.
And so what side of the neck are you talking about now?
I was helping her with the right side of her neck, and she had her left hand on her left side of her neck.
Okay, so she was tending to herself on the left side of the neck?
Yeah, I didn't notice that originally.
I'm missing where he told her to call 911 the first time. Yeah, we're not really, it doesn't seem like we're really getting to the details of 911. Apparently he told her to call 911, and then, yeah, I don't know how they're going to explain that 15-minute 911 gap. I have like a whole separate defense that I think he should have gone with. I think it would have been way more cleaner, and it wouldn't be as confusing, and it really just throws Juliana under the bus, because it would make sense why she would admit to all these things, but then maybe she'll try to bring him down with her in order to get a plea deal. I'll talk about it in a moment, but yeah, there's that 15-minute gap for the 911 call.
Okay, did you end
left? I was helping her with the right side of her neck, and she had her left hand on her left side of her neck.
Okay, so she was tending to herself on the left side of the neck?
Yeah, I didn't notice that originally.
Okay, did you assist her then at that point?
I did not put my other hand around her. I did not put my other hand around her at that point. It was I don't know. I guess we were focused. I was talking to her, and I guess I was a little bit more focused on that.
Okay, and in talking to her, did she assist you in any? I mean, in terms of how you could help her?
Basically, she had indicated that she had told me that she, in her words and with her hands, that she wanted more pressure. After my finger had gone into her neck, I guess I tried to close my hand a little bit around the skin to try to, try to close the wound as much as possible, but it didn't seem to be doing anything.
Okay, and in terms of the blood, when you took your hand off of her wound, what did you see?
In the beginning, you could see that the blood was partially shooting out, and it was going through her fingers. But later on, that wasn't what was happening any longer.
Okay, and what, if anything, did you observe, and what did you do?
I mean, this was back to
Hey, Kurt.
putting pressure and covering the wound, and
Now, did there?
Yeah, he's going into so much details about how much she was helping her, but then remember in the body cam footage, apparently when they arrive, he was just sitting on his knees next to her, not using blankets or the towels around him to kind of like, what did the prosecutor say? Staunch the bleeding on her neck. That's kind of weird.
There come a time when the first responders arrived?
Yes, after some time, the first responders arrived. I know that Juliana left the room at some point, and I know that I heard her go down the stairs. I think that 911 had instructed her to open the door. At a different point on the 911 call, the 911 operator advised to get towels. And Juliana, this was before opening the door. Juliana went into the master bathroom and came back with towels also.
Now, had you been using anything when the 911 operator suggested towels, clean towels, things like that?
So I guess originally I guess I stopped doing pressure when the 911 operator recommended to use towels, and at that point I grabbed the comforter that was
I agree, Caitlin. I think it comes off as pretty calculated.
kind of all around me, and I used the comforter, part of the comforter on her neck for a little bit.
Okay. And did there come a time where you moved to something different, or what?
When Juliana gave me the towels, I kind of tossed the comforter behind me and used a towel.
Okay. Now, what, if anything, did you do after that?
I know that there was a point that I rechecked Christine's pulse, so I had to remove the towel, and I saw that it wasn't really as covered in blood anymore, and the pulse was significantly weaker, and I checked her pulse with my hand. Her pulse, she still had a pulse, but it felt slow and weak compared to when I had my hand previously.
Now, if you can, and do you have any idea, or can you give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury any indication as to, from the time you shot Joe Ryan to the time the first responders arrived, how long that was?
It's hard. It's very difficult to say. It felt like an extremely long time. I don't know. You're not really thinking about.
And it was probably longer for Christine when that first 911 call was put in, and then the second 911 call was put in. 15 minutes later.
how long it really takes, but the wait on the 911 call felt like it was forever.
After you testified, you stood up after Juliana shot Joe Ryan?
Yeah.
Was there any time between the moment you went back to Christine and the time the first responders arrived that you weren't next to Christine?
After I stood up, I spent the rest of my time kneeling next to Christine, and I did not get up from next to Christine until first responders arrived and instructed me that they were going to take over.
Okay, let's go to that point. What was the first thing that you realized that the police were there, or fire, or whomever?
I know that I heard Juliana yelling to come up here, and I heard many footsteps and people arriving.
And from your position of rendering aid, how did you move from that position?
So I was facing Christine and facing towards the master bathroom, and I was instructed to go into the master bathroom.
When you went, okay, sorry, go ahead.
I think I was standing relatively near for a few seconds before they instructed me to go into the master bathroom.
And when you relinquished first aid duties to the first responders, was Christine still breathing?
Yes, Christine was still breathing.
And her pulse was still?
Yes, she was still alive, very much.
Okay. Now, when you were taken away by the first responders,
Is this a good time to have a morning break?
yes, sir.
Okay.
I wonder if she was really still alive when they responded, but I wonder if he knew that, like, oh, I need to make sure I stab her enough so she wouldn't be able to speak to them and say anything that might incriminate me. Does anyone know if EMS or anyone said that she was still alive at the scene? Oh man, we're gonna get to cross-examination in 30 minutes, guys.
At the point when
Or 20 minutes, actually.
you were being told to let the first responders take care of Christine, do you recall who it was that advised you to go into the bathroom?
I did not know the names of anybody at that point.
Okay. When you went into the bathroom, what, if anything, did you do while they were tending to Christine?
I was instructed to sit on the edge of the tub.
Okay. And at that point, What condition were you in?
I was panicked, shocked, I mean, worried, scared. I felt like I was having a very hard time breathing, and my leg was bothering me, seemed to be spasming.
Okay, we saw from the body cam video, excuse me, we saw from the body cam video you received, I guess, a checkup in the ambulance?
Yes, some of the officers took me to an ambulance.
And what was that, what was the basis for them to get you checked out? Do you know?
I know at one point when I was in the bathroom, I went to the ground.
Okay.
And I wasn't walking properly.
I think what happened was he was like on his knees for so long that his legs went numb, and that's why he was limping. But then like when the officers pointed out to him, I think he was like trying to play it up a little bit, like, oh, there is something wrong with my leg, you know, when he got to the hospital.
They seemed to want to get me checked out.
When you arrived back home from the McDonald's, were you having any difficulties physically?
No.
During the period of time of what you described on February 24th within the bedroom, were you struck in any way that would have affected your lower extremities?
I don't remember being hit in my leg at all. I never remember being hit in the back of my shoulder.
Okay. And when you, I think it's partially showing on the body cam, but when you went down, describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened.
I was crying. I was having, I guess I would say that I was hyperventilating. I stabilized myself with my hands on the floor. And I was scared for Christine.
Okay. And
He hasn't shed a single tear for his wife on the stand.
at some point you, as we see in the evidence that's been presented, you go to the ambulance and you go to the hospital, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let me talk to you a little bit about another topic that came up during the trial. What, if anything, did you know about the purchase of windows at your house?
Windows were, Christine and I started looking for windows back in 2021. We received quotes from
What a shift.
10, 12, 15 different vendors. The shopping process was long. Over the course of the quotes and shopping process, we've refined that we wanted triple pane windows because the front of my house has quite a bit of southern exposure. A lot of sun comes in there and the foyer would get very warm. Also, some of the windows in my house were stuck closed where we couldn't open them. Christine complained about that none of our windows had screens. And one of the windows by the back door was off center enough that there was actually a slight gap to the outside. And the smallest window in the basement, for some reason, was a single pane window and would allow cold to come in. So that was a lot of the reasons why we shopped for windows.
And you indicated you went through numerous vendors?
Yes.
And when, if you know, did you agree upon vinyl light windows?
I believe we had a second quote from Vinylite in the early summer of 2022, which is before any relationship with Juliana. And we received an updated quote with the triple pane windows. I believe it was in July of 2022, which is also before.
And Juliana just made up this whole window pane story. She was that crafty to make up this story, I guess.
Any relationship with Juliana. And we've placed the final order in August and I believe made the first payment before any relationship was with any relationship with Juliana, meaning that the windows were fully decided prior to any relationship with Juliana.
Now,
That's what I caught on too. I caught on that the installation happened either before or during like right around when the affair started. But I don't know if Juliana's story was like, oh, the reason why they chose triple pane was because of the murdering plot. I don't remember that, but she did say that they tested out the windows, that, you know, we had one person screaming in the bedroom and we had another person stand outside to see if you can really hear much. But I think let's say the installation happened before the affair started. I mean, Juliana telling that story, I mean, that's still kind of a bit provoking.
hello.
Hello.
Did you ever go outside and scream in some sort of a test?
No, it's ridiculous. I did at one point speculate to Juliana that I wondered if our neighbors didn't hear the gunshots because of the windows. That's the only thing that I ever remember saying to Juliana.
Maybe he should have been like, well, we actually did do the scream test, but it was for sex.
And that was after February
Make sure we
24th, after some of my neighbors had spoke to me and said that they didn't hear anything.
Now, the window job that you had Vinylite do was a full replacement of all the windows.
Yes, it was replacement of every window.
Okay. And was there anything about the windows in the bedroom that was greater in terms of soundproofing or greater in terms of efficiency than the other windows around the house?
No, the entire house was chosen to do triple pane windows. There was a couple windows that were slightly different. One of them was the pane window in the master bathroom, which was obscured glass so that people can't see into the master bathroom. We changed the style of window of the basement smallest window to being double pane and triple pane in a sliding style.
What's he been like so far? I have to join the rewatch crew. In today's stream, I mean, yesterday was pretty wild. Today's stream, he blames his wife for having this affair, creating this account, and apparently her last words as she was dying was, "I love you and I'm sorry." No mention of the daughter whatsoever, which I have a hard time believing. I feel like the focus would be on like, hey, tell Valerie I love her. Tell Valerie that, I don't know, that you'll take care of her. Like, I feel like you'd just be focusing on the daughter, not on the affair and saying sorry to your husband. That would probably be one of the words, but I feel like you definitely would mention the daughter. As to, dude, I thought he was going to blame the au pair. He did not take that route. I think he should have blamed the au pair. I think it would explain more of the digital forensic stuff. I think it would explain the motive. I would explain that he, had nothing to do with the account setup, that, someone did set up the account for his wife, but it wasn't him. And I think also it would, if he took that route, that he wouldn't have to try to tarnish his wife's reputation by saying that like she had an affair and that he also had an affair. Like, I feel like it just got way too messy with him not wanting to blame the au pair.
I think that was the main changes besides upgrading to triple pane and the different repairs and things that we wanted in terms of features.
Now, moving.
Hey, Mikey, how are you doing today? Yeah, he's accused of stabbing his wife in the neck after rescuing her from a stranger attacking her.
On to the personal weapon that you have.
Okay.
Was that the one that Juliana used on the 24th?
Yes, my personal firearm was a Glock 43X.
And where do you normally keep that?
I keep it in my firearm safe, which is inside of my master bedroom closet.
Okay. And do you know, was that firearm in the safe and locked on the 24th of February?
Yes, the firearm was in the safe and locked on the 24th of February.
And did Juliana have access to the code?
Juliana knew the code because the code was the same as my door code to the house. And at different points, she was in my master bedroom closet and observed me putting away my firearms.
And so when you testified that she went into the
So she knew the code to the safe. I'm telling you, he should have threw Juliana under the bus. He should have been like, dude, I didn't realize she had the gun the entire time. When she was pretending to run to the safe, she already had the gun. Like, I don't know, man. There's so many ways he could have just thrown her under the bus. Maybe he still loves her.
closet and you thought it was for towels?
So when she went to the bathroom, I guess first I can't see the master bedroom closet from where I was in the bedroom.
Right.
When I told her to watch him and call 911, I didn't know what exactly she was doing at that moment, and I couldn't see that she went to the safe.
And at what point did you realize that she had gone to the safe?
Only after she shot.
And at some point were you able to confirm that your personal weapon was being used?
Well, yes, I saw that she had my weapon.
Okay. Now let's talk about the day before, November 23rd.
February 23rd?
I'm sorry, February 23rd. I apologize. Were you aware of any vacation plans for you and the members of your family?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you know about the vacation plans?
Christine and I already had a cruise that was planned for, I don't know, maybe May or June of 2023. That was planned earlier with a large part of our family was going to be attending to that. But Christine and I were planning another trip, which was going to possibly be to Punta Cana, which is where we had our honeymoon originally. And so we had discussed that, and she was telling me.
The thing I was wondering also, well, one, it's so sad that it seems like she was planning on this like family vacation. You know, she was looking for like kid-friendly resorts in Dominican Republic, and she like seemed to purchase this bathing suit, and then they murdered her. It's really sad. The other thing that I was wondering, there's this is what I noticed, because the murder happened about a week after Valentine's Day. There's a picture of their living room where there were like Valentine's Day balloons in the living room. And I was like, oh, I wonder if those Valentine's Day balloons, were they from Brendan to Christine, the victim, or were they from Brendan to Juliana? Awkward.
About some of the resorts that she had been looking at.
Okay, and was Royalton Resorts one of those?
That I believe was the one that she liked the best, and she sent me a message wanting me to look at it and basically to see if I agreed, and if we would probably book it relatively soon if we thought that would work out, and we'd have to figure out days off and things like that.
Do they still end up going to the resort trip? Like, what if he ended up going but with a nanny? Eesh.
Do you remember where you were when you received that message?
Actually, I think I was in the living room with her. I think she just sent it to me as like, this is what we're saving so that we could continue to.
Yeah, this photo here. I saw it and I was like, ooh, whose balloons are these? Juliana's? The woman that he had an affair with, or his wife, Christine?
Review it later.
Okay, to show her.
Yes.
Or to show you, I guess.
Yes.
And how did you receive that message?
Generally, when we message, we don't use standard text messaging. Our usual message of choice was Facebook Messenger, and that's how I received that.
Okay. And you were in the same room with her?
I believe I was in the same room with her. We were in and out of the same room together frequently that day. That day was my birthday.
Specifically relating to that request or the discussion about the travel arrangements, did you ever take control of her laptop?
No, she was sitting on the couch using her laptop, and we were discussing it while I was playing with the Lego with Valerie.
And did you ever use her phone regarding that discussion?
No, I never used her phone.
Did she ever leave to go anywhere during that discussion regarding resorts?
Not that I remember. At some point, I took Valerie to bed, and bedtime at that time usually involved a story or two, brushing teeth, getting changed, so that took 20, 30 minutes, and then I returned to Christine after I was done with bed for Valerie.
When you returned to Christine, did she have her devices still?
Yes.
Now, this was your birthday, so what was going on at the house that day?
One of my friends, Nishant, came over. He brought me a box of large cookies from, I believe it was Midnight Treats, and but really we didn't do anything for my birthday because Valerie had swim lessons that day, so I had taken Valerie to swim lessons. Christine had told me she had to work late. I don't think she got back until after 8.
Objection relevance? What are we talking about this?
Christine and I had celebrated my birthday, I guess, the day before. On the 22nd, we went to Korean barbecue, me, Christine, and Valerie.
Okay. And on the 23rd, which was your birthday, where was Juliana?
I don't know where Juliana was when we were talking about the vacations. I do know that she came with me to the gym. She actually worked out with Nishant at the gym, and then Nishant came back to our house later. I was with Valerie at the pool.
Okay. And when the discussions regarding resorts and all that sort of stuff was going on, was Juliana around for that?
I don't know where she was, but she was not in the living room, kitchen, main floor area.
Was Christine's laptop there with you guys?
Yes.
Was her phone with you guys?
I don't seem to remember much about her phone that day because my recollection is her using the laptop, and that's where she was doing the research while that we were talking about.
Now, did there come a time when you recorded Lily and
The dog?
sounds that Lily made and makes?
Yes, I believe it was in the summer of 24.
Okay.
Relevance?
And in doing that recording, why were you making the
Oh, wait, hold on a second. So I didn't listen to the beginning of yesterday's testimony. Are they trying to say that on the 911 call, when you hear a groaning, because Juliana said that Joe was still alive at that point, that was when she prematurely called 911, and this defendant was like, hang up, hang up. Were they trying to say that it was the dog that was making groaning noises and not Joe? Did anyone watch the beginning of yesterday's testimony? Oh my gosh, is that where we're going? I played the 911 call for you guys. It sounds like a person. It doesn't sound like a dog moaning, growling, howling. Oh gosh.
recording of Lily's sounds?
Ryan Campbell which is Juliana's attorney, had come to my house because he wanted to view the layout.
I thought the dog was in the basement at this point. When did the dog come upstairs? I don't know, man. I guess depending on the dog, but I would assume that if there was a lot of commotion, gunshots, screaming, stabbing, I feel like a dog would probably just want to hide. I don't know if they would come and check out their bedroom, be like, oh, hey guys, what's going on here? Y'all having fun without me? Like, I don't know. But I guess it depends on the dog. I would just assume the dog would be hiding.
Out of the house and see how far it took to get to places, and where my gun safe was and things like that. And when he was there, I had Lily outside because I didn't want her to bother him. And he heard sounds of Lily whining and complaining to come in because she was separated from everyone on the inside. And I believe it reminded him of the noise.
Sustained as
I don't think you can say what he thought.
Okay.
What, if anything, did he ask you to do?
Objection, hearsay.
Based upon your conversation
You see her roll her eyes. Was a dog named Chloe? We got a Chloe, we got a Lily.
with him, what, if anything, did you do?
I recorded the sounds that Lily made.
Okay. And have you listened to the file of Lily 3?
Yes.
Oh my God, it's the
And
dog.
does that accurately
Blame
represent
the
the sounds that Lily made?
Yes, I sent several different recordings I made several different recordings for her, yes.
Okay. Are
Okay, but how do you explain the 15-minute gap between the 911 calls then?
you aware of the one Lily 3?
Yes.
And you've heard it and you've listened to it?
That's why it's called Lily 3. Okay, I was wondering why the 911 call was labeled as Lily 2, Lily 3 when the audio guy was testifying. And I was like, oh, okay, maybe it's just a weird name, I guess. Because they're trying to say it's the dog. So it's a dog called 911? I'm just kidding. They don't think that. But, I mean, we might as well just go into that territory.
To it?
Yes.
And that reflects the sounds that Lily makes?
Yes, it does.
Here, I move that in as defense exhibit number 377.
Blame the dog, blame the wife, blame the au pair.
Any objection?
No objection.
377 is a different,
When are we going to blame the kid? Are we going to blame the kid at some point?
it was annotated as a different exhibit. Do you want to make it 378?
Oh, yeah.
77 in the
And
All right, it's into evidence. Play it.
the file that I was about to move in is already in evidence.
Okay, that's
I
the,
believe it's exhibit.
Are they going to play it for the jury to hear again? Because it sounds... Okay, play it for the jury again. It's really sad. It's really sad because it does sound like a person groaning and in pain and crying out.
Courts and soldiers.
yes, sir.
Yo, you know when he was in elementary school, he blamed his dog for eating his fucking homework. You know, look at that face. We know. What do you mean? My dog ate my homework. What do you mean, teach? Oh, that's his parents, I think. Yo, I don't know, man. His mom don't look like she's buying it. Her mom looks like she's just like defeated. Dad is just like trying to be stoic. Oh gosh. Concerning. Very, very concerning. like her scarf and her sweater though. Like his mom is really stylish. She was pretty stylish yesterday.
Have you ever used
Oh, are we not playing the recording? Okay, I guess not.
looked at FetLife prior to the discovery that's come out in this case?
No, I had never used or looked at or heard of FetLife previously.
Were you aware of Christine using FetLife at all?
No, I didn't have any knowledge of Christine using FetLife.
Did you have any knowledge of whether she had used Craigslist ever?
She was also looking for the Craigslist killer? I mean, in this scenario, instead of the Craigslist killer, it's the FetLife killer, I guess.
I think that she did back in New York to advertise that we had a yard sale.
Okay. And that would be the extent of the use of Craigslist?
That's the only time that I can remember.
How about something called Backpage? Did you ever know her to have used those kind of things?
No.
Why are we bringing this up?
Was there any sort of, well, let me ask you this. How is it that you and Christine would primarily communicate?
Primarily, we would communicate on the phone. We would talk almost, when Christine would leave from work, she would almost always call me. Obviously in person when we're together. And if it's messages, such as when we're both at work, we usually use Facebook Messenger.
Now, in terms of what you've observed with FetLife, in your own relationship, were any of those sorts of things done in the bedroom?
There was a point a number of years ago that Christine had indicated that she was interested in bondage type situations.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Wait, what now? Hold on a second. I was making a poll for you guys. Curious to know what you guys think about this testimony.
Now, in terms of what you've observed with FetLife, in your own relationship, were any of those sorts of things done in the bedroom?
There was a point a number of years ago that Christine had indicated that she was interested in bondage type situations.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Oh, but he already
Without
got it
getting into
in.
what she had said,
If you're the jury, you can't unhear that.
were there times when,
Objection, leading.
Sustained is leading.
what if any times were there conflict in terms of sexual?
Objection, leading.
Sustained is leading.
In
Come on,
terms of
Mr.
your sexual relationship with Christine, what if any differences did you have?
I was not interested in ever harming her. I was never interested in sexual violence. I would say that we also had a discrepancy of how often we would like to have sex, or I would like to have sex more frequently than we did. We would like to have sex, or I would like to have sex more frequently than we did.
So she the freak, but he the one that wants to have sex more frequently. Okay.
But did those differences, what if any effect did those differences have on your relationship with Christine?
I would say that those differences caused some of the reasons why we had affairs at various points in our relationship.
Did you love your wife?
Yes.
Do you love your daughter?
Yes, sir.
Did you have any sort of plan for what February 24th became?
No, it was a situation I was never expecting, never expected to be in, would never want anyone to be in.
You guys ever watched that movie with Ben Stiller and Owen William? Is it Owen Wilson? Oh, Owen Wilson, I think. The modeling one, Zoolander. You know how like Ben Stiller makes that face like where he's trying to be like mopey and sad? I don't know. I just keep seeing Brendan. I keep thinking of Zoolander, you know, because he's like trying to like come off as like, oh, like sad or like, you know, like trying to make himself like sympathetic. I don't know. I just see Zoolander, okay?
In terms of looking back on February 24th, what, if any, things do you think you would do differently?
Objection, relevance.
I'll sustain the objection.
What, if any, things would you do differently in the room confronting Joe Ryan?
Objection, relevance.
I'll sustain as to relevance.
Not the blue steel. This is like the pity steel. Pity me. Not the blue steel. Hold on. It's not
When
a...
you shot Joe Ryan, were you aware of where you would hit him immediately?
No.
Because the blue steel is more like you're like posing, you know, your face, your like lips is pouting. But like there's a face that like that he does when he's like trying to come off as like sad. Like Matilda. Where he's like trying to be sad and like overly like dramatic. And I just keep thinking of him doing that. Like this type of thing, you know? When he tries to do the Moby face, I keep seeing how he couldn't hold back his smile when he talked about. I know. I'm like, I feel so sad for his wife. Like, Jesus, this guy completely 100% moved on, and I don't get any ounce of like, I don't know, like no contrition whatsoever, like no regrets. You know, he's like, I did what I did.
When was it that you found out that you'd hit him in the head?
Actually, I wasn't sure. Where I hit him until we had discovery.
And why did you shoot John Ryan on February 24th?
He was attacking Christine. I mean, he was stabbing her. I mean, I wish I shot him earlier.
Aaron, I have no further questions.
Cross-examination?
Oh man. Oh man. All right, we're getting in cross-examination. I can't wait. I don't know. I'm thinking of like this face. Like, you know, when he's like trying to be like sad, like he's like this. That's what I kept saying throughout the testimony. All right, let me stop fucking around. All right, cross-examination. You guys ready for this? I am ready because this prosecutor, she is fiery, okay? She be chewing gum. She doesn't care about anything. She don't give a fuck. Also, she was really scary in cross-examination when she was crossing the digital forensics guy, so can't wait to see how she crosses this defendant. I will slow it down, though, because I think she speaks really fucking fast. She on fire. He trying to look like Eeyore? No, not Eeyore. Le Tigre? All right, Brendan. E minus. Let's look at the poll really quick. All right, guys, please vote in the poll. What do you think about his testimony? 75% not credible, 25% can't tell, 0% credible at this point. But yeah, feel free to vote in the poll. I'm curious to know what you guys thought of his testimony. Did not shed a single tear for his wife while reliving the traumatic event. I can't get over that.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Okay, how are you?
Good. So let's understand. This is the first time you've told this story or any story about what happened in the bedroom on February 24th.
That's what I'm curious about. I was like, do we have police interviews? Because they didn't show any, I don't believe. What story did he tell before when he was cooperating with law enforcement? And they did question him while he was in the hospital, but that was when the body cam footage cuts off.
2023, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you did not tell the police on that day in the bedroom. You did not tell the police on that day in the hospital. You did not tell them when you were back at the station, correct?
Judge, I'd object. May we approach?
We can approach.
Didn't tell in the bedroom, didn't tell in the hospital, didn't tell at the police station. Why didn't she play his interview? Maybe in rebuttal, they'll play the interview? Because, man, if we were to hear a totally different set of stories, oh, it's going to look so bad for him.
Sorry, thank you. Let's try that again. You didn't tell the police in the house.
Compound?
You didn't tell them in the driveway. You didn't tell them at the hospital. You didn't tell them back at the station, correct?
I said what I did on the 911 call. I was not questioned by the police at the house, in the driveway, in the ambulance about what had happened.
Okay, but you were questioned at the police station. You didn't tell them then, right?
Actually, I was not questioned at the police station.
Okay.
You
It's been
weren't?
3 years. You have not had an opportunity to tell the police in the last 3 years what happened?
Yes, they have requested to, yes, they have requested to speak to me. The police did request Detective Bryant, I believe, requested to speak to me at the hospital, not at the police station. And yes, they did request to speak to me through my attorney subsequently.
Okay.
Oh, because he had lawyered up and he probably just didn't want to tell his side of the story. Okay.
And you were given the opportunity to tell a court what happened when you were brought in to testify at Juliana's preliminary hearing, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and at that point in time, you didn't tell anybody this story, right?
I was advised that that defense of others is not relevant for preliminary hearings, and it was my intention that I was going to testify.
Were you advised by your attorney? Couldn't his attorney object to that? Attorney-client privilege? I don't know.
At Juliana's trial.
Okay, but at the preliminary hearing, you didn't even admit to Christine being your wife, correct?
What?
That's what I was instructed to by my attorney.
Okay. So now that you've heard all of the evidence, every possible hearing that could happen in this case has happened, now you are ready to tell us what happened. Is that accurate?
I was ready to tell what happened at Juliana's testimony.
Now that you got to hear from all the evidence against you, from all the sides, you were able to last minute craft this shitty story of yours.
Juliana's trial when that was scheduled for November. And
Okay.
I'm waiting to do that for mine. I was expecting my trial to be earlier than this too.
But at no point in time have you reached out to law enforcement to tell them, at no point have you had your counsel reach out to law enforcement to tell them this story.
Actually,
of
I
you
did
protecting
have-
your wife. Excuse me, I'm not finished. You have not asked anyone to talk about how you saved your wife or tried to save your wife, have you?
Actually, I did. I told counsel that I would participate in any of the civil investigations that was going to be involved with my agency, and that I would talk to them regarding this case as they required.
Okay, did you do that?
They did
No.
not. They did not take it up, was my understanding, because I believe the Fairfax police did not want them to.
Okay.
What?
Understood. Your affair with Juliana began in August of 2022, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You took trips together, correct?
Yes.
You communicated with her on Discord, is that correct?
Yes.
Tell us
He was on Discord? Oh, gosh. Oh, man.
a little bit about Discord. Is that a messaging app that is secret, if you will?
No.
No? Okay. It's on your phone?
Yes.
Okay. And the two of you elected to communicate that way. Why not with Facebook Messenger like you communicated with Christine,
Your wife.
your wife?
I
So
think
secret.
Discord is my favorite messenger app, and I use it a lot, both with my friends and the gaming groups that I was in.
I was just gonna ask it. I was like, "Are you a gamer?" Because I feel like most people in their like late 30s wouldn't really use Discord unless maybe if you're a gamer, then I'm sure you would have Discord.
Christine did not use Discord.
Okay. You indicated earlier in your testimony yesterday, I think, that this affair with Juliana was really a nothing, right? This was just an affair. You had had others. This was not a relationship, correct?
I would say that it was a relationship, but it is an affair, but I wouldn't categorize it as serious.
Not serious. Okay. Did you love her?
There was points that I told her that I loved her.
You told her that you loved her, but you didn't actually love her.
I would say that I had feelings for her, but they weren't nearly as strong as feelings for my wife.
Understood. Okay. So let's take a look. Judge, I'd like to have displayed to the witness in counsel Commonwealth's 244.
Man, I just feel like his response is just so calculated. He's trying to figure out what, if I say yes to this, how will the counsel use this against me? So let me be careful and give myself a buffer just in case. I know, I saw her tattoo. I was like, damn.
All right. So, Mr. Banfield, these are your Discord messages with Juliana. Do you recognize the username APOCD2?
Yes, that's my
A little
Discord.
bigger so you can see. has some more numbers after that D21? All right, and that's you, right?
Yes, that is my Discord.
Okay,
Name.
and Juliana is identified as Juliana, is that correct?
It appears to be.
Okay, so if we look at line 30, which I'll highlight for you here, February 14th, Valentine's Day, 2023, Juliana tried to break up with you, right?
Juliana broke up with me numerous times.
Okay, on this occasion,
Oh my God. Did she try to break up because he wouldn't leave his wife for her? Or was she getting cold feet about the murder plot? What happened? By the way, February 14 is Valentine's Day, so it's possible that he had to properly maintain his relationship with his wife and celebrate Valentine's Day with her. And then maybe Juliana got pissed. Like, oh, why are you celebrating Valentine's Day with your wife?
she said, I told you I'm seeing other people. We spoke about this already. I won't be going, speaking of this trip to New York that you were going to take with Valerie,
Yeah.
right? I'm sure you two will have lots of fun, something to that effect, right?
Yes.
Okay. This upset you, didn't it?
Wow.
No.
No? Okay. You beg her in the next several messages to please talk to you, correct?
Oof.
How are you? Do you want to talk? We can chat. We'll scroll up so you can see more.
Oh
No,
no.
those are a different day,
I wonder if he was like, fuck, I didn't expect these Discord messages to be in here.
it appears.
Well, it looks like it's within hours. Yes, midnight happens and we've moved into another day, but you're still asking if you can talk to her, right?
That appears to be what it says.
Okay. Judge, I'd offer into evidence Commonwealth's 244, the Discord messages.
Any
Ooh,
objection?
we'll take a look at those later.
What evidence?
And Judge, if that's been published to the jury, we'll let it linger for a second, and then if we can take it down, we can move Commonwealth's recognize.
All right, I think he's reading the messages. He's like, oh shit.
Written while she's incarcerated.
Yes.
All right, do you recognize this letter?
Yes.
And this is your letter to Juliana,
Correct.
written while she's incarcerated, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say that in this letter you profess your undying love for Juliana?
It yes, it appears that I was definitely in love with her at definitely starting in the summer of 23.
Oh, okay, so it was just before she was arrested that you were fully in love with her?
Well, that's when we had an opportunity to actually have a bit of a relationship with.
An opportunity to actually have, oh my goodness, after your wife was murdered in front of you.
Other points were obviously very separated. I mean, I was still working a lot. Christina was obviously still around, and I was spending a lot of time with her. So it wasn't really until the summer of 23 that we had a lot of time together.
Okay, but in this letter, you're talking
Oh my God, the way he's phrasing it. Oh goodness. Your wife was just murdered. The mother of your child was just murdered just 2-3 months before. I finally actually got to have some time with her, you know? Like before, like I was spending so much time with my work and like, oh, my wife was like taking up so much of my time. But like now it's like I get to have all the time to be with this au pair.
about the memories of times you spent together before Christine's death, correct?
It seems like some of them are before and some are after.
Okay, and the long hot cuddle, was that before Christine's death?
No, that was after. We rode a bike and went to lunch and got caught in the rain.
Okay. Judge, I'd offer this is Commonwealth's 245.
Any objection? 245 in evidence?
If you like pina coladas.
And again, you describe here in the very first paragraph-ish, you came here and we fell in love. But you're suggesting that that love didn't happen until after Christine was dead.
As I said, that we did have feelings for each other prior, but I would not describe them as the level of feelings that I had for my wife of 19 years.
All right.
Oh,
So
gosh.
I can discontinue the display.
Can I read it? What we have been through, I only have pain and suffering without you. Your conversations about leaving or letting me go, setting me free are the most painful. I hate them. They make me cry every time. You are irreplaceable. You are my person. Wait, who wrote this? He didn't write this, did he? Why is the grammar so like fucked up? I believe you will have the best life together, full of love, happiness, support, fun, laughter, romance, and fulfillment. Sorry about the mess on the page as I'm crying while writing. Wait, sorry, did he write this or did she write this? Hi, Remy. My dog just busted in. Hi, what's up?
And again, you describe here in the very first paragraph-ish, you came here and we fell in love.
Oh, he wrote this.
You're suggesting that that love didn't happen until after Christine was dead.
As I said, that we did have feelings for each other prior, but I would not describe them as the level of feelings that I had for my wife of 19 years.
Yikes.
All right.
Not a good look for the
I
jury.
can discontinue the display.
All right.
And if I can have Commonwealth's 246 shared with counsel and the defendant. Mr. Banfield, this one's 14 pages, so I'm not going to belabor this, but this is another love letter to Juliana. Is that accurate?
It looks that way.
Judge, I
Corgi,
would offer this
guilty.
into evidence is Commonwealth's 246.
Are you saying I'm guilty?
Foundation for him identifying.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
And here you said that she's your gym partner, helped you to be the strongest in your life. You've never had a consistent partner before.
Yes.
Wow.
That was referring to a gym partner.
I thought he would be more careful. Why did he put this in writing? Oh, man.
I am obsessed with your happiness.
Yes.
But again, all of this is after Christine
I mean,
had passed?
if you look at that, it also is that I declared that she was a hero because, in my view, she saved my life that day. I think it's easier to fall in love with somebody that saved you.
Oh, I feel like he just came up with that and he's like so proud of it. Got that little glimmer in his eyes. Or was she a hero because she and him got rid of his wife and now he's living happily ever after? But I think at this point she was incarcerated though, so maybe he was hoping that she would be able to get out.
All right. And I'm going to have you take a look, Judge, if we can pull this down. Commonwealth's 247. Do you recognize this item?
Yes.
All right, and this is another love letter to Juliana?
Yes.
All right. Judge, it offers into evidence, Commonwealth's 247.
Any objection? 247?
Can we see the exhibits?
I can have you take a look at Commonwealth's 250. Do you recognize this letter? Names for your future children with her.
That is something that you wanted to talk about.
Okay. Judge, I would offer this into evidence as Commonwealth's 250.
They're gonna have future children. Oh my goodness. And they're talking about children names. Oh
Any objection?
gosh.
250 in evidence?
All right. But you are contending, again, these feelings these very strong feelings, these let's be together for the rest of our lives feelings did not exist when your wife was alive.
Correct.
Okay, and they certainly did not motivate you to kill your wife.
Juliana and I weren't even together when Christine died.
All right.
What?
You had broken up, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. Did you need to kill your wife to get her back?
definitely not.
Oh, now he's saying they weren't together. They were broken up at that point for like a week. Coincidence.
You've had multiple affairs, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and one of those affairs was with a woman named Danielle, who you met on a fetish site searching for sugar babies.
Oh no. Oh no. Because I was like, how did he know about FetLife? I was thinking like maybe he has some fetishes that he wanted to explore with other women. Or maybe he did just come across FetLife through Juliana, but like, damn, now the state prosecutor is saying that like, you had affairs. Oh, and it seems like you found this person on a fetish site. Oh my goodness. Oh no. Oh no. The look in his face. Replay.
yes,
Okay, and one of those affairs was with a woman named Danielle, who you met on a fetish site searching for sugar babies. Is that correct?
I would not call it a fetish site.
Okay, what would you call it?
Dude, look at his fucking face. He just has a thing for really young women. Oh my goodness. No wonder. I wonder if he pitched having Juliana stay with him. Like choosing her as an au pair. And then he like slowly wormed his way into Juliana's bed. Oh man. Well, this was planned all along. Look at that face. Look at that face. God.
I would not call it a fetish site.
Okay, what would you call it?
An arranged relationship.
Okay, but you were looking for someone to be your sugar baby?
I guess. It was a relationship where they would already know that I was married. That was what I was looking for.
Okay. Another one of your affairs was with your best friend's wife, is that correct?
What?
No. No. First, he's
Oh my god, this guy he just sounds so sleazy.
Is that correct?
no. No. First, he's not my best friend. Number two, they were not married. They were not even together at that point.
They were, is that your understanding of what they believed, or is that how you perceived their relationship? Did they think they were together?
I don't think so. My understanding is that she wanted to be with him, and they were not together at that point.
Okay,
But no, they were definitely not married at that point or anything like that.
okay, but you were married at that point.
Yes, I was married at that point.
All right, thank you. Let's talk about Christine and her apparent decision to solicit someone to fake rape her. You would agree, you have not seen today, nor are you aware of any phone history, computer history, indicating that she was interested in this type of relationship prior to January of 2023, correct?
I was aware that she was interested in this type of thing, but I was unaware of the messages or that she was pursuing this again, as it had been many years since she had expressed those feelings.
Okay, but there is no internet history that you're aware of predating January 2023, correct?
I'm not, can you ask that a different way?
Okay. From what you've seen in court, she sets this up. She's using a profile picture from a gym bathroom with like a Barbie doll. I think it's an Ariel doll in the picture. And that's a photo that she sent to you on that day, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did she have any other pictures in her Facebook cache that she could have used that you're aware of?
I don't know.
Okay,
I mean,
you never looked at her Facebook?
yes, I look at her Facebook, but I don't use social media very much.
Okay. You presented us with 20 plus pictures yesterday. Were any of those photos available to her? They all came from her Facebook page, correct?
I don't know where they came from. I didn't arrange for them.
Oh, okay. Those weren't your photos that you were sharing with us?
Some of them appeared to be my photos, but I don't know. Some of them, I believe, were my mother's. Some of them, I think, were Christine's. A lot of times, Christine and I, if we were to share photos, we shared them on Messenger.
Okay. All right. And in the pictures that you all had shared on Messenger, there was not a single other photo of Christine where she wasn't in a public bathroom that she could have used as her profile photo?
I'm sure she could choose whatever profile photo she would have wanted. I don't know why. I mean, it appears that she took the photo that day and used the photo that day for herself.
Okay. When these solicitations occurred between Christine and the other users on FetLife, she was looking for someone that she expected to engage with her sight unseen, correct? There were not to be any meetings in public in advance of this hookup.
That is what the messages seem to appear.
Okay. And she was only doing this when either you or Juliana were home, correct?
It appeared to me that
Yeah, because if you're gonna use like a profile picture or send like sexy photos of yourself on this like fetish app, it'll probably be like selfies. You're probably gonna be like maybe push your boobs together or something. Not like this like her taking a picture of her in the bathroom, because it really does seem like she took a picture of her in a bathroom in a bathing suit to show it to her husband, right? But if she was trying to take a picture and put it on this like fetish app, it would be like selfies and be a little bit more different, not like just like standing there in a public bathroom. And then I was also wondering, like, oh, if she didn't want to meet with anyone in person in public, wouldn't she blur her face out or at least like cut her face off and just like show just her body first?
that it happened when
Get
I
him.
was not home based on what was presented today often.
Right, but Juliana was home, correct?
I don't necessarily know where Juliana was at those points.
You just know that you weren't there, correct?
Well, we went through lots of the evidence that showed that there was many times that I wasn't there. There was points that it showed that the messages were logged into from the CBRN email that Juliana states that she has no knowledge of, never logged into, doesn't know the password to. And so if Juliana is the home, whether she is or not, the only other person that is home is Christine that
Right.
can.
But most importantly,
Look at him. Oh my God. Saving the au pair and throwing his wife under the bus. We're seeing it in real time. That is why I think that he should have just thrown Juliana under the bus, because they went through the forensic evidence of him not being at home while this suspect email account was being used to engage in the FetLife stuff, right? But there were times where Juliana was home. So that's why I was like, he should have just thrown Juliana under the bus and said that like she was the one that wanted him. She was the one that created this plot. She wanted to have the wife murdered. She wanted the green card. She wanted the citizenship. She wanted this family, this house to live in America. Like he should have just done that one with that story instead of going through this weirdly weird route of like, oh, my wife made the FetLife account or my wife is having an affair and trying to make her look bad. Like he is still, I think he is like still in love with her. Despite her taking the plea deal and completely just being like, you know what, fuck this relationship, I'm throwing this guy under the bus. He's like still protecting her. Wow, he got really fired up there. Oh, hold on a second. Prosecution face here is, I mean, that's gold right there. I'm gonna take a screenshot of this one. She's like, gotcha. All right, rewinding it back a little bit.
Presented today often.
right, but Juliana was home, correct?
I don't necessarily know where Juliana was at those points.
You just know that you weren't there, correct?
Well, we went through lots of the evidence that showed that there was many times that I wasn't there. There was points that it showed that the messages were logged into from the CBRN email that Juliana states that she has no knowledge of, never logged into, doesn't know the password to. And so if Juliana is the home, whether she is or not, the only other person that is home is Christine that
Right.
can.
But most importantly, you are not home, correct?
It appears that there was many messages that were sent while I was home and many messages that
That's
were
not what
sent
I
while I
asked.
wasn't home.
I am asking, you were not home.
There is both messages that from when I was home and when I was not home, it
Okay.
appears.
Okay. So the person that she picked again was one who was willing to come to her home, not a hotel, without any sort of public meetup first, as seemed to be the ask from most of the other participants on FetLife. Accurate?
I didn't read the other messages between other people.
Okay. And this person needed to be willing to bring a knife, correct?
I don't know.
Okay.
I didn't see an ask for the knife.
Because someone with a blood disorder would for sure wouldn't have a knife to be involved.
No problem. You were present for your daughter's birth. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, were you aware that Christine received medication to address her blood clotting disorder?
My experience is that she did not, that they tested her in her prenatal experience and that she did not require a medication for it, but they were going to monitor her for it during the delivery.
Okay, because you were aware she had a blood clotting disorder, correct?
I am aware that she has a blood clotting disorder.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
When you set this whole thing up,
I didn't set this whole thing up.
I'm sorry, when Christine set this whole thing up,
I like how she slid that in there.
when you set this whole thing up,
I didn't set this whole thing up.
I'm sorry, when Christine set this whole thing up, it was scheduled to occur minutes after her family was leaving the house at 7 a.m.-ish, correct?
That's exactly what I said. Okay, she's listening to me. I'm just kidding. But that's exactly what I said. Why make it so it's so close to the time when her husband was like still in the vicinity? And then why didn't she make sure that the au pair and the daughter completely left the neighborhood? They were still in the cul-de-sac. The car was still parked there. So I feel like Christina would be like, oh, wait, hold on a second. Don't come yet. Let me wait until my nanny leaves. The timing of it is just a little too perfect, you know?
When you set this whole thing up,
I didn't set this whole thing up.
I'm sorry, when Christine set this whole thing up, it was scheduled to occur minutes after her family was leaving the house at 7 a.m.-ish, correct?
I don't know what time her family was leaving the house.
Oh, you hadn't shared with her your plan to go to your meeting early the next morning?
I didn't have a meeting the next, I'm sorry, can you ask the question again?
Sure, the night before on the 23rd,
Oh,
right?
23rd,
When
sorry.
she is setting this up, she's scheduling it to occur at 7:20-ish a.m., which was going to be minutes after everyone had left the house to go to the zoo, to go to the big meeting, right?
That is what the messages seem to say.
Okay, and are you telling us that your wife was not aware that you had this big meeting scheduled for the 24th?
She was aware that I had a meeting scheduled.
Okay, and was she aware that the nanny was taking your daughter to?
Your wife wasn't aware that this big meeting was scheduled. You didn't talk about how this big meeting was going to lead to the promotion that was supposed to happen the week afterwards. You weren't giddy about that? Exactly. Why not schedule it when they were out of town? It's not like, oh, they never went out of town. There were times when he would go out of town with the nanny, which is fucking weird. But yeah, they would go out of town and with the kid too. Why not do it when they were out of town?
The zoo?
It appears to me that she arranged for Juliana to take Valerie to the zoo. She got the parking tickets to take her to the zoo. She had planned it, I don't know, a week, 10 days prior.
Right, and the zoo opens at 8 o'clock and everyone's leaving at 7, but she scheduled Joe Ryan to come over at 7:20. Is that correct?
I don't know what time she scheduled exactly.
Okay. And you indicated that you were not aware that she had taken February 24th off until just the day before, right?
That is correct.
Okay, but that's not accurate because her parents were scheduled to come while you were going to be out of town the night of the 24th. Isn't that correct?
Oh my goodness. It's falling apart. I'm slowing it down. It's falling apart.
You indicated that you were not aware that she had taken February 24th off until just the day before, right?
That is correct.
Okay, but that's not accurate because her parents were scheduled to come while you were going to be out of town the night of the 24th. Isn't that correct?
I believe they were coming in the evening, and then she would already be back from work.
I see. So your expectation was that she was working that day, but their expectation and everyone else's expectation is that she would be home.
I don't believe it was ever stated that she was going to be home, that they were aware that she was going to be home. My experience was that she was scheduled to work until that day.
But her parents were coming for dinner.
I don't know if they were coming for dinner. I think they were traveling through. I don't know why they were coming exactly,
Okay,
because I think they were going to Florida or continuing on.
okay. And it would be your contention that on the morning of this planned tryst, she took her phone and turned it off herself and put it in the kitchen drawer?
I don't know. I did not see her turn off the phone.
Okay, you didn't see her with her phone at all. Did
I
you?
saw her with her phone in the morning when I was getting ready.
You did?
Yes.
Okay, and she was on her phone in the morning when you were getting ready?
Yes, she had her phone in the morning,
And you said that was 6:30.
roughly. I mean,
Okay.
I was in and
Why was she awake that early?
out getting ready in that morning, so it's hard to say an exact time.
So then would it surprise you if the digital forensics, Mr. Litsky's work would show that she was not on her phone at 6:30 or really any time before or after that with any?
Oh, God, that's your own expert. Mr. Litsky is your own expert. Your own expert said that she wasn't on her phone around that time. And he's like, well, I saw her in the morning at 6:30 when I was getting ready and she was on her phone. Oh, no.
Surprise you if the digital forensics, Mr. Litsky's work would show that she was not on her phone at 6:30 or really any time before or after that within
I
a,
saw her with her phone. It was on the bed. She had the laptop also on the bed.
got it. Okay, so she
So she was awake, but she was not on her phone. So was she just like sitting in bed? Like, what was she doing? Just sitting on her bed? Just like staring off to the distance? Like, what was she doing then? She wasn't on her phone.
she was just with the phone, not using the phone.
Yes.
I see.
Got it.
Let's talk about what happened in the room that morning. You leave the house, you go to McDonald's, and you're in the bathroom there for 7 minutes. Is that correct?
I believe that's what the time showed.
I mean, he probably had Taco Bell the night before. I'm just kidding. Leaves the house, is at McDonald's, bathroom for 7 minutes, blowing it up.
Okay, and you don't leave the bathroom until Juliana calls you at 7:37. Is that correct?
I believe that's the time. I don't have the time in front of me.
Okay, but
Dude, it sounds like he was just waiting in the bathroom then until Juliana.
as you're leaving the bathroom, you don't call 911.
I did not.
Okay, and you don't tell Juliana to call 911.
No, I did not.
You don't run out of McDonald's. We've seen you on the video. You walk to your car.
He does. I haven't seen the footage yet. I've seen the footage of him pulling up his car and through the drive-thru and stuff. I do have it saved though, but he just casually just walks to the car, you know, strange man coming to his house, 4-year-old daughter out there, just casually, you know.
I thought it looked like I was walking faster than normal.
Okay, but you're not concerned. You said at this point in time, you didn't have any reason to worry. You thought maybe she was just having an affair, another one, correct?
That was my original thought.
Okay, so out of curiosity, if she's having another affair, why are you going back to the house at all? Why didn't you tell Juliana just to go to the zoo with Valerie? Don't worry about it. It's just another affair.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to be telling Juliana about Christine's affairs. That's not.
You don't need to tell her about the affairs. You could just be like, oh shit, like she's having an affair. Take my daughter, go to the fucking zoo then. But no, he needed Juliana there. He needed her there because she was going to be the one that shoots Joe Ryan. Not him, her. That's why I think he's a weasel.
Not something I would discuss with her.
Why not? You're having an affair with Juliana.
Oh, true. That's a good point too. I mean, that is a good point. Oh, man.
We discussed basically nothing about Christine together. She didn't want to know anything about Christine.
Okay, so you're leaving the McDonald's. You're heading back home to catch your wife in the affair then?
I was very unsure of what was going on at that point. It went through my mind that it was possibly going to be an affair, but I did not know what it was.
Okay, so when you arrive at the house, you're saying that Juliana brings Valerie in after you to the basement. Is that correct?
Yes, and she also said that she followed me later. She didn't say that I told her.
Okay,
Wow, dude. Can you imagine the times where his wife caught him cheating and this guy just knows how to lie on his toes? Boom. Yep. That's the sense that I'm getting. He's just lying on his toes, dude. Holy shit. Can't imagine scheduling a hookup at 7:30. Doesn't seem sexy. Hey, you know, some people got different fetishes. It's different fetishes, I guess. But I agree with you. 7:30, right when everyone's like just leaving the house, you know. How much time between him leaving McDonald's and them calling 911? There is a screenshot. What time did he leave McDonald's? I don't know, maybe 30 minutes? I can pull it up. Give me a second.
and at that point in time, brings Valerie in after you to the basement. Is that correct?
Yes, and she also said that she followed me later. She didn't say that I told her.
Okay, and at that point in time, again, you're still thinking you're just busting your wife having sex with some guy.
I did not know, once again, exactly what was going on. That was a consideration, that it was possible that she was having an affair, but I did not know what was happening at that time.
Okay, but
He was like, I went into the house, I heard cheeks clapping, and so I thought it was an affair. But then I noticed the clapping of the cheeks, the time of it just didn't make sense. It was way too far apart. So I definitely knew that something bad was happening. It was like, what? Excuse me? That's like what he said on the stand.
be it catching her in an affair,
I think he said skin on skin contact.
this question marks something else that you haven't defined. Why wouldn't you tell the babysitter to take your daughter back outside?
Mm-hmm.
I believe that she was safe in the basement. I thought they were okay there.
Safe? Why would safety be an issue if you just thought it was just an affair? Oh, man. It's hard to lie on the spot. It's hard. It's hard.
Did not perceive that they were in danger at that time. I told them to stay at the car. I don't know why she chose to come to the house.
Okay, but you're law enforcement, and this is your house. You're not going to tell them what to do to ensure that they are safe when you have this doubt about what's going on?
I understand that. And it may have been a mistake that I didn't send them back out, and it's something that I've thought about many times.
Okay. You indicated that you haven't drawn your gun until you're on the stairs up to the bedroom and can hear what you think are sex.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it happens pretty quickly. It seems like the au pair calls Christine at 7:36, and then she calls Brendan at 7:37, 7:38. It probably takes him about 6 minutes to get to where he's at in McDonald's to the house. And then the first 911 call, the accidental 911 call, happens at 7:47. So it happens all in like a minute or two when he arrives at the house, it seems.
Okay. You indicated that you haven't drawn your gun until you're on the stairs up to the bedroom and can hear what you think are sex noises coming from the bedroom. Is that correct?
No, I stated that when I was on the main floor, I believed that the noises were sex, moaning, things like that. But later on, when I was climbing the stairs, I had already changed my thought, and I thought that what I believe are strikes sounded too sharp, too.
Right, your mind
moan-
changed. It
yes.
wasn't sex anymore. Now it sounded bad.
Yes,
Okay. At that point in time, there's a lock on the outside of your basement door, correct?
Mm-hmm.
yes.
Okay. You didn't lock the basement door, did you?
I'm not sure I've ever locked that.
Well, the lock is there, isn't it?
It was there when it came with the house. I don't believe I've ever used that lock at any point.
Okay, but it would have presumably kept your babysitter and your child from leaving the basement.
Also, why is there a lock outside the basement door? It's kind of weird. I feel like if you're in the basement, then someone can lock you in there.
And following you, as we know Juliana did, up to the room where bad things were now happening, right?
I guess that's possible, but I never thought of that lock. It's not something that's in my general thought pattern, as it's not something we ever use.
Okay, so you followed your training and pulled your weapon and walked up the stairs with the gun out. Is that accurate?
Yes,
Okay. And when you turned and saw Juliana had followed you, at that point in time, you're worried that bad things are happening, correct?
yes, I am.
Did you tell her to call 911 at that point?
No, I was moving quickly towards the door.
Did you tell her to go back downstairs and get your daughter out of the house at that point?
I wasn't worried about Juliana at that point. I was worried about Christine.
Okay, you weren't worried about your daughter at that point either then, right?
Nope.
I don't think Valerie was on the top of my mind when I believed that Christine is being injured, and that was at the forefront of my.
Why wouldn't your daughter be in your mind? Because if your wife is being injured, then what if there's other intruders in the house, right? Now we go back to the intruder theory. There could still be other people there. I feel like your daughter would for sure be on your mind, and you wouldn't want your daughter to hear. You wouldn't want your daughter to be present or be nearby.
My mind.
So you get up to the room with your gun drawn and
He fucked up. He should have just left the au pair with the daughter in the car. But like I said, he's a weasel. I think he wanted the au pair to be the one that shot and killed Joe Ryan. Because obviously when law enforcement arrives, he's not going to say that he stabbed his wife. He's going to say that Joe stabbed his wife. And who killed Joe? Oh, the au pair did. I didn't do anything. I didn't have a hand in it. I just tried to save my wife.
you see what's happening. You see Joe Ryan behind your naked wife with something metal in his hand. Is that accurate?
Yes,
Okay. And at that point in time, you yelled police, correct?
yes,
Okay. You didn't shoot.
no,
You did not yell for Juliana, who's behind you, to call 911.
Yep.
I didn't know that Juliana was behind me or
You said that when you climbed up the stairs and you were hearing all these noises and screaming, or sorry, he never said he heard his wife scream. He just said that he just heard like noises, okay? Strikes, skin on skin contact, okay? He said that he all of a sudden heard the door behind him open or something. I'm like, there's so much noise happening. You notice a door opening? Okay. But now it's like, wait a second. You knew it was Juliana who came in. So when this was happening, why didn't you shout for her to call 911? Why didn't you tell her to get out of the house with the kid? Like, I can't wait to hear the jury interviews after this. If they want to interview, I want to know what they think about it. Right? They're probably like, what the what is going on here?
You yelled police, correct?
yes,
Okay. You didn't shoot.
no.
You did not yell for Juliana, who's behind you, to call 911.
I didn't know that Juliana was behind me or had climbed the stairs at that point. I had only seen her on the main floor leave at the
But
door.
you can still shout down. You can still shout down for her to hear.
I did not see her climb the stairs at that point.
Okay, but you told us that the foyer is this big echoey chamber that you can hear from any.
Yes, that's exactly. Yes. Yes, 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 yes.
On the main floor leave at the door. I did not see her climb the stairs at that point.
Okay, but you told us that the foyer is this big echoey chamber that you can hear from anywhere in the house. If she's in the foyer and you're standing at the door, whether or not she's immediately behind you, if you yelled, call 911, she would hear you, wouldn't she, in this echoey foyer?
Yes, she would hear that.
Okay, but you didn't do that, did you?
I was focused on the tense situation that was in front of me.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to ask for just a moment while I log back in.
You're focused on the tense situation happening in front of you, and the focus would be call for help. She got him, though.
Counsel, take a look. Mr. Bryan? Yes?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I'd offer Commonwealth's 251 into evidence.
Any objection?
Your Honor, object to relevance.
Overruled, 251 in evidence.
So this man, Joseph Ryan, planned to kill your wife, having left this completely discoverable trail on the internet. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea what his plans were.
Okay. So you think maybe he came for another reason?
He planned on killing the wife, left his phone in the car, and then didn't delete his apps, his messages, or anything like that. Oh my God, my dog is howling right now. It's so cute. He's so cute.
And then at some point his mind changed? So you think maybe he came for another reason and then at some point his mind changed?
I don't know.
Okay. Did he say anything to you that would lead you to believe that he stabbed your wife on the spur of the moment?
I mean, it appeared to be somewhat related to me telling him that I was going to arrest him. But besides that, I'm unsure.
Okay, well then let's nail this down. I thought you had said that when you entered the room, the knife is in his hand, the other hand's maybe on her neck, somewhere in her hair, and she's already bleeding, correct?
I believe that there was already blood in her hair.
Okay, so in your version of this, he had already stabbed her when you walked in the room.
I believe so.
Okay, and
Wait, really? Okay.
you then saw him stab her.
I guess I'm not sure. It could have been at that same. It could have been at that same time that he already has the knife to her neck. So I don't know if that he stabbed her before or that it was at that point that the knife is already to her neck that the blood goes to her hair.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, let's go back then and talk about your testimony. You described that when you came in, Christine was moaning / yelled. You thought she was being stabbed. She went to her left, and it seemed he, Joseph Ryan, was putting forward movement. That's what you testified to, right? So that would be the first stab that you saw.
The knife is inside of her hair, which would be at the location of her neck. I can't tell. Christine was yelling and obviously in pain. So I might think that she was already had the knife pressed to her at that point.
So we know from the medical examiner, and you know because you got to hear it, that she was stabbed 7 times and then had an 8th cutting wound, correct?
I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but yes, that sounds familiar.
Okay, and you've described for us that she's already bleeding and that you see a forward movement, but you can't really tell what happened, right? And then you told us a bit ago that there's an exchange between you and Joe Ryan. You tell him to let her go at least one more time after this exchange, and it appears that he forcefully stabs Christine. She spins away toward you and lands on her stomach on the ground. So there's one clear stab.
It's not towards me, it's away from me.
Okay. But that is one moment when you see Joe Ryan stab Christine, correct?
Yes, and then downward after she went to the floor. So
Okay,
there's
so you
only,
believe that's another stab?
I'm only positive of the two.
Okay, so you've got 2. So there's 5 more. When did he stab her those other 5 times?
The knife is inside of her hair. I can't tell the movement. I can't tell.
Yep. When did he start violently just going at her, stabbing at her neck?
How that is looking at that time. And I don't know exactly what happened before I arrived either.
Okay, well, she had to get 5 more wounds at some point. And you're telling us that when you get into the room, she's capable of speech, correct?
Yes.
Okay, she says a lot of stuff. She says that
He has a knife or something. Instead of saying, he stabbed me, or call for help, get help, help me.
he's got a knife, right? Brendan, he's got a knife.
Yes.
She says that. And she says at one point that she wants you to put more pressure on her neck, correct?
Yeah, she told me to put my hand there, and then she put more pressure on my
Right.
hand.
And then at one point, she tells you she can't see, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And all of this talking is happening with what at that point in time has to be all 7 of the wounds in her neck, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, if I can.
Yeah, so she's basically saying, like, how was she able to talk, I guess, with all those wounds in her neck?
Pull down the current display.
With all the blood gushing out of her.
Commonwealth's previously admitted 23.
23 under seal?
All right, and these are the wounds on the left side of her neck, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and if I can have the witness and the jury take a look at previously admitted Commonwealth's 25, also under seal.
Ooh, I think she's showing the injury on Christine right now. Like, she was able to talk to you with these injuries on her neck?
And these are the wounds on the right side of her neck, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
It's
and
under
she's
seal.
Chatting with you with these wounds in her neck, correct?
Yes, her voice is very hoarse. She was having difficulty speaking, but yes, she was talking to me.
Okay. So going back to Joe for a moment, you are not aware of what his plan was, whether it be to kill her or that may have just been something that happened while he was there, correct?
I know nothing about Joe Ryan prior to these interactions in the bedroom.
Okay. But you know from having sat through this trial what the Commonwealth's evidence is, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you know that he texted with someone on Christine's laptop that whole morning, correct?
Yes.
And you know that he laid out his expected arrival time, correct?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you catch that he stopped at Walmart on his way to your house and bought personal lubricants because
Your
your
Honor,
wife?
object,
What's your legal objection?
she's talking about the case, and she's
No, let's state it. State it.
having him corroborate what their case is.
I don't know what that legal objection is. What's
Yeah.
It's not relevant.
You got, yes, there you go. There you go.
overruled?
I don't know where he went to Walmart.
He went to Walmart. And by the way, remember how we were talking about that fruit? I think it wasn't apricot or someone in the chat was right. He went to Walmart, security cameras there, okay, kept the receipt, purchased lubricant, purchased like fruit, and then purchased like some other snack or something like that. It's like this man had the intention of possibly killing someone, and he was on surveillance camera that morning at a Walmart. Hey, bub.
Walmart.
I'm sorry, you're aware he went to Walmart, right?
Yes.
And then he bought personal lubricants for your wife, correct?
Yes.
Who
I don't
may
know.
or may not have been intending to murder, correct?
I don't know why he bought personal lubricant.
Okay. He left his car parked in your driveway in broad daylight, which you saw, correct?
Yep.
Yes, I did.
Okay, and he left his 2 cell phones in his car per the instructions that your wife gave him on Telegram, correct?
I guess I saw the pictures on the floor. I didn't know where they were.
Okay.
Hey, come
You
here.
said that you heard what you thought initially were sex noises, right?
Yes.
Okay, but we know from the physical evidence recovery kits that were taken from both Mr. Ryan and your wife that there was no semen, no DNA from Mr. Ryan found in or around your wife's genitalia, correct?
That's my understanding.
And then also Joe, when he was bringing the knife, I mean, he took a picture of what he was bringing to this encounter. It wasn't like he just, was supposed to show up and they were supposed to just have, sex. And the knife was a surprise. Like, this was all planned out. Like, oh, here's a picture of the wife, the knife that I'm bringing. Here's what it looks like. Here's all the other stuff that I'm bringing.
So how long do you think passed between your instructions to Joe Ryan to put down the knife, let her go, let her go, let her go, and your wife is bleeding before you shot him?
Not that long. Under a minute.
Under a minute. Okay, so if we were to count out 60 seconds, 1, 2, 3, so on and so forth. That would be a minute. And in that time, you did not shoot him.
I did not shoot him, and I did not shoot him prior to Christine going to the floor.
Okay, and at that point in time that she's going to the floor, we're at least 6 stab wounds in, right?
To the best of my knowledge, it's hard to see. Also, I'm aiming down my sight at Joe, and so I'm not focused exactly on Christine. You have a narrowed view when you're aiming down a firearm.
And you just couldn't pull the trigger, could you?
I was afraid.
Okay, and you are a trained law enforcement officer, correct?
I am, but I have my shooting record is on.
That's why I was wondering if Joe was just new to this app and new to this entire type of encounter. Because there was a message that Christine's device got where it says, "Hi, I'm new on this. Like, I'm new on here." So I'm like, oh, I wonder if that was Joe.
On the lower end for the qualifications, and there's not a lot, there's very little space there, and I was afraid of hitting her.
Okay. Mr. Ryan did not have a gun, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
You also had handcuffs, correct?
Yes.
You didn't use those to apprehend Mr. Ryan, correct?
Looking back on it, I should have handcuffed him after my shot. Would be something that I should have done. Looking back at it.
Okay. Well, let's talk about your weapons training. You said that you go to the range monthly to keep up on your skills. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would say I go roughly every month, every other month when I can.
Okay, so would it then surprise you that when you took Juliana in October of 2022, that you hadn't been since one time in April and one time in May of that year, and prior to that, not since 2020?
I was going to Blackfish Armory as my primary place. We had the Treasury Department had a contract with them, and I didn't have to pay for them, but the contract ended, and so then I went back to Silver Eagle Group.
When did
No, Joe Ryan was shot twice. From the story of him and the au pair, he shot Joe, and then the story is that he started stabbing the wife in the neck, and then apparently Joe started moving around, and then that's when Juliana shot Joe again.
did the contract end?
I'm not sure, but Blackfish Armory actually went out of business. They were in Chantilly, so that was pretty close to me. So that's where I was primarily going prior to Silver Eagle Group.
Okay, but you were going to Silver Eagle Group in 2020, and then you went to Silver Eagle Group in April and May of 2022, and then in October and December when you took Juliana. So at what point did you transition to Silver Eagle Group?
I mean, I guess I came to Virginia in 2019, so I guess probably in 2019, 2020, 2021, it sounds like I was probably going to Blackfish Armory instead of Silver Eagle Group.
Well,
but I don't
without
know.
speculating, what do you remember doing?
That's not something that I remember the transition of exactly between the two.
Okay, why did you teach Juliana to shoot?
It was something that we could do together. It was, in terms of many activities, it was something that was going to be out of the house, and generally when I could or she could, we would do activities together. It was something I was already going to do, and she wanted to come with me.
Okay, and you gave her the code to your safe in your bedroom, correct?
She realized that it was the same code as the door when I was putting away my gear during the day.
So your gun safe code is the same as the door code to your house that your child and wife and babysitter have access to?
They had their own codes, but my code was the same between my door and my safe in my car. It was the same for all of them.
Oh, okay, so Juliana didn't have the door code because that's how she got in and out of the house.
She had her own door code to get in and out of the house.
Okay, so you gave her the code to your safe.
Those are different. I have my own code to the door, and she has her own code to the door, and my mother has her own code to the door, and Christine has her own code to
Also, why would the code to your door be the same code for your house? I don't know. Or sorry, why would the code for the door be the same code for your safe? Seems a little silly.
the door. She just, being next to me, going in and out of the house, knew my code.
So when you observed your babysitter picking up your code, because she was able to see, you didn't think that was a good time to change the code?
It wasn't a concern of mine at that point. I didn't think about it. Also, I don't think I've ever changed the code after the initial setup. It wasn't something that was on my mind.
Okay. Is that part of your law enforcement training, that it's okay for people to have the code to your gun safe?
I am aware that
Ooh, good point.
others in my department had family members that were aware that they knew the code, that they knew their codes.
Okay.
She's not a family member, though. She's a nanny.
Is it breaking time for lunch,
She's a very young nanny.
or you let me know?
I only have a little bit left, Judge. If I can have 10 more minutes.
That's fine.
I won't make
Okay.
everybody starve, but
Okay.
just a little bit, thank you.
That's fine.
Do you have any life-saving training as a result of your law enforcement background?
A little bit.
A little bit, okay. And your life-saving training tells you that Juliana should be the one to call 911 while you are attending to Christine, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, but when Juliana hadn't called 911, you didn't think that was the time at which maybe you should do it?
I didn't realize that she didn't call 911 immediately because I was focused on Christine. So
Okay.
I wasn't looking at Juliana after I told her to call 911. I was looking at Christine.
Okay, so you're also then not aware that Juliana hung up on 911 15 minutes prior to the call where you spoke to them?
My awareness was that she made that original call in the upstairs room.
She made the original call in the upstairs room, and where were you?
No, my understanding is that she actually made the call originally while she was in the basement.
Oh,
As
not
per
the
her.
upstairs, okay. Okay, so you weren't there then, is your contention?
I never heard her make the original call. I never saw her make the original call.
And you certainly didn't tell her to hang up the phone?
No, I knew nothing about the original call until far later.
Okay, so while you are tending to your wife and exchanging hand placement with her over the wounds that we saw, you did not at that point in time use the towel, blanket, the sheet, or the other blanket to staunch the flow of blood from her neck?
It wasn't until I was instructed to by 911 to do that.
What? What? I feel like even if you didn't have any medical training experience, like I feel like anyone will be able to know to do that. Grab something, grab a cloth, and try to stop the bleeding. And, you know, also, if his wife genuinely was alive that time and she was talking to him, wife is an ICU nurse. Wouldn't she be like, oh, hey, grab some towels, put it on my neck? Oh, man, you're a law enforcement officer? Your wife is an ICU nurse and no one thought of that?
Pressure is a different form of treatment that we were taught, and that is also what Christine was doing. I believe that was the best course of action at the time.
To put pressure on the wound that was so large that your finger went inside of it, is that correct?
Oh,
Yes.
Okay. And when first responders arrived, you agree you're on video holding her.
I feel like there's like so many cuts on her neck. Wouldn't it be better just to get a towel to wrap around everything and just hold it all together? Wouldn't that be a lot easier than just doing it with your bare hands?
Arrived, you agree you're on video holding her neck with your bare hand, correct?
I think so.
So where had the towel, the blanket, the sheet gone at that point after you were instructed by 911?
Ooh, okay. I actually thought he was just sitting there, you know, not doing anything. I didn't know that he was at least doing it with his bare hands. Oh man, because yeah, 911 did say, you know, to grab all that stuff and use it to stop the bleeding.
I think so.
So where had the towel, the blanket, the sheet gone at that point after you were instructed by 911?
I think the towel was right next to me, but
It was under your knees, wasn't it?
I don't.
Something tells me that he let his wife bleed out, and then when law enforcement arrived, he like probably just put the hands on her neck to like make it seem like he was stopping the bleeding, but he was probably like leaving gaps in his fingers so like the blood can flow through the gaps and then she can bleed out as much as possible.
I don't know.
Okay,
I thought it was right next to me.
thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
All right. Let's go ahead. I assume it's going to take a little time for redirect. Okay, let's go ahead and take our hour lunch then. Don't discuss the case, note any outside research. See you back here about 2:15.
Ooh, that is rough. Oh my goodness. All right, guys. They are gonna take a little lunch break. I'm gonna go find something to eat, I think, for about 30 minutes, and we will be back. But oh boy. Don't forget to vote in the poll what you guys think about his testimony, if you thought it was credible, not credible. I mean, I have 0% voted for credible. 86% says not credible, 14% says can't tell. So bizarre. How do you sleep in the same room? I know. Like, I showed you guys a picture of the bedroom after the two people were killed in there. And they took off the carpet flooring. It's like wood floors now. And there's like two like giant tacky ass photos of the two of them together, like in these like large photo frames. One with her and Brendan, and then one with like her kissing Brendan. No pictures of Christine. Christine just got erased so quickly. Really sad. All right, y'all. We'll be back in about 30 minutes when the court resumes. I don't know if she's going to continue with her cross-examination or if that ends there, but then we'll have redirect afterwards. But I'm assuming this witness is probably going to be on the stand maybe all day, at least another like few more hours, an hour or two. But we will be right back, and yeah. All right, guys. Wow. If you guys haven't already watched, we did make a video yesterday about the rough start to the defense so far. A little bit of the body cam footage was talked about in there. We went through the law enforcement text messages, how there's disagreements about whether or not there is catfishing. But yeah, feel free to check it out. And other than that, I'll see you guys in a bit. Let's go eat something. I don't have a card for this. I didn't make one. I guess I can. Let's see. Court is on lunch break. I'll leave it on the court TV screen. I'm gonna turn off their music though. All right, guys. I'll be back. Court is on lunch break. Be back 2:15 EST. Oh, I'm trying to pin it. Hello, hello. Hey guys. All right, they are back from the lunch break. Sorry, I was just trying to play fetch with my dog during our little break that we had there. How would you guys? What did you guys do on your break? All right, let me get them the snackies. Sure, down. Down. Oh. Oh, bulldog puppies. You have a bulldog, right? Welcome back. Thank you. What's going on? How are you? All right, that was a short little break. Let's rewind it back a little bit. I saw that there was some conversation. Defendant still on the stand. Something about exhibits. Let me get the text off the screen. Hi, Dino. Ooh, soup, my favorite. What kind of soup are you having? You're making a what now? A hot dog? What did I miss? Nothing. We're just coming back from our break. Playing some fetch with Remy. All right, let's get back into this. All right, for those of you guys who are joining us for the second half of today's stream, we are in the middle of Brendan Banfield's testimony. I think we're getting pretty close to maybe wrapping up the cross-examination. I don't know. And then redirect will probably be around, I think the judge, did the judge say 1 hour? Maybe something like that. But Brendan Banfield essentially blames his wife for having this affair, hookup, has not really thrown the au pair under the bus much. Maybe he's still in love with her. I feel like he's still protecting her. Oh man, even though she's completely thrown him under the bus and he's been ran over so many times. Let's see what happens next. Maybe we're at the end of cross-examination, but he just looks really bad on the stand, just being called out for so many different lies or so many different things that he didn't do or that he did do. One thing that did stand out the most was the stabbing wounds. Brendan, in his story, only talked about how his wife was stabbed twice. However, the prosecution was like, well, hold on a second. Doesn't she have 7 stabs? When did the other 5 stabs happen? He's like, oh, well, I don't know. It could have happened before. I don't know. And then apparently, even though she was stabbed in the neck, left side, right side, she was able to communicate with him and talk to him. Mind you, she's an ICU nurse. He's in law enforcement. And instead of using towels or blankets to, compress the injuries that she had in her neck, he just used his bare hands, or maybe he didn't at all. But he did say that his wife was talking to him throughout. And she made no mention, an ICU nurse made no mention of like, hey, get the blankets, get the towels, use it to compress my neck. That, and then apparently one of her few last words to her husband was, I'm sorry, I guess because of the affair, and that she loved him, but no mention of their 4-year-old daughter, no message for her at all. 911 also told him on the phone multiple times to get towels and blankets to kind of like, help with the injury. When law enforcement arrived on the scene, he didn't do any of that. He just used his bare hands. So something tells me that maybe he was letting her bleed out. And when they arrived, he was just like, oh, let me just put my hands on her neck really quick to make it seem like I'm doing anything. So I think it's excellent that the state prosecution brought that up. Why were the blankets and towels not used? One, your wife is a nurse. And then also dispatcher told you to do it many, many times. All right, guys, let's get back into this. Ooh, squash soup. Yummy. Sounds delicious. I didn't eat lunch. I was going to eat lunch, but I was like, oh, I don't have time. And it's like 11:30 my time. I pushed back my lunch to like 2 to 3 lately.
Sir, you can take the stand, please.
Take the stand. Now, for those of you guys who are not caught up with this trial, I am planning on doing a recap this weekend, I think, and then we'll recap the trial as much as I can. That way you guys can know what the heck is going on and just how convoluted this entire scheme was.
Yes, ma'am.
We have names.
Can you just get?
Yours first, yours is faster.
Everybody have microphones, please. Thank you.
Yes, please.
All right.
Sorry.
Yes, sir.
Judge, there was an exhibit in Commonwealth's Exhibit 159,
159?
which was the firearm sale purchase, and there was some information that,
159, I have firearm transaction record.
yes, and there were social security numbers and other identifiers on there, and I'm
All right,
just
so you
asking if they
want
be.
to redact the social security numbers?
That's fine, and I can provide the court with a redacted copy to
We'll
replace.
provide it with a redacted copy, okay?
Okay, awesome. 159,
159.
thank you.
We'll get that. All right, that's all you have, Mr. Carroll?
That's all I have.
All right,
I had information, Judge, during the break, a gentleman approached one of our detectives in front of two jurors and asked if it was too late to testify. The detective instructed him at that moment to stop
Okay.
speaking, and they walked away, and that was the extent of
Okay.
it, but that would have been overheard by two of the jurors.
all right.
May we approach, Judge?
Okay, sure.
Corned beef. Wait, what? Corned beef hash for tea? Wait, what? Never heard of that before. Was it you and your wife?
Thank you.
I feel like he's trying to do the mopey face.
All right.
Feel
Redirect.
bad for
Thank you, Your
me.
Honor. Mr. Banfield, you
That was the end of the cross examination. Okay, we are now in redirect by his defense counsel. Oh man, I feel like there are so many things to fix and repair. Good luck. Good luck. All right, we are in redirect, y'all. Let me take off my pinned comment.
were asked on cross-examination as to your decisions relating to calling 911. At what point did you feel like 911 was necessary?
The entire fucking time, but no one wasn't caught until later. Also, I don't think he ever explained the first 911 call being placed and then the 15-minute gap for the second one.
I guess once I was in the room, I knew that 911 was going to be necessary.
And at the time that you realized that, were you capable of calling 911?
No, my hands were on my firearm.
Okay, and so when you're saying in the room, you'd already confronted Joe Ryan?
Yes, yes.
Okay, and was there any other time that you were in a position to be able to call 911?
When I was rendering aid, I had instructed Juliana to call 911. I believe that was the best course of action at the time.
But you weren't able to call 911 yourself?
Objection leading.
Sustained deleting.
What prevented you from calling 911 yourself?
I was rendering aid to Christine.
Now, Ms. Sands asked you if there was any information out there that related to fetish-type behavior that you knew of Christine being involved in. And can you elaborate on your answer?
Back in New York, I know that Christine had an affair where she was involved in a BDSM relationship for a month or two.
And how did you know to talk to her about that?
She was in our bedroom in New York. I observed her with bruises, several of them on her body that I was unaware that she had previously.
And did you ask her about that?
Wait, what? Hold on a second. Oh, okay. Time to. All right, we're gonna go and attack the victim. I don't know if it's smart.
Back in New York, I know that Christine had an affair where she was involved in a BDSM relationship for a month or two.
And how did you know to talk to her about that?
She was in our bedroom in New York. I observed her with bruises, several of them on her body that I was unaware that she had previously.
And did you ask her about that?
Yes,
Did you have a discussion with her about that?
yes. Originally, she denied it and said.
Objection hearsay.
You
Sustained.
can't say what she said,
Okay,
but you confronted her about it?
yes.
Okay, and what, if anything, did you suggest she do after being told?
I suggested that we go back to therapy. At that point, I questioned I questioned her enjoyment of it.
Did you guys go back to therapy? Are there receipts of that?
It was pretty emotional conversation.
And in fact, were those the things that you indicated that you were unwilling to do? with her?
Objection leading.
What if
Sustained.
any of those things, well, why? Were you aware of the things that were related to this New York incident?
Yes, she had. Christine was interested in, I guess, sexual violence. She was a sexual assault nurse examiner. She did many examinations of both men and women that were in people that were injured, people that had a lot of people that were choked, people that were raped, some pretty graphic things. She used to bring some of her documents home, so I was aware that she seemed to look at them relatively often.
Okay, and so, and I'm sorry, can you tell me what year was this?
She was a sexual assault nurse examiner. This is an estimate, I guess, from like 2012 to 2017, 2018.
And the incident that you're talking about with regard to her experience, when was that?
I would estimate to 2014.
And is it your testimony that that's when
I would estimate to
you're talking about with regard to, and the incident that you're talking about with regard to her experience, when was that?
I would estimate to 2014.
And is it your testimony that that's when treatment took place?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
When did treatment take place in relation to that date?
I believe that we went to counseling in 2013 and again in 2014.
And as far as you can tell, were there ever any other instances where she was involved in something like that?
She had indicated that there was a.
Objection hearsay.
You can't tell what she said.
Okay. I'm aware that there was another brief relationship where she was stalked for a few weeks.
And were there, how were you alerted to that?
She was frightened of that person.
Were there any-
Objection non-responsive.
No, overruled. This one. Next question.
Were there any injuries related to her, relating to that situation?
No, I'm not aware that she was
What? What does this have to do with anything?
injured in that situation.
Okay, and the previous one that you talked,
Man, this is like this is why I think the defense just has nothing, because instead of addressing all the serious claims that the state brought up, we're just going to go straight to just making the victim look bad or whatever it is.
about, were there injuries?
Not like there's anything wrong with having this be your thing, by the way. Like, even if she did, you know?
There was significant bruising to her legs, to her buttocks, to her chest.
Did you notice any physical changes in the way she carried herself as a result of that?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
What, if any, other physical clues were there that this was going on?
She had difficulty walking. She was walking very stiffly.
Anything else?
I don't think so.
Now, in terms of your testimony and some of the letters that you wrote there, you, in the letters, contains statements about Juliana being a hero for you.
Yes.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury of what it is you meant by that?
I believe that Joe Ryan was very much still a threat, both to me and Christine, to everyone that was in the house. When he got up and was able to strike me, my weapon was on the floor as well as the knife. So those were both things that he could potentially have had access to. So I view that.
Poor Joe, man. Poor Joe. Because if it went down exactly how the au pair said it went down, like, Joe was painted this like pervert monster, not a victim. It must be so hard for his family members to hear this.
Juliana's actions potentially saved the rest of us.
Now, there was testimony that you testified that you broke up with Juliana prior to this incident, correct?
That she broke up with me.
I'm sorry, there was a breakup.
Yes.
And Do you have any idea when that was in relation to February 24th?
I guess it was kind of complicated. She was very upset with me when Christine and I went on a vacation. We went on a cruise in November. I would say that started a lot of Juliana's anxiety and anger with me. On Christmas, she went to a hotel because she did not want to view Christmas with me and my family. She didn't want to see me, Christine, and Valerie together. In February, when Ms. Sands had brought up the messages, she had indicated that she was going back on dating apps, and that was going to be the end.
Okay, and you were trying to talk to her, is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, and so,
Wait, he just called her Miss Sands? Is he trying to put some distance between him and her now?
at the time that this happened, what was the status of the affair? And I was talking about February 24th, 2003, at that time.
We were not in a relationship at that point. It wasn't that long that the relationship had stopped, but Juliana at that point had made it clear that we weren't going to be together any longer.
And so what, if anything, did you, when you made the decision to shoot Joe Ryan, did you feel like Christine?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
What did you think when you made the decision to shoot Joe Ryan?
That he was an imminent danger, that he was a threat to he was a threat to Christine, and that was the best way to stop his actions.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
What?
To your attorney.
Oh my God. Really? That's it? I feel like he got wrecked in cross-examination. So we mainly just focused on Christine and her bruises and how she's the one who needed therapy and how she's the one that needed counseling. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. I'm going to rewind it back just a little bit. I was busy with something.
That was going to be the end.
Hold on.
And you were trying to talk to her, is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And so at the time that this happened, what was the status of the affair? And I was talking about February 24th, 2003, at that time.
We were not in a relationship at that point. It wasn't that long that the relationship had stopped, but Juliana at that point had made it clear that we weren't going to be together any longer.
And so what, if anything, did you, when you made the decision to shoot Joe Ryan, did you feel like Christine?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
What did you think when you made the decision to shoot Joe Ryan?
That he was an imminent danger, that he was a threat to he was a threat to Christine, and that was the best way to stop his actions.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
All right.
Really?
To your
Really?
attorney.
Really? I think this is a hired attorney, right? He paid for this attorney. What? I guess his story is just so fucked that, damn, we don't know how to, we don't know how to fix what went down in cross-examination. Oh, man.
Your next witness.
Your Honor, I believe
The remote witness. Is that
they were the remote witness.
the remote witness?
Because I feel like after the lunch break, the jury is probably expecting, like, okay, like, I'm expecting, like, you know, something good here, you know, to rehabilitate his image. Like, that was just so lackluster. Anticipation, boo.
I haven't communicated with him per the
No,
court's
he
order.
was prepared to be between 2:30 and 3, so he should be fine. So let's just get him. It just might take a minute or two.
Yes, thank you.
Wow.
I have notes.
Okay, well, that was the end of his testimony. I mean, let's do a little recap. You know, yesterday's testimony, I thought it was pretty rough because he casually admitted to having affairs and that his affair with Juliana, it was nothing because I have affairs all the time. Like, you're not a big deal. But then the state was able to show these Discord messages, was able to show the letters that he had written to her to show that, like, oh, they were like, he was definitely in love. And Juliana tried to break up with him and he was like very persistent and wanted to talk to her. I mean, it seems like the relationship was kind of serious. You know, if you're gonna risk losing your wife, risk, ruining the life of your 4-year-old daughter, I would assume this relationship would have to be serious, right? That you're willing to risk losing all that. But oh man. Then when they talked about the encounter or even before the encounter of not calling 911 when finding out at McDonald's, how he thought it was the wife just cheating. Like, why didn't you just tell your wife and your kid or your au pair and the kid to just go to the zoo? Why bring them with you and have them stay there and have the whole confrontation go down? It's like really strange. If you really thought that your wife was not in danger and you thought that she was cheating, just tell the au pair to fuck off and go to the zoo with your daughter. Why have them be involved in all of this? But then him describing how everything went down with how he went into the house and he heard like the sex noise, but it wasn't sex noise. It was like violent. And then when he went into the room, how his wife was like on her fours and the guy was behind her, but then she might have had some blood and her hair was everywhere because she had nappy hair. She had frizzy hair. I don't know, man. The fact that he was being so detailed about all these little tiny things, instead of really focusing on the emotions and the trauma of that situation, not crying, not breaking down on the stand. It felt like he was just trying to rehearse all the details to make sure that he, wouldn't get caught in a weird lie or something, like as if he had his story memorized. But man, after he got destroyed in cross-examination, I really thought in redirect that they were going to go over the details again, and address, maybe some of the misunderstandings that possibly came out of it. But no, it was just like, nope, let's just talk about the wife and how she had bruises everywhere and how she needed treatment, how she needed counseling, how she had a stalker. I don't know what the significance of the stalker story was, but apparently she had bruising on her legs and her thighs and he had to confront her. I don't know, just a very strange redirect, in my opinion. Now, this is the story that I think he should have went with, okay? Assuming that he's lying about everything and he had to sit there, listen to everyone testify, listen to the au pair's testimony, listen to the evidence, or maybe even the lack of evidence. This is the story that I think he should have adopted, okay? I think Brendan, let me take off this text here. I think he should have been like, you know what? For him, I think it would have been more credible for him to say that Juliana set this entire thing up, that she wanted the green card, she wanted citizenship to be an American, and that she was the one that was just like madly in love with him and that she wanted to be with him to the point that she started thinking about getting rid of his wife. And that would track with what we saw in the digital forensic evidence so far, where remember how they showed that every time the device was in use on FetLife or Telegram, purportedly to be Christine, well, Brendan was on the house during this time. Brendan wasn't in the house this other time. And that Juliana was always at the house, it seems. So I think that would track with that evidence and that it would show that, well, at least while Christine was apparently on the device, there's also at least one other device that was like nearby, right? And that Juliana was the one who did it. I don't know. I think that could be like a lot more solid than the other theory that they're pushing. And I think if they did that, if they were to say that, oh, Juliana was the one that set this entire thing up, then they don't have to mention about Brendan's other affairs. They don't have to mention about the victim's affairs. They don't have to attack the victim in any way. He would still be able to testify and talk about how much he loved his wife and how she would never do anything like this, and that it was probably Juliana that did it. She was the crazy one. She was this young 22-year-old who was very impulsive, not very smart, and she was the one that orchestrated everything. I don't know. I think that would have been a lot more smoother. And then when he talks about how he walked in on his wife, right? That he truly didn't know what was going on because at that point, he didn't know that Juliana set this whole thing. And so when he walked in on his wife, Joe had already been stabbing her in the neck, I guess. I guess he can say that. And that instead of thinking that like, oh, it was an affair, that it was just genuinely an attack because he had no idea why the stranger would be in this house. This would also explain why Juliana pretended to call 911. He could say that like, oh, I told her to call 911. She called 911, but I didn't realize that she hung up. I at some point I realized that she wasn't on the phone with 911 anymore after trying to save my wife for 15 minutes. And I turned around and told her to call 911. So that would explain why the first 911 call happened and the second 911 call happened. And then afterwards, while he was trying to save his wife, it would also explain why Juliana was just like standing around there doing nothing. Also, apparently there's a body cam footage of the daughter talking to Juliana saying that like, oh, can I call you? Like my mom is, I don't know, like, something about like how her mom was dead and like, can she call the nanny mommy? And I think Juliana said like maybe or something like that. Like, I don't know. That right there could show that, oh, Juliana had the intentions of being the child's mom from the get-go. She orchestrated this plan. She, planned this entire thing out to have the wife murdered so she can have Brendan all to himself. And then I think it could be a good explanation as to why, Juliana, after being pressured, admitted to everything. She admitted to creating the account, admitted to setting up, the wife, but she doesn't want to go down for life in prison. So you know what she does? She instead decides to preserve her own self, and she decides to just blame it all on Brendan. I don't know. I just feel like that would have just been a lot more smoother. Of course, there's definitely holes in it with some evidence, that could contradict parts of the story. But I think this is like a lot more, this makes more sense than Brendan saying that we didn't make the account. Juliana didn't make the account. My wife did. And then him completely just trying to trash his wife while testifying on the stand. But it would make sense that if Juliana did all of this, well, she admitted to it, but she was trying to also blame it on Brendan because she was pissed that Brendan stopped writing back to her, when she was being incarcerated for 1 year. And she couldn't believe that she was doing all this for this man that she loved. And now he was barely even talking to her. He was barely visiting her or barely writing emails or letters back to her or something, right? And so she was like, you know what? Fuck Brendan. I'm just going to blame it all on him. And that's her being spiteful. I don't know. I just feel like that would have just been smoother. Maybe you guys disagree. I think he should have just blamed Juliana. But I think he is maybe so madly in love with Juliana. Like he was defending her while he was testifying. When he was talking about his encounter with the first time they had this sexual relationship, he was like a little giddy on the stand. His like the edges of his lips were like curling up and smiling a little bit. Like, I don't know, man. I feel like he was like reliving it. And that was probably the highlight of his life. Oh my God. Like a 22-year-old Brazilian is interested in a man like him, a man that works for the IRS, going after people for tax fraud and who knows what. But it's just like a world of a difference when he was talking about his wife versus when he was talking about this affair encounter. When he was talking about the family photos and his wife and how much he loved her, it was just very like bland. Like there was like no emotive behind it. But when he was talking about the encounter with the au pair and how she was interested in him and how she was showing him screenshots of other men whose names were very similar to him and how she was telling him how she wanted a man that was older, maybe someone like him. Like, I don't know. It just seemed like he was just reliving it on the stand. I'm just like, ugh, I just felt so yuck. But those are my thoughts, and I'm glad that the defense can't watch my stream now and be like, oh my gosh, wait a second, maybe I will adopt that story after all. Oh man, blaming Juliana would be better than blaming Christine. Yeah, and I think that would go better with the jury because the jury already knows that Juliana's a piece of shit. She engaged in this relationship with a married man while she was cordial with the employer, with the wife, while she was taking care of the kid. She shot Joe Ryan. Like, Juliana already looks like a piece of shit. So you know what? Why not just go after her even more? But if I was a jury and I didn't believe Juliana and I'm like, okay, well, I might lend some credence to Brendan's, story about how Christine was the one who was having an affair and how Christine was the one who created this account. Well, you better give proof that Christine had interest in fetish stuff. Like there better be some like text messages, some emails, there needs to be some paper receipts to really back that up. And if you're just going to just testify about it and not give that backstory, I don't know if there was a day that I did. Was there a day? I think there was a day that I might have missed. But if there is none of that, if there's no supporting evidence to show that Christine truly was the one who, was into this and she was the one that messaged Joe Ryan, then honestly, it's just like, well, he could just be lying on the stand just to save himself. He's too far gone. How many movies have been made about the seemingly innocent ingenue who takes advantage of an innocent family? Right? Like, I feel like they could just throw her under the bus, you know? Melissa Milano. Oh, I love Melissa Milano and Drew Barrymore from the early 90s. People who work for the IRS are evil. I wouldn't go and say that. That's a blanket statement. But this motherfucker, Brendan, he for sure is evil. So evil. Just seeing him just lie on the stand. And like I said, I don't know if it's gonna really be worth to. I don't know if the jury noticed, but when he was talking about this traumatic event about his wife getting stabbed and murdered, so emotionless on the stand. I know. I think he tried to eke out some emotions, maybe some tears, but it wasn't coming out. It wasn't happening. All right, so I think we're at the, oh man, I feel bad for this expert. So this expert is back on the stand, and he was the one that apparently was on standby all day on day 7. He's a remote witness. He wanted to get his testimony in because the snowstorm was coming. He was afraid of losing electricity. Poor guy. And Judge Ascarati was talking to the defense attorney, was like, hey, you have this expert who's waiting to testify. He's been like standing by all day, just waiting. Do you want to get his testimony in? Like, can we get his testimony in? And then when we finally did get his testimony in, which I covered in my latest video, by the way, the guy started testifying, but then the state objected. And the defense was like, oh, oops, I'm sorry. I have to stop your testimony right now because I guess there's some foundation issues. So the guy was like, okay, I testified for 20 minutes and now I'm not going to testify anymore. So now he's back on the stand to testify. And I think this is where they take the 911 call and they say that it was the dog that made those very awful groaning, moaning, crying noises. The dog was the one that was howling, not Joe Ryan. Because when the old pair testified in the stand, she said the first 911 call, when it first took place, Joe Ryan was still alive. And that's what you heard. I don't know. She like kind of started saying it and then she kind of got cut off. So we'll listen to parts of his testimony. Poor guy was waiting to testify.
That really gives the whatever the sound is, gives the voice or the instrument the unique sound.
Original. Have you reviewed both of
Yes, sir.
those? Now, let's just look at the 911 call first. What, if anything, did you do regarding isolating a specific sound?
So for the 911 call, there's a sound after the dispatcher answers, which is really the only sound that I was concerned with. It's a short recording to begin with, but the sound in question is about 1.4 seconds after it's a 1.4 second clip after the dispatcher answers the phone. And so I used that.
Also, I love how he's the audio guy and his audio sounds great for someone that's calling in, and his video looks really great too. Because I feel like when you're listening to video testimony, sometimes your mind starts wandering, you know, when the microphone is shit or if the video looks like shit also. So I like how like his setup looks great. His audio looks really great or sounds really great too.
That 1.4 second clip for the entirety of my analysis of this tape. I didn't do anything else with like when the dispatcher answered the phone or the automated voice that comes on the line prior to the dispatcher.
Okay, and was this relating, were you analyzing based upon what you just explained to us?
Did the dog also make slapping noises and the moaning? Okay, Brendan on the stand alluded to, I heard the cheeks clapping, but when I realized that the time between the cheeks clapping, you know, the time spacing of it, it was a little too far apart. Well, that's when I realized that, oh, maybe it was violent. Maybe it was not sex noise after all. I can't believe he testified to that on the stand. He was like skin on skin contact. I'm like, what are you trying to say here, sir?
How you got to that 1.4 second clip?
Yes. So on the spectrogram, it's visually very visible in the spectrogram as well as audible when you listen to it. That there's this sound in that 1.4 second segment. You can see the fundamental frequency at the bottom, the F0, and some distinct formants stacked above it. So that sound was easy to isolate audibly with the ears and easily to isolate visibly.
All right, I'm gonna forward a little bit.
There was a segment, the sound on the 911 call and the segment of the Lily recording. The fundamental frequencies were both in the low 200 hertz range, and then there were formants stacked above those in both recordings as well. And so I isolated each of those and put them side by side. to compare not only the fundamental frequency, but also the individual formats that were stacked above that.
And what, if anything, did you do with them?
So I found that in both recordings, the fundamental frequency was in the low 200 hertz range, and then I did look at the individual formats above that, and the specific the F1 and F2 formats. So the first two formats above the fundamental.
I wonder if they're going to play the audio again. Hey, what's going on, Brian? How are you doing today? So we are in Fairfax, Virginia, and the defendant is accused of, there's so much that he's accused of, setting up a fake account for his wife to have a stranger come into their home and attacking her because apparently he said that was her fetish. However, when he comes in and saves the wife from this stranger, because he's not supposed to know the reason why the stranger's there, he comes into the house, he hears the attacks, he starts going up there to save her, and when he realizes that the wife is being attacked, he shoots the guy. However, the wife, thinking that she had just been saved by her husband after being attacked by this unknown assailant, the husband comes after her and starts stabbing her in the neck. Why? Because the husband wanted to get rid of her, have this cover story. That way, him and this 22-year-old Brazilian au pair that he's only been dating for a few months, or having an affair with, for a few months, can live happily ever after with the 4-year-old daughter that he had with his wife that he just murdered, allegedly.
In both the Lily exemplar and in the 911 call, those first two formats were the highest amplitude. And then the other formats stacked above that.
I'm going to forward a little bit to see if they're going to listen to it. It's like we're talking about it, but...
No, ma'am.
379 in evidence?
Um,
I have, like,
I feel like it's already in evidence, isn't it? Yeah, dude, this is so sad. So the audio in the courtroom is pretty shitty. I've played it already, but I will play it again. I do want to warn you guys, though. It's pretty sad. If you think that it sounds like him crying in the background, it's very sad.
February 24, 2023, 7:47:32.
Fairfax County 911, where's your emergency? Hello, Fairfax County 911.
February 20.
I'm sorry, but that does not sound like a dog to me. So their story was that it's the dog. The dog makes that noise. It's like, wouldn't the dog be hiding in the basement right now? Wasn't the dog locked in the basement, actually? I feel like if the dog heard gunshots, attacks, screams, why would the dog come upstairs and investigate? But I thought the dog was locked in the basement. Wasn't there a gate there, too? What a story. Oh, I feel like this sounds way worse. It sounds like the groans are even longer.
Okay, it's only a short one.
just have to move the microphone down to the laptop. There you go. Okay.
Wait, are they taking the audio sound and stretching it out? I assume it was Joe Ryan willing in agony. Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
Sir, could you hear that?
Not really well, but I could.
Oh no, every time they replay it over and over again, I feel like it's just making it worse for the jury.
Is there another way to plug into the system? Did you hear that?
Dude, Joe Ryan's aunt, I think, is still in the gallery. To have to listen to this over and over again, that's so sad.
Then, sir?
Yes, I can hear it. It's not great quality, but yes, I can hear it.
Sir, when you played these two sounds back to back, the known dog sound and the question 911 sound, what did you hear?
So the audio was consistent from one recording to the next. They sounded audibly consistent with each other, and like I said, visually they were also consistent in the spectrogram.
Now, is it possible to, using all of the tools that you have, to find a moment where the pitch of one sample is consistent with the pitch of the comparison sample, if you have a long enough exemplar?
So it might be possible, given a long enough.
I was wondering if they took the original audio and stretched it out, but I think the second audio was the video of the dog howling, maybe?
Recording to find a moment where the pitch or the fundamental frequency matches simply by chance in a long recording. But that would just be one piece of the puzzle. Like I said, but the fundamental frequency, that's just the start of the sound. What really gives a sound its full character are all of the formants or the overtones, like we talked about with separating the sound of a piano with the sound of a saxophone. Those two instruments, if you have a long enough recording, their pitch is going to overlap a lot, right? They could be playing the same note at the same time, but they will never sound the same because of those overtones, because of, in this case, the formants make up the sound. So we're not just simply talking about the single pitch of the fundamental frequency happens to line up at one moment in the recording. We're talking about much more than just a single moment where the pitch matches, but all of the characteristics of the sound are also consistent. So the unique sound of this groan, we'll call it.
Wouldn't the dog also be howling when law enforcement arrives on the scene? Was that ever caught on the body cam footage? Was that ever caught in the second 911 call? I guess that's what I'd be looking for.
That comes from those formants, not just the pitch. So yes, while it is technically possible that you could find a moment in any sufficiently long enough recording with sufficiently variable pitches where two pitches might match, that's really not what was done here. This is looking at the entirety of those two samples for the comparison, not just the pitches happen to cross each other at a moment.
Now, based on your forensic analysis, have you reached a conclusion regarding the unidentified groaning sound on the 911 call and the known recordings of the dog Lily?
Yes, so I can say to a high degree of forensic certainty that the apparent groaning sound on the 911 call is consistent with the dog groaning sounds found in that exemplar recording.
And would your conclusion be any different if you were retained by the prosecution?
No, my conclusion would be exactly the same, because my analysis is based strictly on the objective data, the spectrograms and the audio characteristics, not on which party is actually requesting the analysis. I tell everybody that hires me, I'm not an advocate for either side. I'm an advocate for the evidence. So my testimony would be, my conclusion would be exactly the same, no matter which side retain me.
Thank you, sir. Those are all the questions I have. The Commonwealth may have some questions.
Cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Barrero. Thank you so much for your time today again. Just a couple of questions for you.
Good afternoon.
Isn't it entirely possible that the sound that we hear in the background of the 911 recording could also have been a human making that noise?
It's possible, yes.
Okay. And you were given a 1 hour and 25-minute long segment of Lily, or sample of Lily, to compare to the 1.4 seconds of 911 call. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in the approximately 5,100 seconds of Lily groaning, you found what I think I understand to be a 6-second sample that matched. Is that correct?
No, I wouldn't characterize it like that, because much of that.
Sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in the approximately 5,100 seconds of Lily. Okay. Thank you so much for your time today again. Just a couple of questions for you.
Good afternoon.
Isn't it entirely possible that the sound that we hear in the background of the 911 recording could also have been a human making that noise?
It's possible, yes.
Okay. And you were given a 1 hour and 25-minute long segment of Lily, or sample of Lily, to compare to the 1.4 seconds of 911 call. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in the approximately 5,100 seconds of Lily groaning,
Oh, like he could have chosen a segment that's matched with the 1.4 seconds of the 911 call.
you found what I think I understand to be a 6-second sample that matched. Is that correct?
No, I wouldn't characterize it like that, because much of that exemplar, there was no groaning. There was only a few tiny segments in that whole sample where there was any groaning.
Okay. And this was titled Lily 3 audio. We heard the defendant testify that there were as many as 3 different samples created. Were you given samples 1 and 2 to compare?
No, I wasn't.
All right. Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
All right, redirect.
Well, why is it called Lily 3 then? Very good questions.
Mr. Barrero, just to be clear, the item Lily 3 was nearly an hour long, correct?
I don't remember the exact time, but yes, it was a much longer recording than the 911 call.
And it was recorded, it was left recording in order to get
Objection
sound.
leading.
Sustained.
Is it fair to say that there were numerous
These are like the quickest objections and sustains like ever. They're so on top of it.
sounds on there, but not a continuous?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
What did you find with regard to the Lily 3 recording?
There was a lot of relative silence So no real sounds at all, just kind of background noise. There was some barking and whining and other sort of dog sounds, and like I said, just a few groaning sounds in the entire recording.
And when you choose your exemplar for purposes of your forensic analysis, you have specific goals in terms of making it a good comparison, correct?
Yes. So clearly, it wouldn't be beneficial to take the time to compare a barking sound with a groaning sound, right? Because those are immediately obviously not consistent with each other. So I specifically was looking for a groaning sound because that's what is audible on the 911 tape.
And no one directed you to the sounds?
Objection leading.
Did anybody direct you to the sounds that you ultimately chose in order to use as a comparison?
No, sir. I was given the entire file, and I chose the segment that I used for the comparison.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir, for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, I think they go on like another short break. Why are they on another break?
There we
What's
go. All right.
happening?
I assume the rebuttal evidence will be finished today then?
Judge, I have 10.
Go ahead and take.
Okay.
See.
No,
Thank you, ma'am. Your 15-minute break before you do rebuttal evidence, okay? It's a little early, but that's okay. We'll come back at 3:15, okay? Just don't discuss anything and don't do any outside research, okay?
Oh, we're doing rebuttal evidence.
It's the longest thing. Okay. There we go. All right. I assume the rebuttal evidence will be finished today then?
Judge, I have 10 minutes with one witness and 5 with another.
Okay, that's good. Well, then they get their break and they can
Yeah.
come back and then we'll just let them go for the day.
Okay.
And then we'll go ahead and do our jury instructions and
Yes,
take
ma'am.
care of that as well.
What? Really? And then are we doing closing arguments tomorrow? Oh my gosh, guys. What a fast trial. Wow. Okay.
Well, okay?
Yes.
And then we'll be ready for, well, we have the 9:30 media motion?
Yes.
yes.
Okay. And then at 10 o'clock, we will be able to do closing arguments. We agree?
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. All right, let's just come back then at 3:15, okay?
Okay, thank you.
What? Oh my goodness, guys. This is going to be closing arguments tomorrow. We might have a verdict as early as tomorrow or I guess on Monday. Oh man. So I didn't realize that there's a whole day that I missed. I think it was day 6. So what happened was, I'm pretty sure the way they labeled the live streams, the dates have been kind of like messed up. I feel like some people mislabeled the days and I was getting really confused. Oh man. Let's watch this together. There's part of the body cam footage that I wanted to watch with you guys. All pair trial day. Wow, they're almost okay. I guess they're gonna be done. All pair trial. Oh, then I should be free on Saturday, actually. I think it was day 6? I think it was day 6. Day 6. Day 6. Oh, right here. Give me a second. Yeah, day 6 I missed. So maybe it was on day 6 that they threw Juliana on the bus more, perhaps? Hello? Show transcript. Yes. Oh my gosh. The next trial, Corey Richins, y'all. Corey Richins. I have like an update with Corey Richins. Why is this not working? Transcript. Yeah, there's a footage I want to watch with you guys. I wonder if it's here.
For the ladies and gentlemen.
I think so. Jail cell recordings. Oh, yeah. Okay. I have to watch day 6. I need to catch up on this one. Is this the one where they showed the body cam footage? Where the little girl was asking, no, I don't know if this one. Is it this one? Does anyone know what I'm talking about? There was like a body cam footage where I think the little girl was asking like, "Oh, could you be my mommy?" or something like that. Oh, right here. Maybe it's this one right here.
Were you the one who started it?
Did I start the theory? No.
Okay, when did the theory become a discussion topic in context of the time that the...
I think throughout the investigation, depending on what meeting you were in.
How soon after the killing of Christine Banfield did that come up is what
Oh, this is the other detective, right? Oh, no, they're victim services. Okay. But she was the one that believed in the catfishing theory.
I'm asking.
I think it came up once they were in a hotel and our intel detectives heard her ask if she could call her mommy.
I'm sorry,
I think there were things that came out a couple of days after the murder that made people question whether this was a catfish or not.
Okay, so within days after the murder,
Correct.
did you believe that it was a catfish?
Let me see. Mommy.
Answering, what was it that happened that raised in your mind the question of Christine having been set up?
At the hotel. So from my understanding, we had an intel detective in the lobby of the hotel that we had everybody in, and she had asked Juliana, "Can I call you mommy now?"
When you say she, who are we
I'm
talking
sorry,
about?
Valerie. Said, "Can I-"
Valerie, Christine's daughter?
Yes, said, "Can I call you mommy now?" Juliana, again, I don't remember her answer. She said yes. And then she said, are you going to marry my daddy? And Juliana said, "I wish."
Juliana said this in front of everyone? And then oh my goodness. Juliana. So this is the body cam footage I was looking for. So apparently in front of everyone when they were in the hotel, the daughter asks Juliana, "Can I call you mommy now?" And then Juliana says something and then to the effect of like, "Yes, I guess." And then the daughter asks, "Can I call you mommy now?" And then Juliana says, "Yes." Oh, no, sorry. "Are you going to marry my daddy?" And then Juliana says, "I wish." In front of people? Yeah, the audio is pretty rough because the microphone's like all up in there. Wow. Oh man, I wonder while Christine was away if Juliana was planting seeds in the daughter's mind that she was going to be the new mom. Jesus, that's so horrible. Can someone tell me the significance of the dog barking in the audio? Yes. Juliana said that this is when Christine was still alive and when Joe was still alive. Christine told Juliana to call 911 and Juliana, without thinking, did it, even though that wasn't the plan. So she calls 911, 911 answers, and Juliana said that Joe was still alive at that time, and that's what you kind of hear in the background. Because in the 911 call, there's a sound of a groaning or moaning. It honestly sounds like a person that's wailing in pain. And Brendan says, "No, actually, that's the sound of my dog. My friend came over years ago and they had this like 1 hour long recording of my dog howling. And that wasn't the sound of Joe Ryan alive at the time with in the background of the 911 call. It's in my dog." So that's the reason why they had an audio specialist who went up there and testified to say that, well, it's possible that I looked at the pitches and I looked at the wavelengths and the waveforms or whatever, and I matched it. And it's possible that it was the dog that made that noise, not the human being. But what the what the state attorney was saying, that She was like, well, you had an hour-long recording of the dog, and then you only had 1.7 seconds of the 911 call. So you basically had to go through 1 hour of the recording of the dog to find 6 seconds that could have possibly matched the same, I guess, like audio properties as the moaning in the 911 call. All right. Are they back from their break yet? No, they're not back from their break yet. I'm waiting. So we are going to go into rebuttal. The state says it's going to be about like 5 minutes with one witness, 10 minutes with another witness, and then they'll start working on jury instructions and then closing arguments tomorrow. Yeah, I wonder if in secret, if Juliana was saying that to the daughter, like, hey, I might be your new mommy. Hey, you know, like we might become a little family. Your mom might have to go away soon. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. I mean, they tried, you know, they tried to explain away the moaning, but there's still just a lot about this. It just doesn't make sense. Unfortunately. I can't see the child asking a question. I could only see her asking that question if there's already been some priming happening behind the scenes. That Juliana was whispering in her ear about possibly being her new mommy or something like that. Oh, there's Mr. Piggy here. Let me see if the evidence was is available. No. Okay. Let's try to see if the evidence that was posted this week is available, but it is not. Let me go back and click in again. But the next trial after this, we have Corey Richens. Her jury selection will start in about 3 weeks. The child 100% picked up on what was going on between her father and the au pair. There were times when the three of them were out of town with the kid, and I'm pretty sure that they probably had relations while the kid was around, maybe in a different room, maybe while she was sleeping or something. But yeah, the defense should have gone after Juliana as the mastermind of everything. Yeah, I would just say just throw her under the bus, man. Just throw her under the bus. Maybe he's hoping that he will get off scotch-free and that Juliana will serve her, you know. She was facing like 10 years, I think, for her guilty plea for manslaughter. So maybe he still thinks there's a chance with the relationship. I don't know. Oh, man. All right, guys. So what are our thoughts of Brendan's testimony? Brendan Banfield. What are our thoughts? Because according to the poll with 46 votes, you guys haven't voted yet, please vote. 2% says he's credible. 87% says not credible. 11% can't tell. Can't tell if he's credible or not. I will end the poll. That was the first time I had communication with Joe Ryan in that room. Keep asking me questions as if he's digging himself in the hole. Hey, Bob. Hello, hello. He's terrible as a witness. Do you think that he would have been better off not testifying on the stand? Or do you think that he had to go up there and tell his version of the story to rebut against the au pair? Right? That's what I was thinking. Maybe not. I wonder if Christine has suspicions prior to seeing Juliana by Brendan's side at the end. I know. I wonder if she... I mean, honestly, if she did, maybe there would be some friends that would testify and say like, oh, Christine confided in me. So I think, you know, based on the lack of witnesses there, that maybe Christine didn't know, truly didn't know. She worked 12 plus hours a day. She was tired. She came home. She trusted her husband. They've been together since they were 18 years old. And maybe she didn't know about her husband's other affairs. You know, her husband made it seem like, oh, she found out, she knew about it, we had issues, whatever. But maybe he admitted to the affairs on the stand and she never knew about it. All right. Rebuttal, y'all. We're in rebuttal.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Good.
Can you please state and spell your name for the court record?
Sure. Detective Stephen Augustine, that's Stephen Augustine.
Thank you, Detective Augustine. And can you tell us what it is you do for Fairfax County Police Department?
I've been a law enforcement officer for 24 years, the last 20 of which I've been with the Fairfax County Police Department. The last 12 years, I've been a detective in the Technical Investigations Unit, Forensic Audio and Video Section.
Can you tell me about your training and education that led you to forensic audio analysis?
Sure. I possess a master's degree in audio technology as well
Okay, so he's going to rebut against the audio specialist. Let's see what he says.
as a master's degree in forensic science. Prior to my career here at Fairfax, I was a full-time instructor at American University in the audio technology department, teaching audio technology, electronics, and digital audio.
Have you previously testified as an expert in forensic audio analysis?
I've testified as an expert.
This is the state's witness now. We are now in rebuttal. He is going to rebut against the 911, the audio specialist's conclusion about the 911 call with the moaning in the background. Was it a dog or was it Joe Ryan?
In forensic video analysis. I'm not sure if they qualified it as audio and video at the time.
All right. Is there anything about video analysis and your training for video analysis that differs or limits your ability as an audio expert?
No.
All right. Judge, at this time, I'm going to offer him as an expert in forensic audio analysis.
Any objection? Sure.
Good afternoon, Detective Augustine.
Good afternoon, Mr. Carroll.
Sir, you heard Nick Barrero testify, correct?
I did.
Okay, and in terms of some of the concepts that he was talking about, are you familiar with those?
I am.
Okay.
Yes.
And so you've worked with and are you familiar with spectrographic analysis?
Yes.
Okay, and how many times have you worked in that capacity on the audio side of things?
On the audio side of things, for the past 12 years, I've done all of the forensic audio examinations and analysis for the police department.
And does that work, is that related to, and have you used spectrographic analysis in all of them?
No.
Okay, so what are the circumstances where spectrographic analysis is utilized?
In this particular case, he used it to provide a visual representation of what the audio was, what the sound was. So you're able to visualize what the sound is.
And in your 12 years on the police force and working in this capacity, have you done that before?
Spectral analysis?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Is that a tool that's used by
I guess the defense is trying to figure out whether or not he's an expert or not.
people that are audio forensic
Sure. It
analysis?
can be a tool, yes.
Okay. Have you used waveform as a methodology?
Yes, waveform analysis, yes. I'm familiar with spectrograph analysis as well.
Okay, but you've used waveform. For example, when you're doing what he did on a case, you're using tools. You didn't use spectrographic analysis in any previous case, but
Correct.
waveform.
Yes.
Okay, and so would that be something that you would utilize on a regular basis?
Yes.
Is that something that's crucial to audio analysis?
I wouldn't say it's crucial, but I think it's common across all the forensic audio software.
Now, did you hear him discussing fundamental frequency informant?
I did,
Okay.
yes.
Did you agree with that?
I agreed with scientific principles, yes, that he presented.
Now, in your analysis over 12 years, did you use those scientific principles of fundamental frequency informants?
Yes.
Now, in this instance, did you do an independent test regarding these sounds?
I looked at him via the waveform, but I was asked by prosecution to look at his exemplary report and comment on what he had provided.
Should we watch the body cam footage together? I haven't seen Juliana on body cam footage yet. I was hoping to watch it with you guys, but I wasn't sure if this trial was going to go on till next week. So I was thinking this weekend, but maybe today, depending on how long this goes.
There was no analysis done with regard to the known quantities.
There was no further analysis done aside from critical listening.
Okay. Judge, I don't have an objection to him as an expert.
All right, so we'll
All right, so they're going to let him in as an expert.
minutes of forensic audio expert.
Thank you. All right. Now that you're an expert, can you tell us about your analysis of the
Objection, unnecessary comments.
defense work in this case?
Sure. I don't have a copy of the work in front of me, but the first few pages are just stating properties that were used in his examination and his forensic analysis, which include waveform analysis, spectrographic analysis.
And did you draw any conclusions from your review of the materials regarding the likelihood of a, let's call it, match between the Lilly 3 sample and the exemplar from the 911 call?
I did not hear him state that it was a match. He stated in his testimony that it's consistent between the two samples, which I concur, but there's also some further explanation that I think.
What is the further explanation that you think is warranted here?
Would it be possible for me to see a physical copy of the report?
The entire report or just the spectrograph?
Spectrograph is fine.
Judge, if I may approach the witness?
You've seen this, I assume?
Yep, I'll give you one. Well, he's going to touch it.
Thank you.
All right, so let's talk about this. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
Okay, what do you recognize it to be?
This is a concatenation, which is a fancy word for stitching of the two files, the exemplar.
Her body cam footage is all I had seen coming into this trial. Yeah, I saw the body cam footage was uploaded on YouTube about a year ago.
And the 911 call.
All right, and specifically that type of demonstrative, what is that?
This is a spectrograph, which is what we had discussed.
All right, and that's the spectrograph that was created by Mr. Barrero, the defense expert, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, Judge, at this point in time, I would offer that as Commonwealth's. Forgive me, please, just a moment, let me get to my exhibits folder. Judge, that would be Commonwealth's 252.
252, any objection? Not hearsay. I'll overrule the objection.
So what observations did you make in your analysis of the defense expert's work?
Sure. If I could clarify,
Object to foundation, he says.
I can certainly ask some more questions if we need. Let's talk about that piece of evidence specifically. Are you aware of how it was created?
yes,
Okay, can you tell us how it was created?
sure. The gentleman uses isotope audio, which is similar to DigiDesign, Pro Tools. There's numerous software companies that have the ability to edit audio files. What he did here, as I stated, is he's using a visual representation of the sound file. So as you can see here, they show the different formats, which he also stated as overtones or harmonics that are present within the sound signals, both sound signals.
All right, Judge, at this time, I would offer Commonwealth's 252 in evidence.
All right, overruled. All right,
All right,
252.
please continue. What were
Sure.
your observations?
So my initial observations were that in the exemplar, aside from the fact that you had mentioned that there was over 5,100 seconds of audio, there was a 6-second sample that was used from the Lilly WAV file to compare to the 1.4 seconds that.
Oh, okay, he printed it out. All right, we got a visual here. So this is the 6 seconds audio file from the dog.
Is shown here from the 911 call. Just to explain formants and overtones a little bit further than the other gentleman did, the fundamental frequency, which is the lowest frequency that he stated in this particular case, is 200 hertz. So what you would expect to see if you had a sound, if it wasn't coming from a signal generator or some sort of pure tone that illustrated a perfect sine wave, you're always going to have overtones. For example, in both of these, at this point, at this juncture point, they're both the fundamental tone, or F0 as he referred to it, as 200 hertz. What you would expect to find in any sound source minus a pure 200 hertz sine wave is overtones. Where those overtones occur, they occur on multiples. That's what he means when he's referring to formants. So here you have 200 hertz, your F1, your first formant, 400, 600, 800. So the fact that two different audio files look similar because they're displaying the same overtones is normal for 200 hertz sound if it's not a pure sine wave. And the other thing that I wanted to illustrate on this, can I fold this?
Please do.
Okay. So at the juncture point where he concatenated or stitched the two audio clips together, if I can demonstrate if you can see this while I'm talking. This is a 7.5 second clip. The first 6 seconds for his exemplar, the dog Lily moaning. This portion, if you can see it, is a 1.4 seconds of where he took it from the recording. So if I do my best with folding and lining up, I think you can see here, I'm trying to keep it still. Nothing lines up until it gets to that specific point in time. Something else that I noticed that the gentleman didn't mention in his testimony when listening to his exemplar, the concatenation of the two sound files, there was no delineation between the two files. So I looked at it on waveform analysis and zoomed in on the waveform so I could see if there was any separation between the two files. And there was no point that I could see where there was any sort of ending to the first and beginning of the last, which to me would reflect that what was likely used when concatenating the files is what's called a crossfade, an X fade. So as the first exemplar, the Lily file, fades out in volume, the other file, the 911 call, is coming in. So it's almost a mixture of both sounds, which makes it sound like one continuous file when you listen to it, when you hear the groan tail off into the 911 groan.
So what would we have heard differently if he had not used the crossfade?
Best practices, you would have heard a full 6 seconds of the exemplar, which start at varying pitch. It's quite a bit higher than the groan that's represented in the 911 call. And you would hear the point where they separate, and you would hear the two different ones to compare to.
Thank you. I'm going to shift gears here for a second. When were you asked to first examine these sound files?
I believe I received an email from Detective Bryant on September 29th of 2025.
Okay, so approximately a year and a half, almost 2 years after the murders were committed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So when you were presented with these clips, the 911 clip and the Lily clip, were you given any background information about the 911 clip to further your analysis?
No.
Okay. Have you ever had the opportunity to watch any of the recorded statements of Juliana Perez-Magales?
No.
Okay, and did you witness her testimony here in this trial?
I did not witness her testimony. It wasn't until yesterday that I was released from viewing or discussing the case.
Okay, so when you performed your analysis of the 911 recording, specifically the hang-up, is it fair to say you didn't necessarily know what you were listening to? Absolutely. Did you know what you were listening to?
Sustained.
I knew what case it was affiliated with, yes.
Sorry, say that again for
I
me.
knew what case that it was affiliated with, yes.
Did you know if anyone was expected to speak in that recording? Did you know
No.
what to listen for?
No.
Okay. And how did you perform an analysis of that 911 hang-up call? What did you do with it?
I put it into Avid Pro Tools, which is audio software very similar to Isotope, what the other gentleman was using. And I looked at the waveform, and I did a waveform analysis and critical listening of the files.
And based on the waveform analysis and critical listening, what did you observe?
I observed, well, audibly, I heard the 911 telephone call and the computerized voice that's referred to at the beginning. And the operator asks, "Where is your emergency?" And upon inspection of the waveform, I saw that there were sounds present prior to the groaning sound that is heard on the 911 call.
Okay, so you're indicating in between the cessation of the 911 operator speaking and the beginning of the groaning, you heard something or you saw something,
Correct.
okay? Did you dig into that?
I did. So what I did is I separated that portion of the audio where I thought I heard something, and essentially in Avid, it's
See, my question is, if the dog was groaning, moaning, howling, was that picked up on any of the body cam footages on law enforcement's end? Was it picked up in the other 911 call that was made, where it was a lot longer? I don't remember hearing it. Now, the body cam footage, I only saw the one that was released to the public, so they did play the others that I didn't listen to, but I would assume the defense would have pointed that out if that was a thing, right?
called clip gain. And on that one portion of the 911 call, I was able to raise the volume.
Also, when law enforcement, when they came to the scene, was the dog not locked in the basement? Did I miss these testimonies? Possibly.
Of what was heard just prior to the groaning.
And were you able to make out a human voice?
I heard what I believe to be a human voice, yes.
And what did the human voice say?
I didn't hear an objection. Did you guys? They're doing sidebar right now. Things are not looking good for the defense. I agree. I do worry that the state did rush through her case in chief, but I mean, she was able to get some good points out in cross-examinations of the defense's witnesses. Oh man, she said this witness was gonna be 5 minutes long. I think it's been like 15, 20 minutes now. I like the sunglasses, the law enforcement sitting behind him. I want a pair of sunglasses like that. Or just like regular, like tinted glasses, because sometimes I feel like the world is too bright for my eyes. Maybe it's a case of less is more. I don't know. I feel like for me, like digital forensics, like, I feel like you just, I don't know. I would just want to make sure to cover all aspects, you know, because you never know what's on the jury's mind. Digital forensics, a cell phone. Who's the person in the middle? Oh, they're all matching today. All wearing gray. Not the Dwight. Oh, Mr. Carroll coming back. Now, if you did not believe the au pair and you might believe Brendan's story, what are some other evidence that you would be looking for or you would have hoped for that corresponds with his version of events? Because I know on day 6, that's the day that I missed, that's where they focus on the turmoil that was within the homicide unit, how some people believe in the catfishing, some people didn't. I gotta go back and watch that one. Because did they do a good job at showing that Christine was indeed having an affair? Did they do a good job at showing that Christine was into BDSM? You think they got caught flat-footed? What does that mean? I don't think I ever heard of that phrase before. I think you're right, Alice. Because I'm trying to understand the perspective of not believing the au pair. Where would the jury's mind be at right now? Because, you know, technically it's not like their burden to prove that he didn't do it. But if we're going to go with the story of going after the victims in this case, well, you got to have some stuff to back it up. Maybe she read the face of the jury when he testified and knew they weren't buying it. I don't know, man. You never know what the jury's thinking. Can't make assumptions. Yeah, that's a long sidebar. All right, we're back, y'all.
My experts report what you.
Is that
I
it?
think,
That's it?
all right, I think we do not have any further questions of you, Detective. Thank you so much. Please answer any questions that counsel might have.
Oh, I don't know if the rebuttal had the effect that she was hoping it would have. I just felt like it was very
All right, cross-examination.
confusing.
Detective Augustine, what you've just shown is something from.
I mean, it seems like she lost a sidebar, so I felt like that was a very abrupt ending to his direct examination.
My experts report, and it's a spectrographic analysis, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and you testified previously in the voir dire that you don't even work with spectrographic analysis, correct?
I stated that I'm familiar with spectrographic, but it's nothing that I've done prior.
But you don't use it as a tool in your analysis, correct?
It's a tool that I have available, but I haven't used it in the case.
Okay, and so in terms of best methods, is it appropriate to fold a piece of paper in order to make a comparison as best methods?
I determined that was the best visual way to represent it that would make it understandable.
Okay, and was there any effort at making a presentation to support whatever your conclusions were today, other than folding the paper?
No, this is all I was presented with and instructed to have my comments on.
And when were you presented that?
I believe I stated September 29th is when Detective Ryan sent it to me.
So, okay, so let me understand this.
Sure.
So you were just given one picture and asked to make an analysis?
I was given a complete report from the gentleman's forensic analysis, and I reviewed the entire report.
Gotcha. And did you prepare a report?
I did not.
Were you asked not to?
I was not asked to prepare a report. I was asked to comment on his findings.
Would it be best practices in the world that you're in to have prepared a report to something?
I'm going to object. It's argumentative and irrelevant.
Overruled, go ahead.
Speaking about best practices, would
Yes,
it
sir.
have been best practices to create a report with whatever findings that you wanted to tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
If I was instructed to do my own analysis, a separate report from this, I would say yes. But as reviewing this as a rebuttal witness, I didn't believe it to be necessary.
But you work for the Fairfax County Police Department.
Correct, sir.
So they could have asked you to do an analysis on your own.
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained at this point.
You have the capacity to do a full analysis if you were asked, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you recall who got you involved?
Objection, relevance.
I'll sustain the objection.
Was it Detective Bryant?
Objection.
Sustain the objection. I'll sustain the objection.
I don't have any further questions, Judge.
All right, redirect.
Nothing, Judge. Thank you so much.
All right.
I don't think we're going to disconnect, but I keep getting a pop-up on YouTube saying to verify that it's really me. And it wants my password, but then my, I don't know, this is like kind of weird. Hopefully we'll continue streaming. If it randomly disconnects, just letting you guys know that I got this weird pop-up.
Yes.
You're free to go,
That's
sir.
fine.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your next witness,
Patrick Smith.
Patrick Smith.
All right, last witness of the trial. Whoa, what is this? Oh, it looks like a necklace. Is that a headphone? I was like, what is she wearing on her neck?
Sure.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state?
Oh, this is the surprise witness. Okay, so apparently he heard the defendant's testimony yesterday and he's like, hey, I got some inside knowledge about this. This is a surprise witness. Okay, so this is the Kate Moss, I guess, of the trial. Inserting themselves in.
And spell your name for the court reporter.
Thomas Patrick Smith, ThomasPatrick,
Surprise
SMITH.
Thank you. You can pull the mic just a little bit closer to you. Thank you. Do you know Mr. Banfield?
I do.
Okay, and in what capacity?
Coworker? Is it coworker? I thought it was maybe a coworker, or what was my other guess? I forgot what my other guess was. My guess was coworker, and he's going to say that, like, oh, he wasn't teeing up for a promotion. There was no big meeting at work or something like that. I don't know. Am I being catfished?
Do you know Mr. Banfield?
I do.
Okay, and in what capacity?
I'm a special agent with IRS Criminal Investigation, and Mr. Banfield was previously employed with
Coworker.
IRS Criminal Investigation at my office in Vienna, Virginia.
Directing your
Coworker.
attention to February 23rd and 24th of 2024. In that time period, was he your direct supervisee?
2023?
I'm sorry, 2023.
Yes, on February 24th, 2023, I was the acting supervisory special agent for the Vienna group.
Oh, so he's the supervisor. Okay. Oh, because she said supervisee, and that didn't really click in my brain. Oh, this is a supervisor. Here to throw him under the bus.
All right, and so did Mr. Banfield report to you?
He did at that time, yes.
All right. Was there anyone else that he reported to during that period of time?
Julia Jones was the permanent supervisory special agent, but she was out of the country. And IRS practice is that someone is designated to be the acting supervisor when the supervisor is unavailable. So
Right.
in that particular time, I believe I was the acting supervisory special agent from February 15th through February 24th. Juliet returned on Monday, February 27th.
All right. To your knowledge, was there a meeting scheduled between yourself or with Juliet and Mr. Banfield on the morning of February 24th, 2023?
Leading.
Sure.
Sustain the objection.
Did you have any plans for the morning of February 24th, 2023?
I did. I was in Baltimore on an unrelated undercover operation on that morning.
Were you scheduled to meet with Mr. Banfield?
I was not.
And again, I'm sorry, where was Juliet, his other supervisor?
She was out of the country.
Mr. Banfield testified that he was meeting with his manager. Is there another person that could have been?
As you go up the management chain, we have an assistant special agent in charge. His name is David Meisenheimer, and we have a special agent in charge, Kareem Carter, and they were both in, I believe, Georgia at the time.
Oh my gosh.
Because,
And Georgia, the state, not Virginia.
correct.
Okay.
So you have someone working for the federal government coming up here and saying that, yeah, the defendant is lying about this meeting, okay? This promotion, this very important meeting that he had to go to the morning that his wife was murdered. What an idiot. I thought this was a real meeting. Why make this up so someone could... Did he really not think that anyone was going to rebut this? I guess so.
Within your industry, is it commonplace to appear for career? Sure thing.
All right, Shane? Christine?
How does one dress in the IRS when they are approaching a business meeting that is imperative for their success?
Oh, was he dressed too casually? Oh, probably. Banfield was wearing... I have a picture of what he was wearing. Let me see. Maybe it's in the other one. Because you would think that he would be wearing maybe like a suit and tie, I guess, if it's a formal meeting. But he had on this, it looks like an athletic, thin, kind of like zip-up jacket thing. Right? Was this his outfit? And then he had sneakers on. I think this was his outfit. By the way, this looks really creepy, and you might get first episode of American Horror Story vibes. I think this is what he was wearing. they put it on a mannequin. At first, I thought this was Joe Ryan's outfit, but Joe Ryan, I think, was wearing the short, maybe? Actually, no, I don't know who was wearing the Backstreet Boys shirt. It was either the wife or Joe Ryan. So I think this is his outfit, because I think I remember seeing this outfit in the body cam footage, right, when he was at the hospital? I think.
And potential promotion.
Well, we could say that when I have important meetings, I dress in a semi-formal or formal, like suit and tie, or at least, nice slacks and a shirt.
Not
Would
jeans
or tennis shoes be acceptable?
I have never worn jeans or tennis or sneakers or tennis shoes for an important meeting.
You have to put your microphone on, Mr. Carroll. What's your
objection.
Objection to the relevance of this. He's indicating what he does.
Overruled.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Carroll just had that sigh.
Did you speak with Mr. Banfield on the morning of February 24th, 2023?
I did not.
Okay. Were you surprised that he wasn't there at 8 o'clock?
Again, I was in Baltimore, so I wasn't there, but I was surprised when I received a phone call indicating that Mr. Banfield had discharged his weapon and there were 2 deceased persons, which, as you would imagine, that triggered many responsibilities as the acting supervisory special agent too.
It's a lot of paperwork to fill out because of that.
Understood. Just as a law enforcement professional trained by the IRS, do you share your gun safe code with your family members?
Objection, Your Honor, it's not relevant and it's needed.
Sustain the objection.
All right, thank you. Nothing further. Please answer any questions council might have for you.
Cross-examination.
Thank you.
Liar, liar, pants on fire. Oh man, why would he lie about this meeting? Not a good look. Not a good look, Brendan. Elaine's in the house? Oh no, I didn't know Elaine was here. She might be nearby.
I'm sorry, sir, tell me your name again.
Special Agent T. Patrick Smith.
Okay, and you were, as I understand it, you were the special agent in charge while Juliet Jones was gone out of the country?
No, I was the acting supervisory special agent.
Okay, and so that was something that she put you in charge of, or someone higher than that?
I believe she was able to designate, but I would have to check for sure. But I'm sure she had upper management approval for who she designated as the acting supervisory special agent.
Okay, so so you said something like what happened where he discharged his firearm and there were 2 people dead. that caused a lot of work for you?
When I was informed by the Fairfax County detective as the acting supervisory special agent, that one of the agents in the group had discharged his weapon and there were 2 deceased persons, then yes, we had to contact upper management, which I did. We had a process. The Treasury Inspector for Tax Administration, which we call TIGTA, is essentially our internal affairs. They
I know, right? Juliet Jones, special agent name. It's pretty cool.
have to be notified. They do an investigation to determine if the discharge of the weapon was appropriate.
Okay, I guess my question was it extra work for you?
Was it extra work for
Yeah,
me?
isn't that what you just said to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that when this situation arises, it becomes a great deal of work for the person who's the acting special agent? in charge?
Well, yes, I had to make several phone calls. I had many conversations with people.
Oh, is he trying to say that he had some grievances against Brendan because of this firearm discharge, that it created work for him? So now, in order to get Brendan back, he's going to testify falsely about him?
People that I would not have had if there hadn't been.
Okay. Now, did the Fairfax County Police know that you were the acting special agent in charge?
I can't really speak what the Fairfax County Police knew, but I did speak with the detective from Fairfax County Police.
Who was the detective you spoke to?
I don't recall the detective's name.
Did you ask him his name?
I knew it at the time. As we speak now, I don't recall.
So there was no report that to the people that you called and people that you told about
Objection
this?
calls for speculation.
Overruled, if you can answer it.
There was no report that you created to talk about this situation, which made a lot of work for you, where you would put in the detective's name?
I definitely provided that information to upper management, and if I could access my emails, I'm sure that's in there.
So in your capacity, did you stay within the Vienna office after that when Juliet Jones came back?
Did I stay?
Yeah, were you still in the Vienna office when
I
Juliet Jones-
currently am still in the Vienna office.
Okay, so from that time until now, you're still in the Vienna office.
Yes, that's my permanent post of duty. I was there before that day as well.
Now, there were 6 people that were interviewed relating to TIGTA interviews. Actually, I'm sorry, there were 8 people that were interviewed. Do you know the name David Meisenheimer?
Yes, he was the assistant special agent in charge.
Were you aware that he was interviewed by Detective Vesser of Fairfax County?
I don't
Okay.
necessarily know, but
Do you know Lawrence Flagg?
I do. He's another agent who was assigned to the Vienna POD on that time.
Okay, and were you aware that he was interviewed as well by Detective Vesser?
I believe he told me he was interviewed. I don't know if he disclosed the name of the detective.
Now, do you have team assignments in terms of the IRS?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Is there someone named Carrillo that has a team in the Vienna office?
Carrillo?
Yes.
I don't recognize the name. Can you spell it? Maybe it's the pronunciation.
Carrillo?
I don't recognize that name.
Okay. Would it surprise you that Juliet Jones, who actually wasn't even there on that day, was interviewed by the Fairfax County Police Detective Vesser?
It would not surprise me that Julie Jones was interviewed. She was the
Okay.
supervisory special agent.
Now, Detective Carter from the Fairfax County Police, did you have contact with him?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, there were interviews conducted by him to Bernarda Jackson, special agent?
Objection, counsel's testifying, needs to ask a question.
Overruled, go ahead.
Bernarda Jackson is another agent in the group, yes.
Okay, and did you know that she was interviewed relating to my client's case?
I can't recall if she told me that or not.
Okay. How about Richard Daniels, who was a special agent?
Yes, he's another.
You know that Detective Carter had interviewed him about my client's case?
I think Special Agent Daniels did mention that, yes.
Okay, and Philip Hammond, do you know that person?
Yes, I know Special Agent Hammond.
And did you know that he was interviewed by Fairfax County Police Detective Carter relating to my client's case?
I believe he also told me he'd been interviewed, yes.
Okay, so you knew about that?
Yes.
Okay, and so when you heard all these other people were being interviewed, did you ever say, well, hold on, I was the special agent in charge for a period of February 13th to February 24th?
February 15th.
February 15th to February 24th. You didn't raise your hand and say, what about me?
I did.
And so they chose not to interview you?
I'm not exactly sure what happened, but
Okay.
I was out of town the week that the interviews took place in our office.
Oh, so you're aware of these interviews. What week did that occur?
I'd have to look at my calendar. My best guess, things like you have it, is March 2024.
Okay. How about Detective Lynch from Fairfax County interviewing Justin Williams, a special agent?
Justin Williams is another agent in the group.
Did you know he was interviewed?
I think he told me he was.
Okay. And these would have been, other than Juliet Jones, these would have been people who were subordinate to you, correct?
At the time I was acting supervisor special agent, technically, yes. I mean, I view them as coworkers who are all special agents.
Okay, so you're all on the same line unless you get dubbed the acting special agent.
Correct.
Okay. And finally, Kevin Farley, do you know him?
I do. He's another agent in the group.
Okay, and the interviews that were conducted were relating to relationships of Brendan Banfield. Did you hear about that?
I did not.
Marriage problems with Brendan Banfield. Did you hear about that?
I did not.
Rumors that were going around in the IRS. Did you hear about that?
What rumors?
In the context of these interviews, they were being asked if there were rumors.
I have no
Were there rumors?
recollection of being told of that, no.
They were talked to, the individuals were all spoken to about schedules that occurred in the Vienna office. Did you know about that?
An interview that I was not present at, I don't know what was discussed.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. I mean, you were the special agent in charge.
I was not when these interviews
Objection,
occurred.
argumentative.
Sustained, next question.
Okay. Now, there was discussions in these interviews about the types of cases that everybody worked.
Objection, speculation.
Sustained, next question.
Do you know what these interviews were about?
I do not know what occurred in an interview I was not present at, no.
Okay. So you were there and for 2 weeks in that capacity, correct? 15th to the 24th.
Again, I was acting supervisory special agent for the Group 1 of the Washington, D.C. field office from February 15th, 2023 to February 24th, 2023.
Okay. And in that, you're coming in here to this courtroom in that capacity to tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that, I guess, there are issues with, that you dress a certain way, is that right? When you're going to the office?
Are you asking me how I dress when I go to the office?
Well, no, you've already testified to that, but you're here testifying, and one of the things that you've said is that you dress in a different way than what was described of my client when he was going to the office on February 24th.
That is correct.
Okay, and you indicated you were in an undercover operation, correct?
I was assisting with an unrelated undercover operation in Baltimore, Maryland.
And undercover operations have its own command staff outside of the Vienna office, isn't that right?
I don't know that I would characterize it like that.
Okay. Are there undercover command staff that handle undercover operations that aren't in the people that I just listed off to you that were interviewed?
But he wasn't doing undercover work at the time. He was going to the office to talk about this giant meeting thing, and then boom, promotion.
I'm unclear in your terminology, but yes, there are people who, we have a whole special investigative techniques group that's involved with undercover operations.
And they would be the people that if you have an undercover operation and you're talking to an undercover person, that you would be working with them, correct?
Not really, no.
Okay. In your undercover operations, when you're interviewing an undercover operative, do you invite them into the office to talk?
I don't interview undercover agents. I'm confused. I'm a lead tech agent for the Washington, D.C. field office. So the traditional undercover operation where they get wired up and they have equipment and they're covertly recorded, that is my job. So I'm involved with that and then preserving for the chain of custody the evidence that's obtained during that meeting.
What about undercover operations that deal with other issues, relating to IRS?
Well, if he does a lot of undercover stuff, shouldn't he ask, or shouldn't he have told the court to not show his face for the stream? Just the voice, maybe?
Criminal investigations.
Judge, objection is to form. I don't think the question
All right,
makes any
sustained,
sense.
go rephrase.
What about undercover operations that would deal with specific areas of criminal fraud? How are they handled?
I've only been involved with undercover operations conducted by IRS criminal investigation.
Okay.
And they've virtually all involved fraud, so.
And so the undercover operations that other people do, are they different than what you're within the IRS? Are they
Judge,
different?
objection is to relevance. I'm not sure where we're going with this at this point.
I'm just trying to get to the background, get to his background, Judge.
I'm going to sustain.
Can we just end?
Next question.
Now, sir, would you have known where Lawrence Flagg was on the 24th of February, 2023?
I do because he told me.
Okay, were you keeping track of him otherwise?
Yes, we were in regular contact throughout that day.
Okay, and that was because of the incident that occurred at the Banfield house, correct?
Correct.
Prior to the incident happening, would you have been in contact with Lawrence Flagg on a regular basis?
Can you define regular basis?
Well, you tell me, how often do you have contact with him?
He's an agent in the group. As a regular agent in the group, I would see him probably whenever we're both in the office. As a supervisor, I would have contact with him as needed.
And so how many times did you have contact with him as a supervisor during that week?
I cannot recall the days before February 24th, 2023, but on February 24th, 2023, I had many phone conversations with Lawrence Flagg.
Where are we going with
I
this?
don't have any further questions.
All right, redirect.
What? Where are we going with that? Oh my goodness,
Okay,
we're
just
just
for
dragging it
clarification, was
on?
Lawrence Flagg, Mr. Banfield supervisor?
No.
And Mr. Banfield testified that he had a scheduled meeting with his manager. That would have been yourself or Juliet Jones, is that correct?
Those are the only two people that I can look at have been his manager. Yes.
Okay.
Not Lawrence
She was out
Flagg.
of the country, and you were in Baltimore and not planning on meeting him, correct?
Correct.
Okay, nothing else. Thank you, Judge.
Yep,
All right, so you're free to go.
straight to the point, that's all we need.
Done. All right, you're free to go. All right, your next witness.
Commonwealth rest.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, the Commonwealth has arrested the rebuttal evidence. So in other words, you have heard all the evidence you're going to hear in this case. So what I'm going to do, we have some housekeeping matters to take care of. So what I'm going to do is release you early today. And what we'll do is when we come back at 10 a.m. tomorrow, you will hear closing arguments, and then the case will be handed over to you, okay? All right, so have a good night. Do not discuss the case. Do not do any outside research, please. Okay, thank you.
All right, that is it. Closing arguments tomorrow, y'all. I wonder what time they're gonna call in for closing arguments. Oh boy. what a day. What a day, what a mess. I thought he was gonna testify a lot longer. I was really surprised that his cross-examination was so short. I thought it was gonna be a lot longer. I'm trying to see if I can find the body cam footage. Body cam footage. Oh, here it is. Body cam footage. Do you guys want to watch the body cam footage together of Juliana? I haven't seen it yet. Some of you guys have seen it. Oh gosh, she looks exactly like how she looks when she testifies on the stand. The same. Let's see. Let's do theater mode. Like she looks the same, except did she have blonde hair when she was testifying? No, right? I think she was like a brunette by then. All right, y'all. So tomorrow they're going to be doing closing arguments. Quite honestly, I think today, even though it was the defense's case in chief for the most part, I think it was quite disastrous. You know, his testimony, him trying to blame Christine, protect the au pair. I don't think it was a good look. I don't think it was a good look. All right. And then having his supervisor that works for the federal government testifying in the stand saying that he lied about that very important meeting that he had that morning. Yeah, not a good look. I think people just might look at him like he just might be a liar. Someone who's trying to save himself. All right, let's watch this body cam footage. I'm going to have it slightly sped up, but I have not seen this yet. Let's watch it together. So this is about roughly 30 minutes. No, it would have been 15 minutes after the first, well, I would say 30 minutes after the attack, after the shot, because they did call her, she did call 911 accidentally, 7:47 a.m. And according to this body cam, assuming that it's the correct time, it is 8:16 a.m. Let's watch this.
Hi, I'm sorry. What's going on this morning?
I was going out.
It's okay, take a breath. It's okay. Take a minute, okay?
I need some water.
She has blood on her hands. Why would she have blood on her hands? I guess you could say that she was trying to help save Christine.
You want to sit down somewhere? No?
I just need some water. I'm sorry, English is not my first language.
Oh, you're fine.
I was going out with the daughter.
Okay, yep, she's sitting over there.
And then I
Yeah, I think it's similar to the 911 call. I think she's just really nervous. This is traumatic. It's really nerve-wracking, and She's got to come up with a lie. She's got to lie and say what their version of the events were.
I forgot our lunch to bring it, and I was coming back to the house to get the lunch. Then I saw this car, a strange car, and I called her, why the car is here? I don't know who it is, but it was a straight to voicemail, so I couldn't talk to her. And then I called Brendan, it's her husband.
Okay.
And then
But she said she saw the strange car that was here. Why would you be panicking just for seeing a car that's parked in the driveway? She didn't say that she saw a strange man walking to the house, right? Why couldn't she have assumed that it was one of Christine's friends? Oof. She said she saw the car. That's why she started calling Christine. It was like, oh my God, why is there a strange car out here? It's like, would you really be panicking that much for seeing a car there? Now, if she said she saw like strange men running up in the house, they're wearing all black, you know, they're wearing like a ski mask, and okay, yeah, that's probably alarming.
he said, wait for me, I'll go there. Don't go inside. And then he came back here, and we went inside. And then we went upstairs first, and then I went to see what's going on. And I heard the guy was, I don't know what. I don't know what he was doing. It's spanking her. I don't know.
He was what?
It's spanking her.
He was spanking her. Okay.
I heard, like, I don't know what was that. And Brendan said, police drop the knife, because he had a knife. And then he said, drop the gun to Brendan. They were yelling. I couldn't understand the word super fast.
Okay. Okay. You want me to see if I can try?
So her shoes, I don't know, maybe that's a little bit of blood right there, but when she takes off her shoes, her socks has blood on there.
Can I get you some water? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see if there's any.
All right, he's gonna go get her some water.
If you give me a couple minutes, I'm sure I can find someone that has some, okay?
I don't know. I'm anxious.
Okay, so you live here?
I'm an au pair.
You're an au pair? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's okay.
It was a lot of blood. I'm not raising that.
It's okay. I know it's traumatizing. You're okay. Take a minute.
The car literally could have belonged to people that Christine knew. Yeah. It could have been like a family member's car. Maybe they got a new car. Maybe got a new vehicle. But for her to freak out that there's a car in the parkway or in the driveway.
I'm dizzy.
Okay. Do you need an ambulance?
Huh?
You want to be seen by the ambulance crew?
Huh?
You want to be seen by the ambulance crew? No, okay.
I don't know. I'm just.
Okay. It's okay. It's the blood rush. It's the adrenaline. Okay.
It's adrenaline of murdering someone.
Make sure the okay.
She's okay. She's with one of my
She
officers.
doesn't deserve that.
No, she doesn't. Neither do you. She's okay though. She's safe. Okay. She's not seeing any of this.
Maybe she's worried about the daughter, something that it seemed like Brendan was kind of lacking.
So lives here? Okay.
Yeah, she's her daughter.
Who is the gentleman that just walked out?
Huh?
Who's the gentleman that just walked out?
It's Brendan. It's her husband.
He lives here?
Yeah, we all live here.
Okay. So you live here as well, but you're here off here?
Yeah.
Okay.
You want to see if there's more medical equipment?
Okay.
Oh, there's some right here. All right, am I allowed to come in and grab that? All right.
Okay. So, all right, I'll ask you again in a few minutes. I'll give you a minute, okay? It's okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's take a nice deep breath, okay? Go. And out. We gotta slow your breathing, okay? It's okay. Take a nice deep breath in. Okay. You need to slow your breathing a little bit. That's gonna help you feel better. Take a nice deep breath in with me.
Yeah, they went out like afterwards, but I can get it from the
It was a lot of blood.
Okay. I understand. Okay.
Yeah, I'll look at the pattern and see if they went.
You want to take a nice deep breath in with me? Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's do it again.
So if you need anything, we'll be here for a little bit. Trying to tighten stuff up, so. All right.
That feel a little bit better? Okay.
Who for you? Yeah.
You're okay.
Can I say
You want to go see? I'll take you to her. I'll take you to her.
I'm just worried.
She's okay. Okay, let's go see. Make sure she's okay. Okay? She's down here with Officer Batani. She's safe. Okay?
I'm dizzy.
Does anyone have a bottle of water we can get her?
I have orange juice. My car is drinking.
Hey, give her the Sarah Boone treatment. Give her the hose.
She's my drink after. I might.
Okay.
Where is
I last saw her up here on the curb. I'm not sure where she went. We'll find her, okay? She's okay. She's safe. She's not hurt. Okay?
Where is Brendan? Her dad?
ALT. They know we got percent.
Yeah, I know. Do you want me?
Where is Brendan?
We're gonna take it.
Just bring up one of the cruisers. I know Brendan's a lot of them.
Okay.
Because somewhere she can just sit down.
Yeah. Take a breath. Do you want to sit in this red car right here?
I want to be next to
Okay. I'm gonna try to find. I'm not sure what car she's in.
I can't too many cars.
Yeah. Let's see if we can find. Okay, so you can check on her. Hey, do you know where Batani's car is?
No, where is Brendan?
Brandon's sitting in one of these police cars. I'm sure they're giving him some water and trying to help him calm down a little bit. Here you go, man. Here's some water.
She asked where Brendan was. I don't know. Did she ask about the condition of Christine? She's like, what about the girl? What about Brendan? Was Brendan ever asking for her? I don't think so. Not that I heard.
I'm getting a oh, please.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. There you go. There you go. Okay, you're okay. You're safe here.
Yeah.
We're gonna work through this. You're gonna be okay. You're gonna be okay too.
I hope so. What about Christine?
She's gonna be okay too, okay?
She was.
She already went to the hospital. Okay?
Yeah.
She's getting the best care they can give her. Okay, she's going up to, I think she's going up to Reston Hospital. They're a very good trauma hospital, okay? They do this kind of thing all the time. Okay?
Okay.
You're okay. You're okay. You're safe here, all right? Okay. All right, let's go up here and let's see if we can find okay? Let's see if we can find Just watch your step here, all right? You're okay.
I mean, I buy this over Brendan's fake act any day, all day. I think she is genuinely hyperventilating and is very nervous because she's going to have to tell this fake story about how things went down.
I need to calm down.
Okay, we'll find all right, you give her a big hug. Okay? Hey, do we know where the little girl went?
Yes.
I last saw her with Batani.
With Batani, yeah.
Okay, I'll check with him. All right. You're okay. Where is it?
Terrible.
There she is. Okay? Can you give her a big hug? All right, I'll hold your water for you when we get up there. She's okay. All right, I'll give you a minute to talk with her.
I don't know what to tell her.
You don't have to tell her anything, okay? You just give her a big hug, tell her she's okay?
Wait, she's gonna ask what happened.
Okay. So you don't need to tell her just yet, okay?
Yeah.
You don't need to tell her anything.
Okay.
Okay? It's probably better if you don't. Okay?
Yeah, law enforcement like, do not tell her what happened. Oh my god, I could hear the little girl's voice. They blurred her out though, which is good, but like, oh my gosh, she probably has no idea what's happening. Brendan in his testimony said that like, oh, when they all were in the basement, my daughter gave me this like wide-eyed look. I'm like, I doubt your daughter knew what was happening. She probably did not give you a wide-eyed look. She probably just like, oh, why are we in the basement, guys? Okay.
Yeah, oh, I'm sorry, I got you. Go ahead, give her a big hug, okay?
So to go today, tonight? Wow.
I just killed your mom. I just killed your mom.
I didn't want, that's why I didn't want to say anything.
Yeah, she's a big girl.
She is.
You guys can sit together. Yeah, you want to get out of the wind? You guys can sit together. It's okay. You guys can sit together. It's okay. Just so you're not out in the cold. We can just undo that. Here you go. I know they're weird seat belts, but you guys can sit together. Okay.
We'll leave a door open for you, okay? We'll leave a door open for you guys, or you want to shut it? I don't want you guys to get trapped here, okay? Okay, you want some water?
Here you go. Okay, we're right here if you need anything. I'm going to give you a few minutes, okay?
Gonna forward a little bit. He's basically recapping that she heard the slapping noise. Jesus. I wonder if there's anything else. Let me forward it a little bit. Man, I wish we could listen to the police interviews. All right, she's sticking her head out of the out of the window now.
I'm sorry? I know Brandon's in one of the police cars. He's okay. I think they're just kind of letting him collect himself a little bit as well. Okay? We're going to get this all sorted out. All right?
She's so worried about Brendan, but not about Christine, who was stabbed in the neck. She keeps asking about Brendan. I mean, apparently, their relationship is non-existent, right? There's no affair happening.
You want to take some more deep breaths with me? Let's breathe in through our nose. Exhale. And let's do one more. Breathe in. Okay. How's doing? You doing okay? All right.
What's your name? Juliana.
I would be so claustrophobic to sit in the back of the cop car, though, because they have the separator there where you're like in the back. Like, I don't know. I'd be like, get me out of this car. I don't want to sit here. Scared that he's confessing. I know she's probably like, dude, did he get caught yet? Are we in trouble yet?
All right, we're going to get this all sorted out. Yeah. Just one way. I'll move across the intersection. It's just right back here. Pete moved one already.
I don't know, I'm saying that. I say Pete might be leaving.
Oh. Well, then I'll move mine if he needs to go.
It's gonna be alright, Juliana, okay?
If he was hurt, he would be in an ambulance. You're okay. You're okay. How old are you? You're 4? You're big for a 4-year-old. Do you go to preschool? Yeah, you go to preschool? Do you like going to school? Yeah, you got lots of friends there? You have fun? That's good. You're very brave, you know that? And you didn't do anything wrong, okay? None of this is your fault, okay? You're gonna be okay. He's in one of the police cars. I'm not sure where he is. I saw him walk out. He walked out all by himself. Okay, he was walking on his own. He's okay. He's okay. Okay. If he was hurt, he would be in an ambulance. Okay, so he's not hurt, so he's in a police car. Just kind of letting him relax, kind of collect his thoughts. All right, he's okay. And when I saw him walk out, he didn't have anything on. Okay. He's kind of like you. I'm sorry?
He didn't get hurt, right?
No, I don't think he was hurt. If he was hurt, he would be in an ambulance going to the hospital just to check him out. Okay, so I think he's okay. It's just standard that we keep people separated so we can get the clearest story, that's all. Okay? It's not that he's in trouble or anything, all right? We're going to work through that.
I'm okay with it.
I'm sure he's fine, but I'm sure he's scared just like you.
Yeah.
It's traumatic.
I know this is bad.
It's okay. We don't have to talk about it right now. Okay? Hey, what's your favorite TV show? You doing okay?
Oh, sorry about that. I was saying that you didn't miss much. It was just her hyperventilating in the beginning and how she was freaking out because she forgot the lunch. She came back and there was like an unknown vehicle in the driveway. So she called Christine, then she called Brendan. She didn't mention that she saw a strange man walk into the house. She was just like, I just saw a car.
You want to stand up? That's fine. Come on out. Stretch your legs. It's okay. You're okay. You lean on the car if you want. You can find out too. It's okay. Okay. You guys are doing okay. Okay. Juliana, do you know her? Down here. She's calling you.
Who is she? I don't know. Who is she?
Why not play the police interview? That way, when he testifies in the stand and his story is like vastly different, it's just like, oof. The difference would just be so jarring.
Mom. I don't want to talk to her.
Ma'am, she's okay.
She says, where's mom? See, she has no idea. This is so sad.
Who is she? I don't know. Who is she? Mom. I don't want to talk to her.
Ma'am, she's okay.
Oh, it's someone's mom. Sorry, is what she said.
She knows my son.
I was gonna say we're gonna have to talk with her for a little bit, but we appreciate the offer.
Okay, we're just like, you know where he lives. You need anything?
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, Juliana. So the next steps for something like this, we want to make sure that both of you are safe. So what we have is kind of a safe location to take you. It's at our headquarters. Okay. It's a safe, like I said, it's like a safe location away from this. This is all we're trying to do. So,
What Brendan?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
What about Brendan?
I'm not 100% sure. They'll update me as we head over to the safe location, okay?
Brandon's probably gonna go to the same location. He'll probably be in the same building. Okay? He's okay. Like I said, he walked out to the car all by himself, all right? He's not going to the hospital, so that tells me he's not hurt. Okay, I'm sure he's very shaken up the same as you. Okay, it was a very scary situation. Okay? Are you taking both of them?
Yeah.
Okay.
So why don't, I'm going to have her ride in the back, and I'll have you ride in the front with me, or unless you both want to ride.
Why don't you let them both ride in the
I'll have
back?
you both ride in the back.
Yeah.
Right?
So,
Yeah, I don't want to separate you. Okay.
So when you guys get there, there's comfy couches. We can get you guys some snacks if you want. There's a bathroom there you can use. Okay, we can put the TV on for a little bit.
Try and see if we can get you a drawing and some coloring books. And
oh, they definitely got coloring books there. They got toys. All right.
It's imperative for your safety. Like, we want you to be in a safe location. We want to know.
Okay.
Does she want to stay in the house? Is that what she said? Maybe go in there, mess with some of the evidence.
Where you're at that way.
What?
And right now, it's closed off. We have to close off.
I know.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay to be scared. Okay? You're gonna be with all right? You guys are gonna take care of each other. Okay? And then I'm sure they're gonna have some very nice people there that will talk with you. Okay? They'll help you feel better. Okay? Can I help you? Okay.
Yeah, I know him.
Okay.
Okay.
Alright. Alright, why don't we go in the back of the car?
Okay.
Right now?
Yeah, right now. So that way
Okay. You guys are okay. All right. You guys aren't in any trouble or anything, okay?
No,
This is very normal after this kind of situation happens, okay? We'll help you guys with the seatbelts because I know the seatbelts are kind of weird. So the seatbelt's on the other side. It just buckles opposite, that's all. It's kind of weird.
All good? Yeah.
You're going to be okay. Okay. You guys are going to be okay, I promise. All right? The place you're going is very safe. All right? You can relax in a comfy chair, close your eyes for a minute if you want. Okay?
If Brandon's on the big airway,
He's going to be in the same building. I don't know if you'll get to talk to him, but...
I think it's just this in a little bit.
Okay. And
Man, she's asked for Brendan like 10 times already. No concern for Christine. Oh my gosh. She couldn't even pretend.
we can bring that up, okay, and see if they can see each other, okay? That's dad?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sure we can make that happen.
Okay.
Okay?
All good?
All good.
All right. All seatbelted up?
Yep, they're good to
All
go.
right. Like I said, we'll try and get you snacks and stuff when we get there, okay?
Okay, you guys are gonna be okay. All right. Bye. Very nice to meet you.
I'm just writing down this way I can keep track of everybody. This one, I'll be able to see.
Well, that's pretty much it. All right. Well, that was the body cam footage. Didn't get to hear much, but I hope that they will release maybe like the interviews or something. I'd be very interested to watch the interviews. Tomorrow, they are going to be starting their closing arguments. So we will be here to listen to the closing arguments, and then the jury will have their case, and they will decide whether or not they believe Brendan is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And I don't know when sentencing would happen if he is found guilty. So we'll see you guys tomorrow. Again, we did post a video about this yesterday, but I probably will do a recap video recapping the entire trial for this weekend. But I will see you guys. I don't know. Do you guys think that they're going to come up with a verdict on Friday the same day? Or do you think they're going to come back over the, after the weekend on Monday? Hey, what you doing over here? You see this guy? Hey, he's trying to steal some fishies off my desk. Got these little fishies for my doggies. All right, guys. Well, I will see you guys. Oh, showdown. I'll see you guys tomorrow, bright and early, for closing arguments. Oh, man. No, thank you. I mean, honestly, if it was like opening statements, it might just be short and sweet. Straight to the point. All right, y'all. Have a good one. Take care. And thanks for joining us. Have your notifications on Discord on. If you don't have your notifications on Discord on, then have your notifications on for YouTube. Hit the bell button. Hit all. And that way you guys know when I go live and when the videos are posted. Oh, sure, it's going crazy. He wants this little fishy. All right, y'all. Have a good one. Take care. Bye.